Chapter 1. It doesn't matter what Tsujiko's name was in her previous life, because she is called Tsujiko in this life. As the eldest daughter of Tsujiko, she has two twin brothers. They are the eldest brother Tsujiko Iwakatsu and the second brother Tsujiko Yoriichi. That's right, she traveled through time. She traveled to the world of Pillar Slayer. Demon Slayer. The popularity of Demon Slayer in her previous life made it inevitable for Tsujiko, who didn't pay attention to this anime, to watch related videos. Tsujiko also became a fan of the beautiful special effects. However, she should have traveled through time too early. Yuko, who has been following the anime for a season, only occasionally saw videos about Tsujiko Yoriichi on short videos. The most famous one is of course the sentence, "What do you think of life?" But if she is not mistaken, Tsujiko Yoriichi, who is the ceiling of Demon Slayer, her cheap second brother, should be a character hundreds of years before the plot begins. So the question is, how can she live to the beginning of the story? Alas! Yuko, with a wooden flute hanging around her neck, supported her cheeks with both hands, sat on the steps with a melancholy face, watching her elder brother Tsukuni Iwakatsu waving a wooden sword and fighting with the teacher below, her feet shaking unconsciously. "Yuko, you can't sit like this, your posture must be correct." The voice of her mother Akeno came from behind her. Yuko looked back and saw her second brother Tsukuni Yuichi walking towards her like a spoiled child leaning on Akeno. "Mother!" Yuko hurriedly changed from a casual sitting posture to a kneeling posture that she still couldn't get used to. Her mother in the previous life was a lazy gambler who squandered the family's assets and was indifferent to the family. She was a type that she found difficult to respect and like. So much so that she was completely unable to resist the overly gentle Akeno. After sitting upright, Yuko breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to greet her second brother who was leaning against her mother. "Hey, Yuichi. I didn't expect that the legendary combat power ceiling was actually a spoiled ghost when he was a child." As soon as the words fell, Akeno hit Akiko on the head with a slap. "How many times have I told you to call me brother?" "Hey, brother." Akiko touched her head painfully, not noticing the flash of pain between Akeno's eyebrows. Mother Akeno is a gentle person, but she is always unexpectedly scary when she gets angry. Facing this unreliable sister, Yunyi just smiled gently. Gentle mother and brother, as well as lovely sister, are all Yunyi's most precious treasures. Yunyi helped his mother Akeno to sit under the corridor, accompanied by Akiko. He went to his brother Iwakatsu to watch. The teacher who taught Iwakatsu's swordsmanship was his father's subordinate. When he saw Yunyi standing quietly aside, he couldn't help but hand him a wooden sword and let him try it with a smile. Iwakatsu, who was sweating profusely and sore all over after being beaten by his father's subordinates, was able to rest for a while. "Mother, Yuko." He came to the corridor and looked up at his mother and sister. Brother Yuko greeted him with a smile, and then looked at the field with his eyes focused. Yanzheng frowned slightly, and he looked back, not thinking that his weak brother could survive a few moves in the opponent's hands. Because he was so talented and hard-working, he had never defeated his father's subordinates. However, what everyone present did not expect was that Yunyi, who only learned the sword-holding posture from his father's subordinates, actually launched an attack at a whirlwind speed, knocking down a tall and strong adult in just a blink of an eye. There was only shock in Yunzhen's eyes, and Akeno also opened her mouth slightly to show surprise. Only Yuko showed an expression of as expected. As expected of the ceiling, he has unimaginable strength at the age of 7. Unlike everyone's surprise, Yunyi stared blankly at the bamboo sword in his hand. Hate, the feeling of hitting other people's flesh. Yuniki threw away the bamboo sword and sat back in the corridor. Iwakatsu finally came to his senses after being shocked, sat down next to Yuniki, and asked hurriedly, "How did you do it?" Yuniki lowered his eyelids and replied quietly, "When he is ready to attack, his lungs will definitely move violently. Just look carefully at the direction of the bones, the contraction of the muscles, and the flow of blood. Yuniki's words made Iwakatsu dumbfounded. He didn't understand what his brother was saying at all. Akeno's eyes flickered slightly. Yuniki, this child, can see the gods with his eyes. Yuko's eyes were shining, she knew this. Swordsman, or the highest realm of martial arts. Transparent world. Possessing the ability to see the enemy's weaknesses and attack trends and hide one's own breath. Just like perspective. Stop talking about swordsmanship. I would rather play double six and kites with my brother and Yuko. Yoichi's previous wish was to become the first. The discomfort of hitting other people's bodies made him give up this wish completely. Yanzheng lowered his head and clenched his hands on his thighs secretly. Yuko patted his shoulder jokingly and said in a mature manner, "Don't be nervous all day, relax your body occasionally." Yanzheng slapped her hand away without any hesitation, and left silently without even saying goodbye to his mother. Yuko breathed a sigh of relief. She knew it. Before crossing, Yuko was not very clear about the subsequent development of the main story, but she also saw in the short video clip that Yoichi's brother became the strongest evil ghost under the Demon King Muzan. One of the upper strings, Black Death. As for the six-eyed lemon essence in the mouths of netizens, she didn't understand it at that time, but at this time, she seemed to understand a little. Very good, she must correct this kid's twisted mentality. Yuko felt that she could do it. Just kidding, she was an adult college student in her previous life. How hard can it be to teach a child? However, before she could finish correcting Iwakatsu's character. One night not long after. Yuko. Yoichi's voice woke Yuko from her deep sleep. She opened the door and rubbed her eyes sleepily. What's wrong, Yoichi? Yuko yawned and looked at Yoichi. Are you afraid to go to the bathroom alone? Facing his unreliable sister, Yoichi's expression was as calm as ever, but this time it seemed to be mixed with a little sadness. Mother passed away. Hey! Yuko woke up in shock. Akeno. Yuko opened her mouth, unable to speak. You can ask your mother's attendant for the details. Yoichi said quietly, I'm going to say goodbye to my brother now. Say goodbye. I'm leaving for the temple. Yuko then noticed the bag Yoichi had put beside him. His father was a superstitious person. Yoriichi, the twin who was born with ugly spots, was not valued by his father. If it were not for the protection of his mother Akeno, Yoriichi would have died at his father's hands at birth. In comparison, the treatment between Yoriichi and Iwakatsu is not an exaggeration to say that it is a master-servant gap. From food, clothing, housing, transportation to education, the two are from different worlds. As the abandoned one, Yoriichi must go to the temple when he is 10 years old. Become a monk. But Yoriichi and Iwakatsu are only 7 years old now. Yuko is only 6 years old. Yuko suddenly remembered the scene when Yoriichi defeated his father's subordinates. What his father needs is an heir who can take over as the pillar of the family. The strong talent shown by Yoriichi has already changed his situation with Iwakatsu. Did Yoriichi choose to become a monk early in order not to affect Iwakatsu? Just as Yuko was stunned, Yunyi said, Yuko, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. After that, Yunyi picked up his bag and prepared to leave. Wait. Yuko said subconsciously. Yunyi paused and looked at her. When it was Yuko's turn to speak, her mind went blank and she didn't know what to say. Do you want him to stay? A 7-year-old child. But Yunyi can already beat adults, and he is much stronger than her. In response to the silent sister, there was a gentle smile. Chapter 2. Yuniki left. After saying goodbye to the siblings, the sudden news broke Yuko's original plan. She originally thought that she would leave home with Yuniki when he was 10 years old. The future of women in a large family in feudal society is obvious. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. On this day, when Yuko and Iwakatsu helped to sort out their mother's belongings, they found the diary written by their mother. Yoriichi knew that he would be chosen as the heir, so he left home early. And he seemed to have known about Akeno's illness and death date. When his mother's left half of her body was out of control, he tried to support her body. Iwakatsu held the diary tightly with both hands, wrinkling the paper and revealing the veins on the back of his hand. He lowered his head as if he was having difficulty breathing, and his heart was full of resentment and jealousy. Please don't live in this world. It's better that people like you should not be born from the beginning. I always thought that Yoriichi was a cowardly clingy person who only clung to his mother. It was not until this moment that Iwakatsu finally realized that he was not only weak in strength, but also in personal character. Especially Yoriichi's departure, which was almost like charity, made him almost swallowed up by jealousy and shame. Kneeling beside him, Yuko, who also saw the contents of the diary, also fell into self-blame, and did not notice Iwakatsu's increasingly twisted heart. It's so embarrassing. As an adult soul, she didn't realize that Akeno, her mother, was seriously ill. Even if she didn't see through the world, she shouldn't have been unaware of it with the knowledge of the surroundings as an adult. She knew that her mother had always had a problem with physical weakness, but she didn't expect it to be so serious. It's so embarrassing. In her last words to her father, the mother prayed that he would not separate them, treat the children equally, and hope that they could grow up healthily. His father was a superstitious person. When Yoriichi was 2 years old, he said to him, "You are an unblessed child, you should not be born, you are an unlucky child, and you will bring disaster to the successor country." Therefore, in order not to bring disaster to the family, Yoriichi behaved very low-key, never talked to anyone, and tried to reduce his presence as much as possible. Only in front of his mother, brother, and sister would he occasionally show a smile that a child should have. But his father also loved his mother. After reading Akeno's last words, he seemed to understand the sins he had committed. He sent people to look for Yoriichi, and even sent people to the temple, but he could not get any news about Yoriichi. After searching for a while without results, his father finally gave up. Iwakatsu, who heard the news, breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. Whether it was encountering bandits or being eaten by bears, as long as you disappeared, it would be fine. Since then, everything in the successor country seemed to have returned to normal, and it seemed that everything had changed. Iwakatsu practices swordsmanship every day under the guidance of his father's subordinates, waiting for the day when he can inherit the family. Yuko's situation is not so optimistic. Girls from large families in feudal society are often pitiful, without the right to freedom, and are often used only as tools for marriage. In order to avoid such a future, Yuko also wants to learn from Yoriichi and leave home. But she is only 6 years old and has no skills. Such a little girl will only die if she leaves home. For this reason, she found Iwakatsu. "Brother, can you please teach me swordsmanship?" Iwakatsu stood alone in the courtyard, waving a wooden sword to practice. Yuko deliberately chose the time. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely report the matter to their father. A girl holding a knife, what kind of words is this? Why should a girl learn swordsmanship? Just learn piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting well. Anyway, you only need to get married when you grow up. Iwakatsu inherited the ideas from feudal society, so it was no surprise that he said this. After hearing this, Yuko was so angry that she almost hung him on a sweet potato. "You kid, just wait for the explosion." Even if she had communicated with Yansheng seriously, all she got was perfunctory and indifferent words. This made Yuko completely understand that Yansheng had long been imprisoned by the distorted thoughts of feudal society and could not understand her at all. Yuko always thought that with her adult knowledge and experience, it should be easy to correct a child's distorted psychology. But reality gave her a slap in the face. Children listen to adults not because what adults say is right, but simply because they are adults. Yansheng, who was deeply influenced by the concept of respect and inferiority in the old society, could not listen to Yuko at all. Yuko no longer asked for his help. During the day, she learned the art of playing the zither, tea art, and embroidery under the teacher arranged by her father. At night, she was in her room, waving the wooden sword she got from Yanzheng. Although she forged, I couldn't find the trick at all, but it was better than doing nothing. In addition, she would occasionally peek at Yunchen's training during the day, so overall she had made some progress. If you want to live happily in the outside world, you must have your own strength, especially since she is a girl. If you don't work hard, what you will become has been clearly portrayed in those pink apps. She had no doubt that in this feudal society, people eating people would be worse than ghosts eating people. Time passed by little, and more than 10 years passed in a blink of an eye. Yanzheng and Yuzai grew taller and taller, and even looked very similar. Although Yuzai was born later, she inherited the same appearance from her parents as her brother, but she was a little smaller in figure, and her cheeks looked softer and closer to women. Her long burgundy hair attracted so many eyes that she almost broke the threshold of the successor country. After Yanzheng inherited the family business, got married, and had children, his father, who had always been depressed, passed away at the age of 30. On this day, Yuko, who was learning the art of playing the zither with her teacher, was called away by Yunchen's subordinates. Yuko came to Yanzheng with a heavy heart. Yuko said lightly, "Is there something wrong?" "Brother." More than 10 years have made the relationship between the brother and sister fade a lot, just like the hierarchy that Yanzheng has deeply rooted in his mind. The general sent someone to deliver the betrothal gifts. Just the first sentence made Yuko's heart cold. She didn't even wait for Yanzheng to say the second sentence, and said lightly, "I know. If there is nothing else, I will go back first." After that, she turned around and left without waiting for Yanzheng to continue speaking. In fact, at the age of 18, Yuko is already considered an old leftover woman in this era, and countless men have been rejected by her. Until this time, the general's son proposed a marriage proposal. Even if she disagreed, it would be useless. Feudal society harms people. Yuko passed by the kitchen and took some food, returned to her residence, and began to pack her luggage, planning to sneak away tonight under the moonlight. She took out the samurai sword wrapped tightly in a cloth strip from the cabinet, which she had taken from home before. Then she packed several more clothes for traveling. After finishing the arrangement, Yuko suddenly noticed the flute in the corner of the room. It was given to her by Yanzheng when she was a child. Perhaps when she gave it to her brother, she thought of her sister, so she carved one for her as well. As Yunchen's psychology became more and more twisted, she threw it in the corner. After hesitating for a moment, Yuko wiped it clean and put it in her bag. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. The sky gradually darkened. Jiguo Yuko took her bag, put the samurai sword on her waist, and opened the door. Very good. The night watchman was not here. However, when she slipped to the back door, a figure stood quietly under the moon, leaning against the back door. "Hiss! Aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night?" Yuko took a breath, and before Yanzheng noticed, she tiptoed back in the dim moonlight and planned to turn back. "Yuko!" Yunchen's faint voice sounded. Yuko paused, knowing that she couldn't escape. She took a deep breath and walked out of the shadows. "You sent someone to monitor me? You don't think I don't know that you stole the real knife?" "Yuko!" She was careless. Yuko's eyes were slightly cold, and she held the hilt of the knife at her waist and said coldly, "Get out of the way, I won't let you guys manipulate me like Yunyi." Yanzheng hadn't heard Yunyi's name for more than 10 years, and his body froze for a moment. The scene of his self-esteem being ruthlessly shattered by his younger brother seemed to be just yesterday. He slowly drew out the long sword from his waist and said in a deep voice, "Then give it a try and see what you have learned secretly." Unlike Yanzheng, who was still playing with wooden swords as a child, Yanzheng at this time, after rigorous training and his extraordinary talent, has become a warrior who surpasses his father. Yuko took a deep breath, knowing that this battle was inevitable. She slowly drew out the long sword from her waist. Chapter 3. Yuko was defeated. She was not a genius like Yunyi who was born with transparent stripes, nor did she receive systematic training like Yanzheng. As a girl, she could not get her father's consent to let her wield a sword. She spent a lot of time on music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, leaving little free time for herself. As for the sword training, it was just a practice of crossing the river by feeling the stones. When the fake skills met the real thing, it was not surprising that they were quickly defeated. Yanzheng did not hurt her, but tied her up. She cursed, "Yanzheng! Remember this. You kid better not give me a chance to escape. Call me brother." Yanzheng just lightly corrected Yuko's address, without any intention of wavering. Yanzheng took her back to the room and asked someone to keep a close watch on her. Yuko still wanted to find a chance to escape, but the next day Yanzheng wore armor and brought a group of people to send her to the general's residence. Yuko was taken to a sedan chair. The sedan chairs in the Warring States period were similar to. Yuko was a little embarrassed to say it. She felt that it was something like a dog cage or a pig cage. The load was on top, and a small box-like block was hung below, and people sat in it. She didn't know why it was designed so weirdly, like carrying a pig cage. Are the dignitaries here a little sick in the brain? Yuko was very resistant, but was still escorted to the sedan chair by Yanzheng like a criminal. "Jigoku Yanzheng! You are selling your sister. I strongly condemn you from the commanding heights of humanitarianism." Yuko cursed loudly, but Yanzheng remained unmoved no matter how she babbled. On the one hand, he didn't understand the messy words Yuko cursed. On the other hand, for Yanzheng, it was a blessing for Yuko to marry the general's son, which I don't know how many people dared not even think about. He didn't feel guilty about selling his sister at all. Yuzai realized that she couldn't wake him up, so she simply leaned against the sedan chair and closed her eyes, waiting for an opportunity to escape. In ancient times, it was very inconvenient to travel, and walking in the mountains and forests in a day was even less than a few miles. As the sky gradually darkened, Yanzheng raised his hand to ask everyone to stop. "Let's camp here." "Yes." The subordinates took action one after another, and soon built a bonfire. Yanzheng came to the sedan chair with dry food. "Eat something." Yuzai took the dry food angrily, "Lemon essence. Remember this." Yanzheng felt that this sister was always weird, saying things he couldn't understand. He didn't mean to pay attention to Yuzai. Seeing that Yuzai didn't go on a hunger strike to make a name for herself, Yanzheng stopped thinking about it. The rope on Yuzai's hand was tied in a more flexible way, which did not affect eating. She looked at the dark clouds in the sky covering the moon, and prayed in her heart. "Boss, boss! It's night, come out and bask in the moonlight." It seemed that Yuko's prayer was answered. Suddenly, a figure passed through the forest and rushed towards one of his subordinates at a very fast speed, throwing him directly into the woods on the other side. "Ah!" The screams were accompanied by the sound of bones grinding and swallowing. It was not until then that Yanzheng suddenly reacted. Enemy attack! Everyone drew their long swords and was alert to the surroundings. Cold sweat broke out on Yuko's forehead. "You really came? This movement, it can't be a beast." He, a creepy laugh sounded from the darkness. Yanzheng picked up a torch with one hand and stretched it towards the source of the sound, and held the samurai sword with the other hand. However, just as he was on guard and ready to take action at any time, the firelight reflected. It was definitely not a posture that belonged to humans. "What is this thing?" Yunchen's eyes suddenly shrank. Although the battle between evil spirits and humans is the main theme of Demon Slayer, evil spirits are not common even at the beginning of the main story. At least the probability of getting into a car accident is lower than that of modern travel. So even Jiguo Yanzheng had never really encountered it, and only heard about it in some folk stories. He always thought it was all fake. Until now. The evil ghost with horns all over his body had a trace of bright red blood on the corner of his mouth. He was holding the arm of his subordinate in his hand, biting it in his mouth, as if he was leisurely eating chicken wings. A chill rose in everyone's heart, and some even had trembling legs. This is the fear of creatures engraved into their instincts. Yanzheng shouted, "Don't be scared by the other party. Playing tricks." After saying that, he drew out his long sword and took the initiative to attack. However, the evil ghost seemed to know that he had to pick the weak persimmon, and took the initiative to retreat and hide in the darkness. Then, a series of screams rang out, and Yanzheng waved the torch in a panic to try to see the other party's movements. The night was against humans are too limited, and the speed of the evil ghost is too fast. Yan Sheng could only hear the screams of his subordinates and the scene of broken limbs flying. Not an ordinary ghost. Yuzi was sweating coldly. While the evil ghost was not paying attention to her, she quickly picked up the samurai sword that fell beside her and cut the ropes that bound her hands and feet. On the other side, the team of dozens of people was left with only Yan Sheng struggling to support. This evil ghost was extraordinary in strength, and I'm afraid it had eaten a lot of people. But under Yan Sheng's superb swordsmanship, his arm was quickly cut off. However, before Yan Sheng could breathe a sigh of relief, the evil ghost's arm slowly healed. Yan Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he reacted very quickly to make up a knife, cutting off the evil ghost's head with one knife. Yan Sheng just breathed a sigh of relief, and a situation that he couldn't understand appeared in front of him. He saw that the evil ghost actually stretched out his hands to catch his head and put it back. Yan Sheng's breathing stagnated, and his pupils trembled violently. The evil ghost seemed to be very satisfied with his expression, and rushed towards Yan Sheng with a defiant smile. After breaking free from the restraints, Yuzi looked at the battle in the distance and was a little hesitant. She didn't know if she had changed the plot, but if Yan Sheng could die here, it might be a good thing for him, and for others. But... Tisk! Yuzi tisked unhappily and rushed up with a samurai sword. After all, he was her cheap brother, and she couldn't be so heartless. Moreover, in the current situation, if Yan Sheng died, she herself would probably not be able to escape. Wanting to compete with the evil ghost in speed in the dark is tantamount to seeking death. The moment Yan Sheng was stunned because the evil ghost was not dead after being beheaded, the evil ghost had already rushed to Yan Sheng, and saw that the claw-like nails were about to cut off Yan Sheng's body. Yuko stepped forward quickly, pierced the evil ghost's wrist with a knife, and nailed it to the tree, shouting, "It won't die even if it is beheaded. It must be fixed until the sun rises." Hearing Yuko's words, the evil ghost's ferocity was aroused a little, and the fingernails of the other hand extended like claws and swung at her. Yan Sheng also came back to his senses from Yuko's voice, and reacted very quickly to fix his other wrist with a knife. The two people and the ghost were deadlocked for a while. Yuko's arm was shaking constantly due to the fierce movement of the evil ghost. Her strength was too weak. The veins on the evil ghost's cheeks were exposed, and he grinned at the brother and sister, blood demon art. Almost at the same time, the evil ghost's body suddenly emitted a red light. Yan Sheng frowned slightly, and a bad premonition rose. Yuko's pupils shrank suddenly, quick. Bang! A huge impact threw the brother and sister out at the same time and knocked them under a tree. Yuzi quickly got up and bared her teeth. "Diguo, your armor is so hard. It hurt her back." Yanzheng groaned and ignored her. The weight of someone was completely on him. Chapter 4. What? You're all still alive? The evil ghost came slowly, not even a scratch. "I'll definitely become stronger if I eat you. Be careful not to break your teeth." Yuko spat out a mouthful of blood foam and clenched the samurai sword. Yan Sheng held back the blood foam coming out of his throat and tried to get up with the sword. The evil ghost licked his lips. "I've decided, I'm going to eat you from your legs, so that you can experience the fact that you are being eaten firsthand." Yuko felt a little disgusted and said with disdain, "Foot control? Are you a pervert?" Yuko tried hard to adjust her emotions and reduce the fear in her heart. She thought that as a time traveler, she would not be afraid of this creature that she had seen countless times in anime, but when the ugly humanoid posture really appeared in front of her, Yuko felt uncomfortable and scared from the bottom of her heart. The veins on the evil ghost's forehead burst. He didn't understand much, but he was angry. When the evil ghost attacked at an inhuman speed, Yuko had only one thought in her mind. Fuck. If she had known what she said, she would have changed her position in midair and let Iwakatsu take the lead. Suddenly, a breeze seemed to blow away the dark clouds and move a strand of Yuko's hair. Under the full moon, a red figure fell from the sky. Holding a blade, it shone brightly under the full moon, and the posture of a god broke into the eyes of the two. The head of the evil ghost had already flown away without wings, and the body that fell in front of the two was quickly dissolving. No one could see his movements clearly. After more than 10 years, Jiguo Yoichi appeared in front of the two again. Yuko let out a long breath and waved to him happily, "Yoichi, long time no see." Although they had not seen each other for 10 years, the three looked almost the same. Especially the twins Iwakatsu and Yoichi, except for the spots on their faces, it was impossible to tell them apart. Iwakatsu's face was more gentle and calm, just Yoichi's face. Uniki's face, with a bit of charm and gentleness, is Yuko's face. The three of them only have a more obvious difference in height. Yuko, who is only 1.7 meters tall, is nearly 20 centimeters shorter than her two brothers, and Iwakatsu is as tall as 1.9 meters. Even Yuko's height is quite tall in this era, not to mention the brothers Jikoku, who are little giants when standing in a crowd. Uniki smiled at her and came to half kneel in front of his brother Iwakatsu. "Sorry, brother, I'm late." Uniki felt sorry for not being able to save his brother's subordinates. Iwakatsu just leaned against the tree trunk and looked at his younger brother quietly. The jealous fire that he had almost forgotten in his heart rose again in his pupils. After many years, their gap has become even greater. When he was complacent about becoming a samurai, Uniki could easily cut off the head of the devil. Through Uniki, they learned that there are devils in this world. Both of them were injured to varying degrees. After bandaging them briefly, Yoichi took them to the residence of the Demon Slayer Corps for treatment. During the whole process, Iwakatsu seldom spoke, only Yuko communicated with Yoichi from time to time. Yuko sighed, "Compared with before, your communication skills have improved a lot." Yoichi smiled gently, "Yuko, you haven't changed, you are still as lively as before." Yuko patted his shoulder, "I'll take it as a compliment." Yoichi took the two to the Demon Slayer Corps for placement. The Demon Slayer Corps during this period was not as hidden as in later generations. Lying on the hospital bed, Yuko began to think wildly. If nothing unexpected happens, the plot should be closed. She didn't watch much Demon Slayer, just finished the first season, plus some more popular content she occasionally saw on the internet. In fact, her understanding of the overall plot of Demon Slayer was fragmentary and could not be pieced together. It was the kind of thing that if you join the Demon Slayer communication group, you will be questioned and kicked out within 3 or 5 sentences. But if nothing unexpected happens, Iwakatsu will join the Demon Slayer Corps and have no time to take care of family affairs, so she can also take the opportunity to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Then learn the sun and moon breathing method of the two elder brothers, and from then on reach the peak of life and become Musen's new father. I'm a little excited when I think about it. As for what will happen to the successor country without the head of the family, I can only say that I can't protect myself and have no time to take care of it. That family has not brought her much warmth since Akeno passed away and Yoriichi left. Sure enough, after his injury healed, Iwakatsu told Yoriichi about his idea of joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Taking this opportunity, Yuko raised her hand and seconded, "I also want to join the Demon Slayer Corps." Iwakatsu glanced at her lightly, staring at Yuko and making her a little fidgety. If Iwakatsu disagrees, then won't Yoriichi, his younger brother, have to listen to him? Fortunately, he finally took it back. He looked away and didn't say much. Yuko breathed a sigh of relief. Finally she didn't have to get married. Yunichi didn't know the family situation, he just regarded this as the support of his brother and sister. He became the recommender for the two to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Since then, Yuko's life after traveling through time and space for 16 years has finally got on the right track. It was also after joining the Demon Slayer Corps that Yan Sheng learned from others how powerful his younger brother was. Before Yunichi's arrival, the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps were completely holding the Sun Wheel Sword, relying solely on their own sword skills to fight evil spirits, and the death rate was frighteningly high. After Yunichi's arrival, he not only created the starting breathing method, sun breathing. Because others could not control it, he also taught everyone to create a breathing method suitable for them based on this, namely, the 5 major breathing methods of rock, thunder, wind, water, and fire. The efficiency of killing demons was enhanced, and the death rate of the Demon Slayer Corps was greatly reduced. It can be said that Yunichi's arrival pointed the way for the future of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yunichi never hesitated to teach the breathing method. As the elder brother and sister, the two of them received his personal guidance. The two stood in an open space holding samurai swords for practice, with their eyes closed. Hiss! There was an orange breath coming out of the corners of Yunshen's mouth. Suddenly, his indifferent expression stiffened instantly, his lungs were burning unbearably, and he coughed continuously. He couldn't use the sun breathing. On the other side, Yuko endured the burning sensation in her lungs and forced the sun breathing. Just when Yunichi saw the condition of her lungs and was about to interrupt her, Yuko suddenly opened her eyes. I learned it. Yansheng, who had just exploded with a sense of loss, felt like he was falling into an ice cave. He quickly turned his head to look. I saw blood flowing out of Yuko's mouth and nose. Seeing the two brothers looking at her, Yuko winked at them playfully, and was about to show them sun breathing, one form, round dance, and then Yuko's eyes went black, mistakenly thinking that she had succeeded by holding on to the burning sensation. Physically, her eyes went black. After a while, after the rescue, Yuko sighed, I thought I learned it. Iwakatsu. Yuichiro always kept a calm smile, it's okay, the most important thing is to find the breathing method that suits you best. Sun breathing is not necessarily stronger than other breathing methods. Yuko smiled on the surface, but secretly complained in her heart. You are kidding. She has read the plot, Tanjiro almost killed the lower string with the god of fire Kagura. The time to learn the breathing method passed day by day. Iwakatsu did not have the talent to use sun breathing, but he was not lacking in talent. Relying on sun breathing, he quickly created his own breathing method, which was also called the starting breathing method by later generations, moon breathing. Brother, can you teach me? Yuko forced a smile, her voice sweet, and asked him for advice. Yunshen's mouth curled slightly, why is it right to call me that now? Yuko's head was full of black lines, and her sweet voice instantly bounced back, if you don't want to teach me, forget it. She will create the breath of the stars herself. Since Yansheng created the breath of the moon, not only did she joke about creating the breath of the stars, but even the onlookers in the Demon Slayer Corps shouted. Yuko, when will you create the breath of the stars? Yuko always replied like this. Today. However, her understanding of the breathing method was not enough, and she had exhausted her brain just by following and learning, let alone creating one herself. Otherwise, she would not have come to Yansheng to learn the breath of the moon. Chapter 5. Perhaps it was because he saw the hope of catching up with Yunyi, or perhaps it was because of Yuko's brave swing of the sword in the forest, that Yunshen's attitude towards this sister became much better. Yansheng tilted his head, I didn't say I wouldn't teach you, did I? Yuko was delighted, I knew you were reliable, brother. Hehe. After sun breathing, Yuko followed Yanzheng to practice moon breathing. Moon breathing was born out of sun breathing and is a derivative of sun breathing, but it is more powerful than the 5 major breathing methods and is called the starting breathing together with sun breathing. Even though many people think that moon breathing is not worthy of this title. Although moon breathing is not as difficult to practice as sun breathing, it also excludes ordinary people. Fortunately, Yuko is not among them. Through the personal teaching of the founder of moon breathing, Yuko made rapid progress and soon mastered moon breathing. But watching Yuko finish a set of moon breathing sword form, Iwakatsu shook his head and said, "You are not suitable for moon breathing." Hey! Yuko slowed down her breathing rhythm and put away her samurai sword without refuting Iwakatsu's words. She knew her own situation best, and she was indeed not suitable for moon breathing. It's not that she can't use it, but in terms of the upper limit, she will definitely not be able to reach the pinnacle like Iwakatsu. Just like using water breathing, Tanjiro's talent is not as good as Tomiokajiu. The best is what suits you. Compared to fighting the moon breathing, it may be more promising to toss your star breathing. I have nothing to teach you. Yuko was full of black lines. Star breathing? She hasn't even created a folder yet. Brother, Yuko. At this time, Yunyi came to the two of them with 2 sun blades wrapped in white cloth. Your Nichiren swords are ready. Compared to the later generations, where one needs to complete the breathing method and pass the trial to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Before Yoriichi's arrival, the Demon Slayer Corps of this era used pure swordsmanship to chop off demons' heads with the Nichiren sword. The casualty rate was very heavy. Therefore, the Demon Slayer Corps was always short of manpower. Although it is much better now, it is still short of manpower in general. As long as you learn the breathing method, you can go on the field to kill demons. There is no rule in the later generations that elites need to be selected through trials. Is it finally ready? Iwakatsu couldn't wait to pick up his own Nichiren sword. He pulled out the blade, and the sword body turned visibly light purple. Yoriichi praised, "What a special color, there is no Nichiren sword of this color in the Demon Slayer Corps." Yuko also picked up her own Nichiren sword with curiosity. She didn't have too many requirements for the style of the Nichiren sword. The hilt, handle and even scabbard were very simple. Clang! The Nichiren sword was unsheathed, and Yuko waited expectantly for the sword to change color. The sound of the sword being drawn attracted the attention of the two brothers. A touch of pure white slowly climbed to the tip of the sword. That was the color of snow. There seemed to be light snowflakes floating in Uniki's eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, praising, "What a beautiful color, just like white snow." Indeed. Iwakatsu, the sour-minded person, also rarely agreed. This purity of white Nichiren sword has never been. Uniki paused, tilted his head and looked at Yuko with a little doubt. I saw Yuko holding the sword horizontally, holding his right wrist with his left hand, and shouting, "Bankai! White cloud punishment!" Iwakatsu, Uniki! Swish! A gust of wind blew by. Yuko coughed dryly and smiled awkwardly, "Just kidding." The moment she saw the color of the sun blade, Yuko understood. So that's it. Yoriichi's sun blade is black, and hers is white, completely opposite colors, no wonder she doesn't have the talent to use the sun breathing. After being controlled by Yuko's inexplicable action for 2 seconds, Yoriichi came back to his senses and said, "I think the pure white blade should be more suitable for water breathing or wind breathing." Yuko nodded slightly, she thought so too. The founder of the breathing method is Yoriichi himself, so it's okay to ask him for guidance on the 5 major breathing methods, but Yoriichi often has missions outside and can't teach her all the time. Yuko had to visit the contemporary pillars. After the gifted Iwakatsu created the moon breathing, he quickly became the pillar of the team and quickly became the second strongest person in the Demon Slayer Corps after Yoriichi. Only Yuko is still looking for a breathing method that suits her. Sun breathing is the culmination of all techniques, but unfortunately Yuko cannot use it. It is possible to force the breathing method, but her body will not be able to bear it first. Although moon breathing can be used, its adaptability is still a little poor. After becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yuko inevitably received missions to go out. Fortunately, at this time, most demons were not as powerful as in later generations, and the 12 demon moons had not yet been established. As long as she didn't run into a scumbag boss, Yuko still had the ability to protect herself. In her spare time, she visited the swordsmen who used the 5 major breathing methods of water, fire, thunder, wind, and rock in the Demon Slayer Corps. The order was based on her preference. Originally, the breathing of fire should have been ranked 3rd. As the breathing method with the special effects closest to the breathing of the sun, Yuko preferred this one compared to other breathing methods. But judging from the color of her blade, she might be more suitable for the breathing of water, so she postponed the learning of the breathing of fire. Among them, because of the characteristics of the breathing of rock, the weapons used by the users are mostly some two-handed heavy weapons. Yuko could not use it and only learned the breathing method, and had only a little understanding of the sword type. Unexpectedly, Yuko showed great talent in learning the 5 major breathing methods. This was the first time she thought that she was not excluded by the brothers. Yuko Tsugakushi. A natural genius. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the sword forms of each breathing method had not been perfected. Compared with the sword forms of the later generations, which often came out with the 9-form and 10-form sword forms, the sword forms of the 5 major breathing methods nowadays only have a few moves. Yuko's adaptability to the 5 major breathing methods is good, but if you have to rank them, the water breathing and wind breathing are better. Yuko also focused on practicing these 2 breathing methods. It took 2 years to master the 5 major breathing methods. This year, Yuko was 20 years old and the brothers Tsugakushi were 21 years old. Yunyi and Iwakatsu have already secured the title of the 2 strongest people in the Demon Slayer Corps and often go out on missions. After deeply analyzing the principles of breathing methods, Yuko began to try to integrate water and wind breathing to create her own breathing method. On this day, Yuko was adjusting her breathing in the corridor. A clear female voice suddenly sounded, "Yuko. There are evil spirits in the mountains to the west. Please go and fight them as soon as possible." Yuko looked up. The crow hovering in the sky was called Suzuka, which was assigned by Yuko after she became a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. After receiving the mission notice, Yuko put away her Nichiren sword, packed up her things and set off. Chapter 6. It was winter, and snow was falling heavily. Everywhere was covered in silver, and the mountains were all covered in a layer of silver. "Hey!" Yuzai came to the town at the foot of the mountain, and a faint white breath came out of her mouth. "It's really cold, this weather." The lungs felt frozen. Fortunately, the right breathing method can alleviate the discomfort caused by the severe winter. The cold air has an impact on the breathing method, but as long as the right breathing method is adopted, the discomfort caused by the cold can be avoided to the greatest extent. The information Yuzai received was that there was a man-eating monster in the back mountain of the town, and it would come to the town every night to kidnap women and children. Several people have disappeared so far. Yuzai looked around, and the information seemed to be true. The sun had not yet set, and the streets were empty and no people could be seen. Every household closed the doors and windows. Yuzai walked out of the street and came to the foot of the mountain. There was a residential house at the foot of the mountain. There were piles of firewood around the house, which should be the home of a woodcutter. In front of the house, a thinly dressed man was sharpening a knife. The man's body was shaking constantly as he sharpened the knife, as if he was afraid of something. Yuzai walked up and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Ah!" The man trembled all over, yelling and waving the hatchet like crazy and turned around. Then, he was stunned. Yuzai held the blade with one hand, preventing it from moving forward, and looked at the stunned man and asked softly, "Excuse me, do you know where I can hide in this mountain?" The evil ghost did not choose to kill them directly but chose to kidnap them, which means that he has his own nest in the mountain. The man was still stupidly stunned. Yuzai had to reorganize his words. I heard that there was an evil ghost here, so I came here for this. The man's dull expression was slightly moved, and the muscles on his face could no longer be maintained, and tears could not stop overflowing. All the strength in his body seemed to be gone, the hatchet fell, the man supported himself on the ground with his hands, and tears dripped down his face. Zhaizi! Zhaizi! The sobbing voice with a crying tone gradually sounded. Yuzai stood there without saying a word, just waiting quietly. She could feel the abomination of the ghost just by looking at it on the computer screen. Not to mention being there in person, Yuzai, who had killed more than 10 evil ghosts in the past 2 years, had already seen the tragedy of the world. Sad? Of course it was sad, no one would not feel pity and sympathy when encountering such a thing. But after experiencing so much, they could not do anything else except killing the evil ghosts. The man cried for a while, then slowly calmed down, and said in a choked voice, "The temple. There is a temple in the mountains, and the evil ghost is there." Yuzai frowned. "Have you been there?" The man's eyes were filled with despair. "Yesterday, the town organized people to go into the mountains. Everyone died, only he saw that something was wrong and ran away." "I know, please wait for one night with peace of mind, that thing is not something you can handle." After getting accurate information, Yuzai did not stay for long and turned away. "Wait." She had just walked out for 2 steps when the man suddenly called her. Yuzai tilted her head slightly. The man propped himself up. "The temple is deep in the mountains, and it is easy to get lost if you have not been there before. I can take you there." Yuzai looked at the sky, and the sun would not set for about an hour. "That's troublesome." The man asked nervously, "Can you really kill that evil ghost?" Yuko smiled faintly and patted the sun blade on her waist. "This is not for display." The man's eyes burst with hope. "Please follow me." He took Yuko into the mountains without saying a word. The wind and snow blew in the forest, and it was white at a glance. The man was right. It's really easy to get lost if you haven't been here before. After walking for more than half an hour in the wind and snow, a temple hidden in the deep mountains and old forests appeared in front of Yuko behind a tall forest. The roof of the temple was covered with a thick layer of snow, and the dilapidated temple that had been in disrepair for a long time had a bit of ancient charm. Yuko didn't have an excellent sense of smell like Tanjiro, but just standing at the door of the temple, a strong smell of blood hit her face. The man seemed to be unaware and pointed inside, saying, "This is it. Yesterday, everyone was." He paused, looking at the broken limbs in the yard and unable to speak. "Ugh." Yuzai looked at the temple expressionlessly and said lightly, "Go down the mountain before the sun sets." The man was stunned for a moment, and even the discomfort in his heart dissipated a lot. "Then you..." Yuzai interrupted him, "If I haven't gone down the mountain by tomorrow morning, I will be dead. Wait patiently, don't be yourself if you are looking for death, someone else will take care of it." "I know." The man nodded woodenly, looked deeply at the bodies of Yuko and the villagers, and then turned to go down the mountain. Early after becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yuko had already put life and death aside. She is not as strong as her 2 brothers, so it is not surprising that she will be eaten by evil spirits at any time. Carrying the last bit of afterglow of the setting sun, Yuko walked into the temple. The broken limbs and arms in the courtyard can vaguely piece together the appearance of 5 or 6 people, all of whom are men, and there are no obvious signs of gnawing. Plus the information obtained before. A ghost that only eats women and children. Yuzai followed the source of the bloodstains to the main hall, where several Buddha statues that she could not recognize were enshrined on the main seat, which gave her a sense of disharmony. Logically speaking, in such a shabby temple, no one should clean the Buddha statues, but the Buddha statues in front of her were so clean that it seemed as if someone cleaned them every day. Most importantly, there was a strong smell of blood. It was sudden, without any warning. The Buddha statue with several arms in the middle suddenly turned its eyes and looked down at Yuzai, as if sizing her up. What? The Demon Slayer core. The Buddha statue spoke. But it's actually a woman who knows swordsmanship. Can she hold a sword? I haven't eaten a female demon hunter yet, I wonder what it tastes like. The meat of those men is too tough, and it's not tasty, women and children are still fresh and tender. He he he. A harsh laugh sounded in Yuzai's ears, and she said lightly, where is the person you kidnapped? The Buddha's eyes turned, guess. Clang. With a sound, the blade of the sun wheel sword was gently opened, and a golden breath overflowed from the corner of Yuzai's mouth, turning into a golden electric light and heading straight for the Buddha. The Buddha's eyes shrank suddenly, as if it had never expected Yuzai's action to be so fast. Guess your Malaysian currency. An unclear Chinese sentence resounded in the Buddha's ears, followed by a low voice. Thunder breathing one form thunderbolt flash. The golden lightning slashed directly cut off the Buddha's head in mid-air. Chapter 7. At the moment when Yuzai cut off the head of the Buddha statue, a strange figure suddenly emerged from the Buddha statue and climbed on the ceiling. Yuzai floated down to the ground lightly and looked up. This was an evil ghost with several arms, and its ferocious eyebrows and eyes made people look physically unwell. So that's it, is the body hidden in the Buddha statue? Yuzai glanced at the broken Buddha statue next to him. The evil ghost did not attack Yuzai immediately, but climbed along the ceiling to the wall on the other side. Don't you worry about the lives of those people at all. Yuzai looked at the evil ghost expressionlessly, and the sun wheel sword in his hand slashed across another Buddha statue next to him. The Buddha statue cracked with a sound, and the people bound inside rolled out. Yuzai glanced and counted them roughly. 3 women and a child of 4 or 5 years old, all covered in blood. At this time, they all looked at them in fear, but they were still awake. There was no big problem with their breath, but they looked a little weak because they had not eaten for a long time. When the evil ghost saw that Yuzai had found the food he hid so easily, veins appeared on his forehead and anger rose on his face. The evil ghost's muscles were tense, and he was about to attack. Stay where you are. Yuzai only had time to tell him, and then waved the sun wheel sword to force the evil ghost away from the main hall. At this time, the sky had darkened, and the wind and snow still did not stop blowing. At this time, several weak women with children could not go down the mountain. The evil ghost was forced all the way outside the hall, and the evil ghost spit out green mucus at Yuzai's mouth. Water breathing 3 forms flowing dance. The body movement that flows like water avoided the green mucus balls that were like sharp arrows, and rushed towards the evil ghost. When the evil ghost dodged her attack, Yuzai knew it. The evil ghost in front of him was no ordinary person. His strength was probably at the level of the 12 demon moons in the future. This level of evil ghost should be extremely rare in this era. Should we say that she is lucky or unlucky? The evil ghost jumped onto the wall with a flip, avoiding Yuzai's advance, and sneered, "Is this weather uncomfortable for you?" The wind and snow at night increased a bit, and even the breathing method could not completely avoid the impact of the cold. It's so strange, it's so difficult to breathe in the lungs. Is the impact of the blizzard so great? Yuzai's breathing became heavier, and the biting cold wind stimulated her lungs like a needle. Thunder breathing 1 type thunderbolt flash. She did not answer the evil ghost's meaning. The golden lightning flashed, and Yuzai's figure rushed straight towards the evil ghost. In this kind of weather, the longer it drags on, the worse it will be for you. However, the evil ghost did not use many of his methods, but his speed was unusually fast, and it was not slower than Yuzai who used thunder breathing. After Yuzai used the thunder breathing to charge forward, he slipped away like a puff of smoke. Looking at the evil ghost that had already disappeared into the snow-white forest, Yuzai clearly felt that her body was trembling slightly. No, it was not that the ghost was too fast, but that she was too slow. In such bad weather, her body perception was slowly disappearing. The figure of the evil ghost was looming in the snow-white forest, which meant that it had not gone far, but was deliberately using such bad weather to hang herself. This was a ghost with both strength and brains. Yuzai gritted her teeth. Do you want to go back? At least you still have the ability to fight the evil ghost in the temple, but if the other party escapes, it will be difficult to find it in the future. Just as she was hesitant, a sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded in the cold wind. Several green mucus broke through the wind and snow and shot towards her. Breathing of the moon lost form change I lone moon Mujian. The lavender slash mixed with countless tiny golden crescents burst out with the dance of Yuko's sun wheel sword, stopping the blizzard abruptly. As the blizzard was blown away by the sword energy, the figure of the evil ghost appeared clearly in Yuko's eyes. Can't delay any longer, although it is risky, but... Hiss, a strange breathing sound sounded. Breathing of the sun, one form round dance. It's not that you can't learn the breathing of the sun, but it's difficult to use. The breathing method that suits you is to effectively breathe through the lungs to control blood flow and improve your physical fitness. Ordinary breathing methods, even if they are not suitable, will at most perform abnormally. The breathing of the sun is different. People who are not suitable will cause damage to their lungs. The move of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 1,000 of yourself is not suitable for humans. But at this time, the breathing of the sun is still the most powerful breathing method and sword type that Yuko has mastered. There. Orange flames rose from the darkness, and an orange arc slash quickly magnified in the eyes of the evil ghost, followed by the sword cut off half of its body. Did it go astray? Yuko was slightly stunned. The evil ghost did not react. With her sword skills, it was impossible to miss. Although the control of the sun breathing was not very good, Yuko was confident that the sword shape would not be a problem. Was it because the wind and snow were too strong and froze her hands? The fingers were almost unable to feel. The evil ghost reacted belatedly, and her pupils trembled violently as she retreated, looking at the wound in horror. Why? The regeneration speed was slowed down. What kind of strange move is this? The burning sensation brought by the sun breathing gradually warmed her lungs, and Yuko, who was bleeding from the corners of her mouth, gradually became aware of the existence of her fingers. She did not have the talent to use the sun breathing, and her physique was not suitable. It was only because of the cold weather that she barely neutralized the stimulation of the sun breathing on her lungs. If she forced it to use it again, her body would be the first to collapse. At most, it was enough for her to swing a knife. If the outcome is decided by one move. Sun breathing 11th form Sun Halo. Just as Yuko tightly grasped the sun blade and prepared to decide the outcome with one move, she suddenly felt an unbearable pain in her lungs. Her forward movement stagnated, and she half knelt down, holding her chest. Bean-sized beads of sweat slid down Yuko's forehead. Was the sun breathing overloaded? He as she thought about this, the evil ghost's piercing laughter came from the front. Haven't you noticed it yet? The poison in the air. Yuko's eyes shrank slightly when she heard it, and she looked to her side. The green mucus that she avoided was slowly emitting light green mist. Wasn't it completely blown away by the blizzard? No. If it weren't for the dilution of the blizzard, I'm afraid she would have been lying down by now. In such a harsh environment, she didn't even notice it at all. This is a cold poison that can freeze your lungs. The evil ghost slowly explained and walked towards Yuko. No wonder, she thought it was the problem of the wind and snow. The world in Yuko's eyes gradually became dim, and the coldness brought by her body inside and outside almost made her unable to feel her body. She was going to be eaten. She didn't feel any fear of death in her heart, which was probably the biggest improvement in the past 2 years. The figure of the evil ghost appeared in the blizzard, and Yuko finally couldn't control her cold body and fell in the snow. As the scene in her eyes became more and more blurred, Yuko inexplicably felt that her body began to heat up. There was a faint light in the darkness, which made her eyelids tremble slightly and she opened them unconsciously. What she saw was two familiar figures, one red and one purple, with a faint white light all over their bodies. Yunyi looked at her with a gentle face, and a faint smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Yuko, haven't you noticed it yet? The breathing method that suits you best. What the hell? Yuko tried her best to look at Yunyi. A revolving lantern? Was she hallucinating? Yan Sheng, who was standing beside her, said indifferently, "You don't use the breath of the moon like this. Damn you, you bastard!" It was obviously her revolving lantern. Why did she say such annoying words? White snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky, like small points of light, adding a bit of beauty to this dark world. Yunyi's voice sounded just right. That's the same beautiful color as white snow. A snowflake hit Yuko's face coldly. The evil ghost had no idea that the woman lying on the ground had already finished cheating on the edge of hell. Just when he wanted to cut off Yuko's hands and feet first, and then take her back to slowly appreciate the miserable expression of this female swordsman. Hiss! Yuko, who was lying in the snow, ignored the biting cold wind and breathed heavily. Crazy? The evil ghost was stunned, but he reacted quickly. His hands turned into hand knives and chopped at Yuko's arm. White breath slowly flowed out of Yuko's mouth, and her wrist holding the sun blade shook. Snow-breathing one-type tornado. Chapter 8. Creating the breath of stars may be just a joke, but after learning the 5 major breathing methods, Yuko has been looking for the breathing method that suits her best. The creators of the 5 major breathing methods all created their own breathing methods based on their own sword skills under the guidance of Yoriichi. In other words, it is not to create a sword type that matches the breathing method, but to create one's own breathing method that matches the sword type. This is different from the swordsmen who developed new sword types based on the breathing method in later generations. The first generation was completely opposite. Therefore, Yuko had already started to think about the design of the sword type. The inspiration for the breathing method came from her best water breathing and wind breathing. The sword type created based on the water and wind breathing methods is almost perfectly adapted to the snow breathing that inherits the advantages of the 2 breathing methods. Snow breathing one-type tornado. As Yuko's cold voice sounded, the surrounding blizzard roared a little more fiercely. A white dragon composed of wind and snow swept up and threw the evil ghost high up. The biting cold wind slid across the evil ghost like a blade. In just a blink of an eye, countless tiny wounds were torn open on the evil ghost. Without giving him time to react, the deadly cold voice sounded again. Snow-breathing type 2 snow flying catkins all over the sky. A snowflake blocked his vision. A swordsman holding a snow-white blade and a strange pattern on his cheek suddenly attacked from the snowflakes, which kept magnifying in the eyes of the evil ghost. Marks? What is this? Without giving him a chance to think, the world spun around. When his vision returned to normal, Uzi touched the ground with his toes, and his light figure hung upside down in his eyes. The pupils of the evil ghost trembled violently. Was it beheaded? Squeak! Uzi never showed mercy to such evil ghosts. He pierced the evil ghost's head with a sword, and the opponent quickly began to dissolve with his head and body. The weather, which originally affected her breathing, eventually became her help. The cold air flowed through her lungs, and her brain seemed to become transparent, clearer than ever before. Hey! Yuko kept panting, and the heaviness of her body kept wearing away her will. If it weren't for the cold air blowing through her lungs, she would have fainted. With the last bit of willpower, Yuko dragged her seriously injured body back to the temple and pushed open the broken door of the main hall. The blizzard rushed in, and the girls who were abducted by the evil spirits huddled in the corner of the main hall and looked at the door in panic. Yuko breathed a sigh of relief, and her eyes began to blacken, and she fell to the ground. The girls saw who was coming and hurriedly came up. Just a slight touch, it's so hot. Her body is so hot. A girl who was about 14 or 15 years old and had a strong opinion hurriedly helped Yuko up. Quick, close the door and help her to the corner. Everyone hurriedly helped Yuko to the corner of the wall. She seems to have killed that monster. What should we do? We can't go down the mountain in this weather. She has a high fever. She will die if she continues like this. A girl sat down against the wall, hugged Yuzi in her arms, and shouted to everyone. Come over here. Everyone immediately understood what she meant, and they all came over and surrounded Yuzi. Xiaoqi, come over too. The girl called Xiaoqi and Yuzi were surrounded by everyone. So warm. Yuzi, who was sleeping soundly, felt as if her body was in a warm and soft bed, just as warm as lying in the quilt in the early morning of winter. After an unknown period of time, Yuzi's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she opened her eyes in a daze. What she saw was the young child in her arms. The mottled bloodstains on her clothes had solidified, and she was sleeping soundly at this time. Are you awake? A gentle voice came from behind, and Yuzi turned back subconsciously, and then she noticed that she was surrounded by everyone. They were using their bodies to keep themselves warm. Protected by a group of people, Yuko felt a little touched and a little uncomfortable. She moved slightly and her body sent a signal of pain. Is it a sequelae of the sun breathing? Yuko's adaptation to other breathing methods is quite good. Even if she forcibly changes her breathing method during the sword form, there will be no problem. Yuko's action woke up the other girls. Are you okay? Thank you for saving us. Everyone praised Yuko. The woman who was sitting behind Yuko and hugging her reached out and gently stroked her forehead. You had a high fever before, but fortunately it's gone now. Fever? She did feel her body was burning hot before. It was probably because the brain generated wrong signals in an extremely low temperature environment, and all the blood supply and heat were sent to the brain. This is why people take off their clothes when they are freezing to death. Ahem, Yuzi couldn't help coughing twice. She was still feeling slightly uncomfortable. Yuzi handed the girl in her arms to them and looked at the weather outside the window. The night had passed and the sky had cleared up. Let's go, I'll take you home. Yuzi supported herself and got up. Although her body was still a little inconvenient, she was still able to move. Hearing the word home, the girls finally felt relieved and cried with their faces covered. It is natural for ordinary people to be afraid when they encounter such an ugly monster. Yuzi introduced herself to everyone, calmed everyone's emotions, and took them down the mountain. When they arrived at the house at the foot of the mountain, the woodcutter was sitting at the door with a hatchet in his hand, as if he had been sitting there all night. Seeing the figure coming down the mountain from a distance, the woodcutter trembled, his face showed unstoppable joy, and he hurried to meet him. He walked faster and faster, and slower and slower. The joy on his face turned into confusion at this moment. The man rushed forward and grabbed a girl's shoulders, with an almost pleading expression on his face. Where is Tsujiko? Where is Tsujiko? Yuzi was stunned for a moment, and her eyelids drooped slightly. The girl whose shoulders were grabbed by the man moved her mouth slightly. Tsujiko. Tsujiko, she was eaten by a demon. The man seemed to have been drained of all his strength and collapsed to the ground, with a numb expression on his face, as if he had lost his soul. Yuzi closed her eyes and turned away. Even if the virus is eliminated, the pain will not disappear. The Demon Slayer core can eliminate evil demons, but it cannot soothe pain. The girl holding the girl told Yuzi her name in the previous communication, Namiko. Noticing Yuzi's departure, Namiko chased after her. That. Yuzi paused slightly. Ms. Yuko, thank you for saving us. Yuko waved without looking back and disappeared in the town. It was also when she was drinking by the stream that Yuko saw her current appearance clearly from the stream. A strange red pattern extended from her cheek to her neck, and the crooked shape added a bit of charm to her already good looks. She might have been very popular in her previous life, but from the perspective of this era, she was just a disfigured person. If she had awakened the pattern earlier, there would probably be fewer people seeking marriage. The pattern. Yuko murmured, gently stroking her cheek. That was something she learned from the Demon Slayer short video, called one of the three-piece set. Only by mastering the three-piece set can one be qualified to fight against the upper strings and musen. They are the pattern, the transparent world, and the red sword. Yunyi has the natural pattern and the transparent world, and the red sword is currently only available to Yunyi. Although he explained the technique of the red blade to everyone, no one in the Demon Slayer Corps could do it except him. The principle of the red blade is to stimulate the energy of the sun in the sun blade through a strong grip to achieve the technique of turning the blade red. It can effectively inhibit the regeneration of demons and increase the killing power against demons. Currently, only Yoriichi has that strong grip. Except for Yoriichi, no one in the Demon Slayer Corps has mastered any of the three pieces. So now she can be said to be the second person to master the stripes after Yoriichi in theory. She is even ahead of Iwakatsu. Carefully recalling the memories after the revolving lantern, Yuko did feel the improvement of her physical fitness. After all, the breath of snow cannot make her recover immediately. So, after awakening the stripes, can she also master the red blade? Chapter 9. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters, Infirmary. You mean the markings? Tsugakushi Iwakatsu looked at his sister in surprise. To be precise, it was the red markings on his sister's cheeks. It was actually somewhat similar to Yoriichi's. Yuko nodded slightly. I almost died at the hands of the evil spirits at that time, and it was the suddenly awakened markings that saved my life. From my understanding, it should be an ability that can only be mastered after the body breaks through the limit. Tsugakushi Iwakatsu looked at Yuko in shock, completely confused by what she said. Before Yuko, whether it was the Demon Slayer Corps or Iwakatsu, they only regarded the markings on Yoriichi's forehead as a natural birthmark. Until now, Yuko also awakened the markings. After a moment of silence, Yan Sheng clenched his fist. You said that the body has become stronger. Well, although I don't know the principle, I can still clearly feel the improvement in strength. After a few days of recuperation, Yuzi has recovered from her weakness, and she can clearly feel the changes in her body. Yan Sheng stood up suddenly and tightened the handle of the knife at her waist. Come with me to the training ground. He wanted to verify this conjecture in person. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? The doctor beside him hurriedly said, how can this be possible? Miss Yuzi's body has not fully recovered. I think it's better, cough cough. Yuzi said with a smile. Her peaceful expression changed slightly, and she couldn't stop coughing twice. The doctor sighed, your lungs have been severely frostbitten. It cannot be completely eradicated with the current medical level. I believe the use of breathing methods will also be affected. Yan Sheng frowned slightly. What's the matter? Yuzi shook her head. It was just a trick played by the evil ghost. Awakening the markings will not live beyond the age of 25. Knowing this fact, Yuko didn't seem to care about her lung disease. Moreover, she was much better than those swordsmen who died tragically at the hands of evil spirits just after learning the breathing method. At least, she was still alive. She was lucky enough to survive on the battlefield. Seeing this, Yan Sheng couldn't force her anymore. Then you should rest well. After saying that, he turned and left. Wait. Yuko got up from the bed. The doctor hurriedly wanted to help her. Yuko rejected her kindness and said, Miss Doctor, you should know my situation. The doctor paused and sighed, I will find a way to solve the problem with my lungs. Please try not to do strenuous exercise. Thank you. Yuko smiled slightly, turned to Yan Sheng and said, Brother, let's go to the training ground. Yan Sheng frowned and looked at her, standing there without moving. Yuko tilted her head, what's wrong? After a long silence, Yan Heng said coldly, when did you become so gentle? For some reason, he felt that a dying man would speak kindly. The veins on Yuko's forehead emerged little by little, and a death smile squeezed out of the corner of his mouth. Really? So brother is the type who will feel uncomfortable if he is not scolded. If you had said it earlier, Yuko could have said dirty words to you all day long. She herself got goosebumps when she said it, but as long as she could disgust Yanzheng, it would be a victory. Yanzheng ignored her this time and turned to leave the ward. Jiguo Yuko took a deep breath. Calm down. This damn sour girl, she will use a set to bully the big today. The training ground Yanzheng mentioned is not the training ground of the Demon Slayer Corps. There are often people using that place, and Yanzheng doesn't like being watched by people. The training ground he mentioned refers to the back mountain of the Demon Slayer Corps. The three siblings often practiced sword skills there. Arriving at the training ground, Yuko put away the Nichiren sword and wanted to pick up the wooden sword on the side. Just use the real sword. Iwakatsu's voice interrupted her movements. Yuko paused for a moment, slowly drew out the Nichiren sword, and stood opposite her brother. Yuko raised her eyes slightly and looked at Iwakatsu, who also drew out the Nichiren sword. Come on! As soon as the voice fell, two voices sounded at the same time. Moon breathing one form dark moon yao no gong. The speed of the Iai slash, which was so fast that ordinary people could not see it clearly, collided at this moment, and the sword body made a crisp and sad sound. Iwakatsu's pupils shrank slightly, and the arm holding Yuko's Nichiren sword trembled slightly. He was actually in terms of strength. Men's bodies are naturally stronger than women's. This is an indisputable fact. This is also the reason why Yuko became a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and Iwakatsu still did not think highly of her. It's not like he had never fought with Uzi before, and he usually defeated her easily, but he had never felt such great pressure as today. Ming Ming still using the breathing method that he was not good at. As if, reborn. Moon breathing type 2 Zuhuanong Yu. Water breathing type 4 Strike Tide. Back and forth, Iwakatsu's attacks were all blocked by Yuko. Not only Yunyi, but even Yuko was going to leave him behind? Iwakatsu was getting more and more unwilling, and the Nichiren sword he wielded became more and more disorderly. Yuko, whose physical fitness had greatly improved, calmly resisted the fierce attacks from her brother. She was not stupid, although she had not read the comics and did not know the details of Jiguo Iwakatsu. But after 20 years of getting along, she had already seen through Iwakatsu's jealous nature. He was jealous of Yunyi's talent all the time, or in other words, he could accept the fact that he was not as good as others, but the only thing he could not accept was that the people who surpassed him were his own brothers and sisters. Especially his twin brothers. He was jealous of the talent that belonged to his relatives. Cough. The moment when Yuko's breath was disordered due to lung disease, Yanzheng seized a chance. Breath of the Moon lost form Tomo Yalon Moon Mujian. Several fast crescent-shaped slashes shot towards Yuko. The strongest point of Breath of the Moon is that the slash is accompanied by a more delicate crescent-shaped slash. It can easily cover a large area. Hiss. Yuko adjusted her breathing calmly, and a faint white breath came out. Breath of Snow one form tornado. The white tornado mixed with a little cold air swept away all the crescent-shaped slashes that came. At the same time, Yanzheng, who had never seen Breath of Snow, was also hastily swept into the air by Yuko's sword shape. Breath of Snow. Yanzheng, who lost his balance in mid-air, was shocked. Not only strength, but also the breathing method he created. Doesn't this mean that Yuko is just as talented as him? If he can't even surpass his own sister, how can he surpass that person? The manic tornado kept hitting Yunshen's body. After all, this was not a fight to the death. Yuko was using the back of the knife. The anxiety of defeat and the jealousy that was about to burst out made Yunshen's body temperature continue to rise, and the frequency of his pulse also soared rapidly. Moon breathing form 5 Moon Soul Disaster Vortex. Yunshen's body spun in mid-air, waving the Sun Wheel sword to create a huge vortex-shaped sword blade around his body, which bounced off the tornado. The two collided and completely cancelled out. Chapter 10. When Iwakatsu landed again, Yuko saw the stripes on his cheeks. Except for the stripes on the lower cheeks, the stripes on his forehead were very similar to those on Yoriichi. Without waiting for her to remind him, Iwakatsu approached quickly with the sun wheel sword. Yuko struggled to block Iwakatsu's sun wheel sword. Iwakatsu's physical fitness improved after awakening the stripes, and he had surpassed her in strength again. Iwakatsu knocked Yuko back with a sword, and Iwakatsu saw the stripes on his cheeks through the reflection of the blade. Iwakatsu, who had never had such a wonderful experience, felt that his whole body was filled with strength. Very good. He was in a very good state now. Yuko retreated step by step under his fierce attack, and was about to lose. Iwakatsu, who clearly felt this powerful force, kept roaring in his heart. Yoriichi! I'm getting closer and closer to you. Yuko calmly resisted Iwakatsu's attack, white air came out of her mouth, and her cold voice sounded faintly. Snow breathing Type 3 Frost Sky Dance. Unlike Type 1's defense, Type 2's confusing vision can defeat the enemy with one strike. Type 3's Frost Sky Dance is a sword force as sharp as a blizzard. It hit Iwakatsu like an overwhelming force. What? Iwakatsu's excited heart was frozen by this frenzied and dense sword force, and the blizzard-like sword force kept hitting Iwakatsu. Why? He was obviously better in strength and speed. Brother! Yuko suddenly looked up. Iwakatsu looked over and saw that Yuko's face was covered with a faint sadness. In a trance, her expression overlapped with that of his brother who always had a calm face in Iwakatsu's eyes. Experience the pain of defeat. Defeat? An angry expression appeared on Yunchen's face. Except for Yunyi, he would not lose to anyone. Breath of the moon. Three-shaped form. Disgusting moon. Eclipse. Two crescent-shaped slashes mixed with dense and tiny crescents came towards Yuko. Yuko ignored the anger on her brother's face, and the white sun blade she held high radiated a blazing glow in the sun. Breath of snow four-shaped form warm snow. Snowflakes suddenly floated in the air, and the snowflakes easily penetrated the two sharp crescent-shaped slashes, falling on Yunchen's body and cheeks one by one. Yanzheng opened his eyes slightly. Warm. No. It was the heat from the blood flowing. The dense and tiny slashes left countless tiny wounds on Yunchen's body. Yanzheng lay on the ground in a big letter shape, staring blankly at the clear sky. Ahem. Yuko endured the discomfort in her lungs and put away her Nichiren sword. She was not as comfortable as Yanzheng thought. The impact on her lungs was indeed great. After just swinging the sword a few times, she felt exhausted. The breathing of her lungs could not keep up with her physical consumption. It felt like running 5,000 meters at full speed, but someone held her mouth and nose while she was breathing heavily. It was painful and her vision blurred for a moment. Yuko endured the discomfort in her body and knelt down beside her brother. Even after 20 years, she still couldn't get used to this sitting posture. Yuko murmured, "Brother." Yanzheng still looked at the clear sky expressionlessly, as if he didn't hear her call. He lost. He lost so much that he had nothing to say. Yuko knew very well what her brother was thinking at this moment. Didn't Yanzheng lose before? After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, his competition with Yoriichi almost always ended with Yoriichi's victory. But apart from Yoriichi, he never lost to anyone else. Yoriichi's talent was so despairing that Yanzheng couldn't see his back even if he tried his best. Even so, he was still trying to move forward. Since Yanzheng was too concerned about the back of the person in front of him and never turned his head to look at the person behind him, she forced her way into his sight from behind. Defeated by his almost ignored, weak sister. Yunchen's mentality changed drastically at this time. Yuko lowered her head slightly and forced her way into Yunchen's sight. What is my brother's dream? Dream? Of course it is to become the strongest warrior in this country. Really? Originally, it was. But I don't know since when, he only wanted to surpass Yoriichi. Those who have never envied others just happen to have never met the person who was favored by all the gods and was as hot and dazzling as the sun. Without waiting for Yan Sheng to speak, Yuzi raised her head again, facing forward, and spoke to herself. My dream is to surpass my two brothers and become the strongest swordsman. Hearing this, Yan Sheng's eyes finally moved and looked at her. Just you? Yan Sheng thought of this subconsciously, but then he came to his senses and Yuzi had already. How could he have the courage to mock him when he defeated him? Yan Sheng laughed at himself in his heart, but heard Yuzi's voice with a hint of loss. It should have been like this. Yuzi paused and coughed twice, cough cough. This lung disease has to come out and affect her when it is not needed, and it doesn't come out when it is needed, so she has to pretend. I was injured by the evil spirit, and my lungs are left with a hidden disease. Maybe I can't move forward for the rest of my life. Yuzi said depressedly. Brother is different from me. He is more talented and stronger than me. Yan Sheng finally reacted and laughed at himself. Strong. Yuzi explained gently, I was lucky to beat brother once because brother has never seen the breath of snow, and I know the breath of moon very well. This is all thanks to brother's careful teaching. Yan Sheng's expression moved slightly, but he still didn't react much. Even so, it is a fact that he lost to Yuzi. Seeing that the groundwork was almost done, Yuko said, so, I want to entrust my dream to my brother. Iwakatsu was stunned. Dream? To become the strongest swordsman? In fact, there is a lot of risk in what Yuko said. The resonance of the pattern will allow countless strong people to break through their own limits. With Yunshen's talent, it is only a matter of time before the pattern is awakened. But if the pattern is activated, he will not live beyond the age of 25. Yuko had seen some random words about Yansheng on the internet, saying that he became a ghost because he was afraid of death. But at this time, Yuko felt that it should not be the case. Yansheng did not become a ghost because he was afraid of death, but because Yansheng, who activated the pattern, had no time to catch up with Yunyi. Without the pattern, Yansheng could not make any progress. It can be seen from the amount of exercise Yansheng does every day that he always wants to surpass Yunyi. As long as Yunshen's jealousy is still there, as long as Yansheng is still unwilling to put down his pace, then it is inevitable that he will become a ghost. Strictly speaking, there is only one way to solve this problem. That is to end the life of the Demon King Muzan in their generation. Yuko has not read the comics, but she only knows that when he was young, Yoriichi had a battle with Muzan. That Yoriichi ran over with a knife, brainwashing her like you take life for nothing, she didn't know how many times. But even Yoriichi couldn't kill Muzan. Yoriichi must have the strength to defeat Muzan, but it's probably because of Muzan's strong vitality as a demon that Yoriichi couldn't kill him, but only repelled him. It's really not difficult for demons to escape. After all, their broken arms and legs have almost no effect on their bodies. In the case that the above conditions are difficult to achieve, Yuko came up with a solution that is not a solution. That is, to awaken the self-esteem of Iwakatsu that was trampled in front of his younger brother. Iwakatsu is a person with extremely low self-esteem and super jealousy. I want to surpass my two brothers and become the strongest swordsman. The point is not to become the strongest swordsman, but to surpass the two brothers. Let Yan Sheng know that he is also a target to be chased by others. There is only one sun, and the moon is also unique. Chapter 11. When people are worshipped, they will carefully maintain their character. They don't want to be seen by those who worship them. After a long silence, Yan Sheng said lightly, what can be trusted with a person like me? Yuzi lowered her head and looked at him, and answered irrelevantly, I know, brother hates Yoichi, right? Hearing this, Yan Sheng's eyes shrank slightly, and he subconsciously glanced away from Yuzi. It was like he took off all his clothes in front of Yuzi, and there was no secret at all. Yuzi didn't care, and said in a gentle tone, I am actually envious. No, I should say I am envious to the point of jealousy, jealous of Yoichi's talent. That innate talent, no matter how others try to catch up, they can't catch up. Yan Sheng's lips opened slightly, showing surprise in front of Yu Zi for the first time. This is exactly Yu Zi's treatment method. The first step is to help Yan Sheng establish self-esteem. The second step is to let Yan Heng know that there are people who share the same language with him. They are all ordinary people who are bullied by the genius Yoichi. Some things are very uncomfortable to keep to oneself, but if there is someone to share with, it will not be so uncomfortable, especially if there is someone who can empathize with him. This is why the people who can play with you are often classmates and colleagues around you. Because everyone has the same position. Yan Heng also saw his sister with such a gentle face today. Sure enough, it is because. He stared at Yuko for a moment and noticed the fine cold sweat on her forehead. Sure enough. Yuko had been suppressing the pain during the battle with him. Yan Heng actually felt a little guilty. Yuko took out the wooden flute that she hung around her neck from her chest. Yan Heng was slightly stunned. Did she still carry it? Yuko had never hung it on her chest before, and always stuffed it in her bag. This time, she deliberately brought it to Pua Yan Heng. Holding the wooden flute, Yuko said with a smile, "Brother, please take Yuko's dream and work hard to catch up with Yunyi. Ahem. I will cheer for you. Then, after you turn 25, let's leave this world together." She is really satisfied to live a new life. 3 years have passed since then. Yunyi feels that his brother seems to have changed. Obviously, his brother is still training as hard as before, and there is no change from before. But Yunyi just feels this way inexplicably. I lost. Yan Heng put away the sun wheel sword and accepted his failure calmly. Yunyi said gently, "Brother's skills have improved again." Seeing that they had finished the competition, Yuko waved to the two of them, "Brother, come and have tea." She poured the tea and shared it with the two. Yunyi took a sip and praised, "Yuko's cooking skills have improved." Yuko rolled her eyes at him, "Brother Yunyi, can't you change your words? It's always the same." Yunyi smiled, "Are you okay? The doctor asked me to watch you and not let you jump around." Yuko was very upset. What kind of personality do other people think I am? Yan Heng drank tea and said lightly, "Monkey." Yuko looked at him with an unbelievable expression. Yan Heng ignored him. Looking at the two people playing, Yunyi smiled at first, and then unconsciously saw the condition of Yuko's lungs through the transparent world. He couldn't help but lower his eyelids and said apologetically, "Sorry Yuko, it would have been better if I was with you at that time." Yuko was stunned for a moment, realized what he was saying, and smiled and shook her head. "That was originally my mission. I was too careless. It's okay. I just can't help coughing sometimes. It doesn't affect my normal life." Since then, Yuko, who had difficulty using the breathing method, withdrew from the front line of the Demon Slayer Corps and was responsible for the maintenance of logistics. Occasionally, she was responsible for guiding the swordsmanship of the newcomers, which also allowed her to experience the addiction of being a teacher. Hearing Yuko say this, Yunyi felt relieved. Iwakatsu was reluctant to mention Yuko's pain, and changed the subject. More and more swordsmen are awakening the markings, and the power of the Demon Slayer Corps is growing stronger. Perhaps, the struggle between humans and demons will end in our generation. Yunyi nodded, "Yes, there are fewer traces of demons recently. There is no doubt that whether it is the birth of the breathing method or the awakening of the markings, the Demon Slayer Corps has become stronger than ever before, and once curbed the growth of demons." The two brothers are still optimistic, only Yuko fell silent after hearing this. More and more people in the Demon Slayer Corps are awakening the markings, and the first generation of all the pillars have spotted marks. After awakening the spotted marks, Iwakatsu quickly mastered the ability of the Red Sword and the Transparent World, becoming the second person after Yoriichi to master the three-piece set. Yuko can occasionally enter the transparent world, but it is not very stable. As for the red sword that stimulates the solar energy in the sun blade with its grip, even if Yuko has awakened the spotted marks and improved her physical fitness, her grip is still not enough to change the color of the sun blade. She has completely fallen behind her two brothers. The two brothers are leading the entire Demon Slayer Corps by a huge margin. At that time, the three brothers and sisters stood on the back mountain and looked into the distance. No one can match you and me in strength. The inheritance of the breathing method is simply hopeless. If this goes on, the skills that have been tempered for thousands of times will be lost. Unlike Yan Sheng's worries, Yunyi's expression remained calm. He smiled and said, "Brother, you think we are too important? You and I are just two passers-by in the long history of mankind. Babies with talents far superior to you and me may be born somewhere in the world at this moment. I believe they will eventually reach the same realm as you and me. No need to worry too much. We just need to let nature take its course and wait for the day when life is lonely." After hearing these words, Yan Sheng's heart, which had finally changed a little because of Yuko, fell into a deep quagmire again. "Yi, every time you smile, I feel extremely disgusted. When we talked about the heavy topic of the breathing technique being lost, you smiled with that weird optimism." Yuko looked at her two brothers and opened her mouth, but in the end she couldn't say anything. In fact, she had already seen it. Yunyi completely ignored his brother's inner opinions of him. Isn't this a kind of indifference that geniuses have towards ordinary people? When a genius talks about his mediocrity, how can those who chase him calm down? This year, Yuko is 23 years old, and her two brothers are 24 years old. The swordsman who awakened the mark died. At first, everyone thought it was a sudden death caused by overtraining. But not long after, another swordsman with the mark died suddenly, the day after his 26th birthday. Until, some of the first generation of pillars who awakened the mark also died because of this. The Demon Slayer Corps noticed that all the sudden deaths were swordsmen who awakened the mark. And they all had one thing in common. Over 25 years old. The markings are a kind of ability to borrow life from the heavens, and those who have opened the markings will not live beyond 25 years old. This kind of rumor gradually spread among the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 12. Ms. Yuko, thank you for your teaching. On the training ground, several swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps who were taught by Yuko bowed to express their gratitude. Yuko said gently, "This is all your own efforts. Please continue to maintain this enthusiasm. I believe that one day this effort will be rewarded." Everyone looked at it in a trance. "Ms. Yuko. So gentle, Miss Yuko. Next, continue training according to the method just now." Yuko glanced around the training ground, bowed slightly to everyone, and left. It would be great if Miss Yuko was not injured. With Miss Yuko's strength, if she was not injured, she would definitely become a pillar. Of course. Miss Yuko is the sister of those two adults. The snow breathing created by Miss Yuko is a powerful breathing method that is comparable to the starting breathing. Until now, she is the only one in the Demon Slayer Corps who has mastered it. Everyone looked at the departing figure with longing until someone said something. "Miss Yuko is so gentle, I really want to marry her home." His words instantly angered the others. "Damn Matsuda! Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? I am the only one who deserves Miss Yuko." "Hey? Yamamoto, you too, go to hell. Don't even think about tarnishing my gentle Miss Yuko." Yuko, who had already left the crowd, of course didn't hear the noise, otherwise she might have complained. Who on earth spread such an exaggerated rumor? Even compared the breadth of the start. Overpraising. Absolutely overpraising. After teaching everyone, Yuko returned to the room to take the prepared tea set and headed straight to the back mountain. Whoosh! Before reaching the top of the mountain, Yuko heard an astonishing sound from above. Yan's Hung was holding the sun wheel sword and was tempering the sword form of the moon breathing, but judging from his manic momentum, his mentality was not peaceful. Yuko sat down at the stone table nearby and waited quietly. After about 20 minutes, Iwakatsu finally stopped panting. Yuko called out, "Brother!" Iwakatsu put away his Nichiren sword and walked straight towards her. Yuko poured a cup of tea. "Brother, please." Iwakatsu picked up the teacup, raised his head and drank it all in one gulp without any manners, and then slammed the teacup heavily on the table. This was something Iwakatsu, who usually pays attention to etiquette, had never done before. Yuko's eyes moved slightly, noticing that the veins on Iwakatsu's hand holding the teacup gradually appeared, and she said calmly, "Brother, are you worried about the stripes?" She knew it, and she always knew it. She was an adult who had lived 2 lives. Influenced by Akeno when she was a child, Iwakatsu once regarded herself as a real child and acted like a spoiled child in her mother's arms. But after Akeno died, she became an adult again. With the delicate emotions of an adult, she knew very well what kind of person Iwakatsu was. Hearing what Yuko said, Yansheng tightened his grip on the teacup, and his breath became a little disordered. Without waiting for Yansheng to speak, Yuko continued, "Brother, you are unwilling, right? Because there is no time to catch up with brother Yoichi." Yunchen's breathing subconsciously stopped. Yuko can always see through his heart inadvertently. Sometimes, he feels that Yuko is more difficult to deal with than Yoichi. Yansheng never likes to talk to Yuko, because he seems to have no secrets in front of Yuko. Sensing Yunchen's shock, Yuko sighed from the bottom of her heart. She raised her head slightly, and her wine-red eyes looked at Yansheng gently. "Brother, you don't have to prove it to anyone. I have always been proud of you. Whether it is my brother or brother Yoichi, they are unique in my eyes." Yansheng was shocked, lowered his eyelids, and his eyes trembled constantly. He always knew it. No matter how hard he tries, he can't catch up with Yunyi. He just doesn't want to give up. Yuko takes advantage of the situation and continues, "Brother." She paused, and felt an itch in her throat, and couldn't stop coughing. Cough cough. The cough affected her lungs, and the excruciating pain made Yuko cover her mouth and bend over in pain. Yansheng reached out his hand to help her with concern, "Yuko." Yuko wiped the corner of her mouth, raised her head and forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing serious." Yansheng was silent for a moment. "Put your hand out." Yuko knew she couldn't hide it from him, so she sighed and had to spread her palm, and what came into view was a cherry-red bloodstain. "When did it get worse?" "About a month ago." "What did the doctor say?" "Without strenuous exercise, you can probably live for 3 years." Yuko said optimistically, "It's about the same time as the stripes, so it can be said that it has no effect on me." Yunchen he remained silent. The transparent world he controlled could clearly judge Yuko's physical condition. It was just that Yuko had a specific question in mind. She strongly rejected the brothers' peeping, saying that it was peeping into a girl's privacy, and she also said a series of words that he could not understand. What about hanging up Xia Hongshu, posting Weibo to cyberbully him, etc.? Now it seems that he is hiding his injuries. "Stop talking. I'll take you to see a doctor." "No, my body." Before Yuko finished speaking, she was forcibly carried by her brother and went down the mountain. Yuko was stunned for a moment, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "That's good. Brother." Iwakatsu was turned into a demon by Muzan himself, there is no doubt about that. As for when and where, she didn't know. When Yuko was worried at first, she secretly followed Iwakatsu out several times. But later, when her physical strength became more and more exhausted, she gave up the idea of following Iwakatsu. It should be okay, right? With Iwakatsu's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to escape even if he encounters Muzan. Iwakatsu, who was out on a mission, met the ancestor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, for the first time. At this time, Iwakatsu still held his sword against the Demon King until the Demon King said, "Wouldn't it be nice to become a demon? As long as you become a demon, you can have infinite years. You want to pursue higher sword skills, and I want to try to make a swordsman who knows breathing techniques become a demon. How about it? You are different from other swordsmen, you have the opportunity to choose." Iwakatsu's breathing stagnated, and his expression was a little moved. Despite Yuko's repeated advice, and despite some changes in his heart. But what people think in their hearts is hard to be shaken by a few words. Those who are bent by reality and abandon their dreams are not unwilling to realize them. Once a possible opportunity appears, they will hold it tightly like the last straw grasped by a drowning man. Musen's voice almost instantly awakened Iwakatsu's dream of surpassing Yoriichi. Yes. If he could become a demon, if he could have an infinite lifespan, then he would have time to keep training and would definitely surpass Yoriichi. The price is just not being able to bask in the sun. The opportunity to realize his dream is right in front of him, and Iwakatsu's breathing can't help but become heavier. Almost as his Adam's apple moved slightly, Yuko's gentle face appeared in front of him, and a gentle voice sounded. "Brother, you don't have to prove it to anyone. I have always been proud of you. Whether it's my brother or Yoriichi, they are unique in my eyes." Iwakatsu subconsciously tightened the handle of the knife. Musen frowned. "What a pity, it seems that I have to find someone else." Just when the atmosphere was stagnant, Yan Sheng's fingers that were tightly gripping the hilt of the knife slightly relaxed, and he suddenly asked, "If you become a ghost, can you cure your illness?" Musen was stunned for a moment, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Isn't that natural? If you become a ghost, any kind of pain can be easily cured." Chapter 13. Yuko had a nightmare, dreaming that Yanzheng had turned into a ghost again. She woke up suddenly, soaked in sweat. Yuko was panting slightly, her mouth dry. She groped in the dark to find the teacup on the table, and only after drinking a cup did she feel a little relieved. "It's true that you dream about what you think about during the day." Yuko let out a long breath and estimated the time when Yanzheng would be on duty. This time, the place where Yanzheng was on duty was not far away, only 2 days' walk away. He had been away for a week. If everything went well, he should be back by now. Could it be? Yuko shook her not-so-clear head and laughed at herself. She was really good at scaring herself. She returned to the bed and was about to fall down, when a breeze suddenly came and a figure suddenly appeared in the room. Yuko's hair stood up all over her body. She supported the bed with her palms and turned to the corner of the wall to take down the blade. Yuzai shouted at the shadow, "Who?" The shadow ignored her, but came to the table and lit the oil lamp. With the help of the weak light, Yuzai saw the clothes and back of the person who came. It was Yanzheng. "Brother, you are going to scare people to death. Breaking into a girl's room in the middle of the night will make you a pervert." Yuzai couldn't help but relax and complained. However, just as she was about to put the Nichiren sword back on the knife rack, Yanzheng, holding the oil lamp, turned around, and what appeared in front of Yuzai was a demon with 6 eyes. Yuzai's pupils shrank suddenly, and her whole body was cold, as if she fell into an ice cave. Is she still dreaming? But why is she so awake now? After a long silence, Yuzai's teeth trembled slightly, and she squeezed out a few words. "Why?" Yanzheng had no expression. No, at this time, his face was covered with 6 eyes, and he could no longer see the expression that a human should have. Yunzhen's calm voice sounded, "Yuzai, you should become a ghost too. In this way, whether it's lungs. I ask you why?" Yuzai's angry voice interrupted him, like a tiger about to go crazy. The hand holding the knife kept shaking, almost unable to help but draw the knife. As a modern person, Yuzai is very open-minded. Like Nezuko who was forced to become a ghost, like Tamayo who ate many people after becoming a ghost, but woke up and kept atonement for himself. Yuzai can understand and be friendly. Only taking the initiative to become a ghost is absolutely unforgivable. This is different from the battle between good and evil in martial arts novels. Even the so-called evil faction may have people who have never done a bad thing. But evil ghosts are different. Evil ghosts will definitely eat people. This is something that no one with a normal outlook can accept. Looking at Yunchen's ugly appearance, Yuzai did not feel terrible, but abnormally angry. Following closely, there was an emotion called chilling. After more than 20 years together, does Yuko really have no feelings for her family? Of course she does. Although Iwakatsu is too stubborn in many aspects, which makes Yuko break her defense and clamor to hang him on a sweet potato all day long, he is kind and gentle to his sister as a brother. The emotionally dull Yoriichi has always regarded Iwakatsu as a gentle brother. She has already counseled him like that. Yuko's nose was a little sour, and she felt that her tears were about to overflow from her eyes. She clenched her teeth and held them back. Iwakatsu ignored the anger on her face and spoke again, "If you become a demon, you will have endless years to hone your sword skills, and the pain in your lungs will be easily healed." Ka. Yuko slowly drew out the Nichiren sword, her face gloomy. "I didn't come to this world to become a demon." She wanted to cut off Iwakatsu's neck. Yuko exhaled a white breath gently, snow breath land type snow drifting 10,000 miles. The sun blade raised high in her hand slashed down with great force, and the shocking white sword wave reached Yunchen's eyes in an instant, as if it would cut him in half the next moment. Ding! A crisp sword sound. In Yunchen's hand, a flesh and blood sword with eyes and a rotten smell stopped Yuko's sun blade. This is the long sword that Yanzheng forged with his own flesh and blood, named Suku Shenchu. The rotten smell on the sword almost made Yuko faint, and the haze in her eyes almost overflowed. You ate people. Only ghosts who have eaten people will have such a breath. Without giving Yanzheng a chance to answer. Snow breath Wu type snow walk. Yuko's figure turned into a ray of white light and dissipated in the dark night, like residual snow in the wind, which dissipated when the wind passed. Snow walk is not a sword attack, but a footwork that can conceal the body shape. However, the next moment, Yan Sheng stretched the hollow crying god behind his back without looking back. Ding! Yuko's eyes narrowed slightly, and her wrist that was slashing towards Yunchen's neck kept trembling, but she could not move forward an inch. Yanzheng gently pushed away her attack, and the shame in his heart also disappeared. He became stronger. He could feel it clearly. After being pushed away, Yuko adjusted her posture in mid-air, landed on the ground with both feet and kicked hard, and rushed towards Yanzheng like a human cannonball. Snow-breathing Kizi. She felt an itch in her throat as she breathed hard, and the pain in her lungs made Yuko's vision black as if she was anemic, and she knocked over the table on the side in a trance. Cough cough. A few drops of blood dripped from the corner of Yuko's mouth. She had no time to care and quickly got up and looked up at Yanzheng. However, Yanzheng was no longer there. Yuko was slightly shocked and turned back quickly. "One day you will understand." This was the last voice she heard before she fell into a coma. Yan Sheng gently tapped her neck and knocked her unconscious. Yuko was only 23 years old, and there were still 3 years before the limit of the markings. The closer to death, the more afraid people would be of death. Yuko, who dreamed of being the strongest swordsman, would definitely choose the same path as him on the verge of life and death. Yunyi, I am right. Almost at the time when Yuko was unconscious, Yunyi, who was on a mission outside, met the Demon King in a bamboo forest. The Demon King was wearing a gorgeous dress, and a woman with a faint sad face followed him. Yunyi understood just by meeting him. Why was he born with this talent far beyond ordinary people? Perhaps it was to defeat this so-called ancestor of demons. The Demon King was full of violent vitality, like magma erupting from a volcano, boiling and trying to devour everything. I have no interest in swordsmen who can use breathing techniques. When they first met, the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji said with a proud smile. The moment the Demon King finished speaking, his arm tore into a long whip and slashed towards Yoriichi. With amazing speed and power, he cut the bamboo along the way in the blink of an eye. That was the first time Yoriichi felt a chill in his spine since he was born. Almost at the same time, Yoriichi's eyes saw through the truth of Musen's 7 hearts and 5 brains. The 13th form of sun breathing was completed by Yoriichi, and the raging orange-red flames instantly swept through Musen's body with terrifying power and speed. When the flames fell, Musen supported his severed head, his eyes full of confusion. Yoriichi slowly stepped forward with a red sword in his hand. He had a question he wanted to ask no matter what. What do you think of life is? Musen's cheeks, which turned red and black due to anger, were full of blue veins. Yoriichi suddenly turned his eyes to the girl brought by the Demon King. She did not step forward to help, but stared at the beheaded Demon King with expectation. Just when Yoriichi was about to step forward to give Musen the final blow, the sound of Musen gnashing his teeth came, and in an instant he split into 1,800 pieces of meat, shooting in all directions. In a hurry, Yoriichi subconsciously swung the blade and chopped off 1,500 pieces in an instant. But there were still more than 300 pieces, which were about the size of a human head. Due to the sudden situation, Yoriichi stood there in a trance. The crying of the girl beside him brought him back to his thoughts. It was just a little bit, and it had already overcome the weakness of the neck. The girl knelt on the ground, gnashing her teeth and grabbing her hair fiercely. Why don't you die? This dirty man! Musen Kibutsuji! In grief and anger, the girl stared at her hands blankly. Not dead? Why am I not dead? Perhaps it was because Musen was so weak that he was temporarily freed from his control. She was really not like a demon. Yoriichi comforted the panicked girl named Tamayo. He learned a lot of information about Musen from her. Moreover, she also said that the ancestor of demons, Musen Kibutsuji, would probably not appear again until he died. After making an agreement with Tamayo to help defeat Musen, the companions of the Demon Slayer Corps found Yoriichi. The swordsman of the Purgatory family, the Flame Pillar, shook Yoriichi's arms. Iwakatsu turned into a demon and killed the lord. Yuko is still unconscious because of the fight with him. Chapter 14. Yuzai had a nightmare, in which Yanzheng turned into a ghost. When she woke up, Yuzai, with cold sweat on her forehead, suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. Was it a dream? She almost subconsciously looked for the table that she had knocked over in her dream and the floor with blood on it. The table was standing there neatly, and there was no blood on the floor. It was. Wow! The door was opened, and the doctor came in with a basin of water. Seeing that Yuzai had woken up, she hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Miss Yuzai? Fortunately, you are safe. Yuzai's eyes were a little dull. What? The doctor was stunned for a moment, tightened her fingers holding the basin, and her expression became a little depressed. Yanzheng cut off the master's head and went to the Ghost King. There was also anger in the doctor's eyes. Yuzai opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. As a modern person, Yuko actually feels uncomfortable with the ancient monarch subject ideology. She dislikes people kneeling down from the bottom of her heart. But it is undeniable that the head of the Demon Slayer Corps is a very charismatic leader, and he treats his team members very well. Iwakatsu has also received his favor. Iwakatsu, who has always respected the hierarchy, personally cut off the head of the lord. It's really ironic. Yuko opened her mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Where are the others?" "All are fine." Iwakatsu ran away immediately after killing the lord. If the pillars were not on a mission outside, the lord would be fine. Where is Yoriichi? Did he know? Mr. Yoriichi came back with the flame pillar this morning. He came to see you and should be in the lord's residence now. Hearing this, Yuko lifted the quilt and got up. Miss Yuko, your body really can't support you to waste it like this. Snow breathing is very harmful to the lungs. If you continue like this for 3 years, you may. From the perspective of breathing, people who are not suitable for sun breathing will suffer from burning pain in their lungs if they practice it. On the contrary, people who are not suitable for snow breathing will suffer frostbite in their lungs. This is also the reason why many people in the Demon Slayer Corps regard snow breathing as no less than the starting breath. The training conditions are too harsh, and only Yuko can use it at present. But after Yuko's lungs were injured, the impact of snow breathing on her was also very obvious. Yuko gently pressed down the doctor's hand. I know, I'm sorry to worry you. But I still have something to do. She dragged her heavy body out of the house and went to the Lord's residence. On the way, she met members of the Demon Slayer Corps, who were new people she had coached. Yuko forced a smile and nodded to them. Everyone was unmoved, looking at her with a very subtle look. That look seemed to have anger, resentment, and sympathy. It was hard to tell what it felt like. But it was very different from the usual longing. Yuzi was distracted for a moment, and when she came back to her senses, her face changed slightly, and she couldn't help but speed up her pace. The Lord's place. The pillars who had received the news of the Lord's death and rushed back overnight were now surrounding Yunyi, who was kneeling on the ground. Yunyi just sat upright, with his hands on his thighs tightly clenched. It's all your fault, your brother turned into a ghost and killed the Lord. Don't say it, Yunyi must feel bad. The flame pillar pulled the companion who blamed Yunyi. It's all because he didn't kill the Ghost King, and let go of the evil ghosts that were traveling with him. You commit seppuku. Wow! The door was suddenly opened, and Yuko's frail body burst out with amazing strength, pushing away all the people surrounding Yoichi, and then hugged Yoichi like a calf, protecting him under her body. Don't say any more. She hugged Yoichi tightly, making a sound that was almost begging. The pillars here were all masters who taught her the breathing method. They were all kind people and had a very good relationship with Yoichi. Yuko knew very well that they were angry because their beloved lord was killed by Iwakatsu, so they directed sharp words at their partners who fought side by side. Iwakatsu and she were both recommended to join the team by Yoichi, and the killing of their lord was inseparable from Yoichi. Letting the Ghost King escape is not to mention for the time being. Letting go of the evil ghosts that were traveling with the Ghost King is also an unforgivable crime. In this era, being pointed at and accused of committing harakiri is actually quite normal. So she couldn't explain anything, she could only hope that everyone would calm down. Yuko's popularity in the team was quite good, and both the pillars and the team members had a great liking for this gentle girl. Seeing her frail figure at this time, everyone stopped accusing her. The pillars learned about it when they came back, the news that Yuko was in a coma. The one who found Yuko in a coma was the doctor who had been treating Yuko. When she found Yuko, there were traces of fighting with people in the room, which proved that Yuko had fought with Yan Sheng, who turned into a demon. Yuko. Yunyi, who was hugged by her, had an emotion called touching in his eyes. The anger in the hearts of the pillars melted a lot because of Yuko's arrival, but the atmosphere remained the same. Fortunately, the Lord's child appeared at this time. At the age of 6, he hurriedly took over the position of the head of the Demon Slayer Corps after his father passed away. He appeased the angry pillars and forgave his fault of not knowing people well on the condition that Yunyi was expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps. After solving Yunyi's problem, the 6-year-old lord looked at Yuko, who was sitting beside him. The pale figure was like a white lotus swaying in the pond. Miss Yuko, I'll have someone take you back now. Miss Doctor has come to see my father more than once, please take care of yourself. Yuko lowered her head slightly, please allow me to follow my brother and leave the team. Miss Yuko. Yuko, you didn't do anything wrong. Everyone spoke up. Even Uniki. Yuko, you don't have to do this. Yuko shook her head, I can't kill evil spirits anymore. Staying in the Demon Slayer Corps will only cause trouble for everyone. I will compile the Breath of Snow into a book later, hoping that it will be used one day. The Lord opened his mouth to keep him but couldn't say anything. In the end, he just nodded slightly. I know, Miss Yuko, Mr. Yunichi, please take care of yourselves. Take care, Lord. Take care, everyone. After sorting out the sword shape and breathing method of Breath of Snow, Yuko followed Yunichi and left the Demon Slayer Corps. She has developed 8 sword forms of snow breathing, which is more than the 5 major breathing methods at this time. After leaving the Demon Slayer Corps, Yuko looked at the endless clear sky and said, "Brother, you have been out for a long time. Do you want to go home and take a look?" It was also before leaving the team that Yuko learned the truth about the battle with Muzan from YOICHI. It was not because he could not kill Muzan, but he did not expect that Muzan could be split into more than 1,800 pieces of flesh and blood in an instant and escape. This is why YOICHI is called the ceiling. If she could have mentioned it to YOICHI at that time and let him pay more attention, would things be different? Yuko actually thought about following YOICHI and helping him when he met Muzan, and maybe he could successfully kill Muzan. But what she did not expect was that Yanzheng became a demon and killed the Lord and YOICHI met Muzan almost happened one after another. She was completely unprepared. She couldn't change anything. I have a place I want to go. Yuni and she looked at the same sky, with a hint of sadness in their expressions. Yuko nodded. She had even less feelings for that cold home after Iwakatsu's betrayal, so it didn't matter whether she went back or not. Where do you want to go, brother? To see my wife. At Chapter 15. This news was as strong as a magnitude 10 earthquake for Yuko. Yuichiro is married? You hit it well, kid. It's been 5 years since they met again. Yuko's complaint got stuck in her throat. There's no reason why he wouldn't tell her, his sister, that Yuichiro is married. Unless… Yuko couldn't ask, but followed Yuichiro with a heavy heart. One night, they came to a mountain. Yuko saw the road ahead clearly in the moonlight. Brother, there seems to be a house ahead. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuichiro tightened his Nichiren sword at his waist and headed towards the house at a very fast speed. Evil ghost! Yuko's reaction was not bad either. She tightened her sword handle and followed closely. When members of the Demon Slayer Corps leave the team, they often take back the Nichiren sword. But the Lord allowed Yuichiro and Yuko to keep the Nichiren sword because of their contributions to the Demon Slayer Corps. Yunichi's perception ability was far beyond hers, and she didn't sense the breath of the evil spirit until she was 20 meters away from the house. Brother, are you okay? When she broke into the house, the evil spirit's body had gradually collapsed. As expected of Yunichi, he was as powerful as ever. The person who was rescued beside him breathed a sigh of relief. Saved. Yuko looked in the direction of the voice, her eyes slightly widened, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Tanjiro? My name is Tanji, thank you very much for saving my life. A man who looked similar to the protagonist of Demon Slayer, Tanjiro, knelt on the ground and leaned over to introduce himself. It's not strange to do such a great gift for saving a life, but Yuko didn't like it. She stepped forward and helped him up. No need to be polite, killing evil spirits is our job. Yuko paused, they have already left the Demon Slayer Corps. Tanji didn't think much, just looked at the two gratefully. It's late now. If you don't mind, you can stay in my humble home for a night. Yuko turned her head to look at Yunichi. They had been walking day and night for several days, but they hadn't reached Yunichi's wife's residence. Yunichi suddenly asked, "Is there anyone else in the inner room?" If there was only someone else, he wouldn't care so much. Tanji's eyes turned into small eyes, and he was stunned for a moment. After reacting, he ran to the inner room in panic, and said in panic, "No. Akimiko." The two followed closely behind. Lying on the bed in the inner room was a woman with a big belly. The woman was struggling on the bed with a painful expression. Amako. Tanji called his wife's name in a panic. "Please move aside." Yuko stepped forward to pull him away and briefly checked him. She's about to give birth, we have to find a midwife quickly. Yuko turned her head and said to the two of them, Brother, please take care of them, I'm going to the town at the foot of the mountain now. Yoichi turned around and left before Yuko finished speaking, leaving only one sentence. Yuko, take good care of them, I'll be back soon. Yoichi said that he would be back soon, and he was really quick. It took almost no time for Yoichi to come back with the midwife on his back. After seeing that Tanji's wife, Akimiko, gave birth to a baby girl safely, Yoichi's always calm expression fluctuated a little, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But Yuko read the emotion called sadness from his face. Tanji was taking care of his wife in the inner room. The two sat in front of the door and looked at the rising sun. Yoichi seemed to understand his sister's confusion and explained lightly, this is where she and I used to live. Sure enough. Yuko pursed her lips. After giving birth, Akimiko was resting in the room, while Tanji invited the two benefactors to stay for dinner. I'm so sorry, there's nothing delicious at home, so I can only ask the two benefactors to try the wild vegetables that Akimiko picked yesterday. Yuko smiled slightly, it's good to be able to fill my stomach. What delicious food can there be in this era? Yuko has never been picky about food. Soon, Tanji prepared the food. Several plates of wild vegetables were served on the table. The cooked wild vegetables were basically wilted, and it was hard to tell what they looked like, but since Tanji could take them out for them to eat, they must be non-toxic. After breakfast, Yuniki took Yuko to the back of the house. There was a grave platform made of several rubbles. It was Shi's grave. Yuniki came to his wife's grave and told the story of his joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Yuko knelt on the side and listened quietly. When paying tribute to relatives, you can't be rude. Yuni's story was very long. He told their story slowly with a careful and gentle voice, talking about the long-lost reunion with his brother and sister, and the days when the three of them practiced breathing techniques together. The sun was shining brightly. It was August and the weather was extremely hot. Yuniki realized this and turned to his sister and said, Yuko, if you feel unwell, go back first. Yoichi's eyes could clearly see Yuko's physical condition. He knew very well that his sister didn't have much time left. Yuko shook her head, it's okay. In fact, she quite likes summer. Yuko has a special physique. She naturally likes cold and is not afraid of heat. This may be the reason why she successfully mastered the breathing of snow. Yuniki nodded slightly, understood his sister's thoughtfulness, and continued to tell his wife. When Yuko was about to move her legs and feet that were slightly numb from kneeling for too long, a touch of blue suddenly broke in from the corner of her eyes. Yuko subconsciously looked sideways and saw that right next to Shi's grave, several blooming blue flowers swayed in the wind. Is this red spider lily? But why is it blue? Moreover, was there this flower just now? Why didn't she notice it? Blue Bianhua. Some memories of her past life suddenly flashed through Yuko's mind. She seemed to have seen this word somewhere. It was. Yuko's eyes widened slightly, she remembered. The blue Bianhua that Muzan had been looking for, the one that could overcome the sun, she had seen it in the comments section. Then she had a flash of inspiration. No wonder Nezuko could overcome the sun, because this thing bloomed near their home. Has no ghost passed by here in the past few hundred years? This was not discovered by the trash boss. Suddenly. What the hell? Yuko was stunned. The blue Bianhua that was still blooming brightly a second ago withered and died in a few breaths, leaving branches that looked like earth ephedra. She subconsciously reached out to touch it, and it really withered. Right in front of her. For no reason. What's the principle? No wonder the trash boss couldn't find it, this flower is a bit magical. Yuko, what's wrong? After paying tribute to his wife, Yunyi turned around and saw his sister staring at some wild ephedra in a daze. No, Nothing. Then let's go. Yet. Yuko hesitated for a moment, but still didn't break it. She didn't know if this flower only existed here. If it did, it would really end the dream of the scum boss to sunbathe. But if it didn't, then Nezuko would be finished. She was a person without talent, and in the end she couldn't change anything. Whether it was to end Muzan in this era or to save Iwakatsu. She didn't do anything. But she knew that Tanjiro and Nezuko would definitely defeat Muzan. As an outsider, she couldn't cause trouble to this world anymore. Finally, after looking at the blue-red spider lily that looked like wild ephedra, Yuko followed Yunyi and left. Chapter 16. After receiving Tanji's warm hospitality, the two stayed at Tanji's house for several days. After leaving Tanji's house, the two returned to the place where they were born. The once prosperous country of succession had become withered just a few years after Iwakatsu left. From other people in the city, they learned that after the succession country leader Iwakatsu abandoned his wife and children and left, only the weak mistress and young children were left in the country of succession, and it was soon swallowed up by others. After repeated investigations, the brother and sister learned that Iwakatsu's descendants had changed their names to Tokaido in order to avoid disasters, and moved to the mountains to make a living by cutting wood. The brother and sister secretly went to see them, and after confirming that they were safe, they left with peace of mind. The two bought a small house in the city with the rewards they had earned from slaying demons in recent years, and temporarily lived in their hometown. After settling down, Yoriichi wrote a letter to the Flame Pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps with the information about his battle with Muzan, hoping to get help. Although Tamayo had said that Muzan would probably not appear again before he died. But Yoriichi was still unwilling to give up. While taking care of his increasingly ill sister, he kept in touch with the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps and searched for the figure of Muzan Kibutsuji. This stay lasted for 2 years. This year, Akuko was 25 years old and Yoriichi was 26 years old. The rule that people who activate the stripe transformation will not live beyond the age of 25 was broken. Akuko was not surprised. Just as Iwakatsu envied, Yoriichi was always an exception. There may be differences in lifespan between natural stripes and acquired stripes. When Yoriichi grew up to 26 years old and found that he did not die from the stripes, he no longer went out openly to search for Muzan's traces. Instead, he hid, hoping that Muzan would misjudge the lifespan of the striped swordsman and appear in this world again. But Muzan had no other skills, but he was well versed in the truth of the way of hiding, and never showed any trace. As time went by, Akuko's illness became more and more serious, and the number of times she coughed up blood became more and more frequent. While Yuniki was out looking for a doctor, Yuko took out the envelope that she had prepared for who knows how long. After placing it on the table, she took up the Nichiren sword and left home. She didn't want to die in front of Yuniki, it would be too ugly. When Yuniki returned to the house with the doctor, all he had left for him was the envelope on the table. Day and night alternated, and Yuko walked on the road numbly, and she didn't know how long it had been. Goo. There was a subtle sound from her stomach. She was hungry. But she didn't bring any dry food. Yuko found a rock and sat down against it. The afterglow of the sunset hit her face, with a faint warmth. She didn't know if she would have another journey after she fell asleep. God had given her a chance to let her feel the care of her mother and the kindness of her brother. Although she was still a little unwilling, she had no choice. As the last bit of light from the sunset disappeared, Yuko slowly closed her eyes. Miss Yuko? Is that Miss Yuko? I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a pleasant call came to my ears. Did my brother ask someone to find me? Even though she had already walked so far. Yuko's eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. What came into view was a girl in the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps. She seemed to have seen her somewhere before. Who are you? The girl squatted down and smiled gently. Yuko, don't you remember me? 5 years ago, you saved my life in the temple in the mountains. The vague memory revived in her brain, and Yuko's eyes became slightly clearer. You are Namiko. The girl in front of her was the girl who used her body temperature to keep Yuko warm when she killed the demon in the snowy mountain that day. Seeing that Yuko remembered her, Namiko smiled happily. Miss Yuko still remembers me. Have you joined the Demon Slayer Corps? Yes, after being saved by Miss Yuko 5 years ago, I have always wanted to repay your kindness. Namiko slowly knelt down in front of Yuko. Finally joined the Demon Slayer Corps 3 years ago, but unfortunately I learned about Miss Yuko's departure when I joined the team, so I didn't get to meet her. I didn't expect to meet you here. Have you heard about the evil ghost in the mountain? Yuko was slightly stunned. Evil ghost in the mountain? Yes, it's on the mountain behind you, in the home of a samurai. His wife and children have disappeared for several days without reason. Have you received the mission? Yes. Yuko's eyelids drooped slightly, and the transparent world unfolded in front of her, and the movement of Namiko's lungs was fully revealed in front of her. In the past 2 years, she has become more and more proficient in the transparent world and can use it stably. This breathing is the breathing method of water breathing. Water breathing is the most adaptable breathing method among the 5 major breathing methods. But Minako knows about water breathing. Not to mention the realm of the ordinary, even the simple application is extremely superficial. At this level, even ordinary evil spirits may find it difficult to deal with it. Has the Demon Slayer Corps declined to this extent since they left? Ku. Just at this moment, an awkward voice sounded. Namiko quickly turned over the bag. Miss Yuko, if you don't mind, I still have some dry food here. Thank you. Yuko did not refuse her kindness, and chatted while eating. Do you have any information about the evil spirit? Yes, the information speculates that the evil spirit has mastered a strange blood demon technique and once disappeared with the samurai's wife in public. In the past few days, several people have been kidnapped, and the samurai can't do anything. Yuko nodded slightly. I'll go with you. Blood demon technique can be regarded as a superpower mastered by evil spirits. This kind of ghost is often stronger than ordinary evil ghosts. With Namiko's control of breathing, it may be difficult to deal with it. Really? It's great to have Miss Yuko's help. Namiko let out a long breath and said sadly, this is actually my first time going out to hunt ghosts alone. To be honest, I have always been very unsure. Yuko remained silent. After filling her stomach, Yuko followed Namiko into the mountains. The sun had already set, and only a little afterglow of the sunset was still shining. After walking up the mountain path for 10 minutes, a large mansion came into view. From Namiko, I learned that the mountain was the fief of a samurai who had served under the general. Later, when he retired from the front line, he was awarded this mansion. Namiko straightened her clothes. Please wait a moment. She knocked on the door. Chapter 17. The person who opened the door was an old man who looked over 60 years old, probably a butler. Who are you? Namiko nodded slightly. Hello, I am a swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps. The old man was immediately delighted. Please come in. Please come in. This is what the master is worried about. The old man turned around and led the 2 people inside, with a hurried pace and a swaying figure. Yuko drooped her eyelids and looked at the old man's body that was inexplicably trembling. The transparent world has already appeared in her eyes. This old man is just an ordinary person, but his heart rate and pulse are frighteningly high at this time. It doesn't seem like excitement, but more like fear. Yuko looked around calmly. This place is not as prosperous as when the country was at its peak. The whole mansion is empty and quiet. Along the way, the 2 have not seen any servants or family members. Namiko couldn't help but ask, Old man, where are the people in the mansion? The old man trembled slightly and sighed calmly, alas, it's because of that incident that everyone is panicking and running away. He can only deceive Namiko. Under Yuko's perspective eyes, there is no place to hide. She was so nervous that her heart almost jumped out. At this point, Namiko couldn't help but ask, in addition to the wife of the samurai, have other people disappeared these days? No, everyone else has left. Namiko felt much more relieved. The old man took the two to a room. Please wait a moment, I'll call the head of the family. The old man closed the door and left. Namiko looked at the decoration in the room and said to Yuko, Miss Yuko, do you think it's a bit strange? Yuko felt a little ashamed. Too slow. Reaction. Regardless of the transparent world, the atmosphere is obviously wrong. Namiko murmured twice, walked around the room twice, and then came to the door to open it. She pushed the door, but it didn't move. The door can't be opened. Yuko said helplessly, that old man should have colluded with the evil spirits here. Namiko was surprised and said, how could it be, that old man is obviously a human? Some humans are more hateful than evil spirits. Yuko looked out the window with a calm expression. Namiko wanted to say something, but subconsciously followed Yuko's gaze and looked out the window. A black shadow flashed past the window. Namiko immediately nervously drew out the sun wheel sword at her waist. Yuko shook her head secretly. No. This child. Soon, dense noises came from the roof, as if some creature was walking quickly on it. Namiko held the Nichiren sword tightly in both hands and raised her head nervously, it's up there. Boom. The skylight was broken, and a centipede-like evil ghost fell from the sky and coiled on the beam of the room. The centipedes under its body were like sharp knives, and it was at least 10 meters long. The centipede coiled on the beam and lowered its head. It turned out to be an ugly human face. The human-faced centipede looked at the two people and smiled strangely, two ghost hunters. Namiko's eyes were a little distracted, and a trace of fear appeared on her face. It's not that she hasn't killed evil ghosts before, but this is the first time she has seen such a weird evil ghost, which is creepy. Uzi was silent and took a half step forward. The samurai here have been eaten by you a long time ago, right? Ah, quite delicious. The green tongue slid past, as if savoring something. So all that information is fake? No, it's true. The human-faced centipede looked down at Yuko, with a strange smile on his face. I really made everyone disappear. Literally, everyone disappeared in my stomach. Its deformed centipedes pointed to its narrow abdomen, which looked very strange. Namiko's voice trembled a little, Miss Yuko. Yuko slowly pulled out the sun wheel sword, and said without looking back, stand still. Watching Yuko pull out the sun wheel sword, the human-faced centipede's alarm bells rang. Unlike the weak-legged kid behind him, the swordsman with stripes in front of him. His intuition told him. It's dangerous. The human-faced centipede's coiled body quickly squirmed, and its centipedes quickly climbed on the beams. The dense footsteps clattered, and it rushed towards Yuko like a locomotive. Be careful. Seeing this, Namiko wanted to step forward and pull Yuko away. Water-breathing 7th form Shizuku Ripple Strike. The water ripple-shaped breath came out, and Yuko raised the sword with one hand and stabbed quickly. Water breathing is not the best solution, but snow breathing is too much of a burden for her at this moment. At this moment, the human-faced centipede rushed over, and the sun wheel sword hit the human face directly between the eyebrows. The human-faced centipede was instantly trapped. The human-faced centipede was in a state of stiffness, and its winding body was almost arched. Water-breathing 3 forms flowing dance. While the human-faced centipede was in a state of stiffness, Yuko's flowing figure like water quickly rushed towards the centipede's body, and the place where the blade was swung was like a lifelike water dragon. No. Impossible. The human-faced centipede was shocked and froze on its face. The body that was cut by Yuko was broken into pieces, including its neck. The huge body gradually disappeared under the beheading of the sun wheel sword. Ahem. Namiko was awakened by Yuko's light cough, and she couldn't help but show her admiration. She said excitedly, "Great! Miss Yuko." Yuko calmed down the pain in her lungs and said lightly, "Namiko, if you joined the Demon Slayer Corps just to repay a favor, then I suggest you leave the Demon Slayer Corps." Minako's excited expression froze in an instant, and her expression was visibly depressed. "I'm sorry. I didn't help at all." Yuko shook her head, "I don't want to blame you, but you will hurt yourself sooner or later in this state. Too slow. Most of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps have relatives hurt by evil spirits, and they have an irreconcilable hatred with evil spirits. This is the reason why they keep fighting, and it is also the fate of generations of demon hunters. If you can't put life and death aside, you can't fight against evil spirits." Namiko was very depressed by the evaluation of her benefactor. "I just want to help others as much as I can. You don't have to fight on the front line to help others. Isn't the Demon Slayer Corps now building a backup force called Yin? I think that's more suitable for Namiko. Since Iwakatsu killed the Lord, the Demon Slayer Corps' residence has been hidden, and a backup force called Yin has been established." Namiko took a deep breath. "I will seriously consider." Her voice stopped abruptly, and Yuko looked up in confusion. Namiko looked terrified, her facial expression almost collapsed, and she looked behind her with trembling teeth, as if there was something terrifying behind her. Namiko spoke in a trembling voice, "You. Breath of the Moon Type 2 Zuhuanong Yu." Yu's eyes sank slightly, her body turned quickly and swung out two blade winds, two round moon blades with tiny crescents swung behind her. Before she could completely turn around and see clearly behind her, a majestic voice sounded at the same time. Breath of the Moon Type 3 Disgusting Moon Erosion. Chapter 18. Almost identical crescent blades collided in midair and cancelled each other out. 2 years later, wearing the purple-black outfit, Tsujiko Iwakatsu appeared in front of her again. Upper string. 1. Looking at the number engraved in the pupil, Yuko slowly read it out. Perhaps it was to better find the blue higanbana, or perhaps it was because of Yoriichi's existence that Muzan finally realized the importance of training the personal guards. The 12 Kizuki were born. As the strongest person besides him, Tsujiko Iwakatsu successfully took the position of upper string 1. The gentle expression on Yuko's face turned gloomy at a speed visible to the naked eye. With 6 eyes, Iwakatsu, whose facial expression could no longer be seen, said lightly, "Yuko, you are going to die." Iwakatsu's eyes easily saw through Yuko's physical condition. Yuko tightened her hand holding the knife, and her face was frighteningly calm. "So what?" She took a half-step forward without leaving a trace and blocked in front of Namiko, who was trembling all over. "Why don't you want to become a ghost?" Unlike most ghosts who lost their memories of their lives, Yanzheng retained his memories completely. Obviously, as long as you become a ghost, your body will recover. The supreme swordsmanship you want to pursue is no longer a dream. He didn't understand why his sister was so resistant. A layer of haze appeared in Yuko's eyes. "So, for these, you can eat people with peace of mind. How many people have you, eaten?" Once the tone of speaking is hurried, Yuko's lungs are prone to problems. The strength of evil ghosts is often proportional to the number of people they eat. This sentence is correct. Unless Muzan gives blood, eating people is the fastest way for evil ghosts to become stronger. After 2 years, the breath on Yunzhen's body has become thicker and more smelly. So much so that just standing in front of him, the weak Namiko felt difficulty breathing and trembling all over. This is not the 3 views that normal people should have, even in this era of cannibalism. But Yanzheng couldn't understand. As a samurai and a member of the ruling class, Iwakatsu completely cannot understand Yuko's emphasis on ordinary people. Even if he joined the Demon Slayer Corps, Iwakatsu did not do so to kill demons and save people, but to surpass Yoriichi. Unable to see a trace of repentance on Iwakatsu's face, Yuko stared at Iwakatsu with her eyes and said in a low voice, "Namiko, can you move?" Leave here and go down the mountain to ask for help. Hearing Yuko's voice, Namiko woke up from her fear. But, Miss Yuko, Yuko interrupted, that's not a ghost you can deal with. You have a chance if you go down the mountain to contact the people of the Demon Slayer Corps. Namiko paused, hesitant to speak, and finally nodded with tears in her eyes. I know, please be careful. I'll be back soon. While Yuko and Iwakatsu were confronting each other, Namiko ran out of the door. Iwakatsu did not make any move. At this time, are you still thinking about others? Call for help? By the time the help arrives, the matter here will have been over. Yuko said nothing, but was quietly on guard against him. At this moment, Yansheng moved, and his ghostly figure quickly approached Yuko. So fast! Yuko was shocked, and was about to raise her knife to deal with it, but she didn't expect Yansheng to pass by her. His target was Namiko. Yuko's pupils shrank suddenly, and she turned around quickly. Yansheng. You. This situation. Snow breathing 5-type snow walk. The snow-colored figure approached Yansheng in the blink of an eye. So slow. Yunchen's speed is so slow. In a trance, Yuko subconsciously thought. But at this time, the situation was already in a flash, and she couldn't think too much. The next move of snow breathing was about to be swung directly at Yunchen's neck, and Yansheng seemed to be running forward without knowing it. Suddenly, a piercing pain came from the lungs, as if someone had grabbed it hard. Yuko's steps became disordered instantly, and she stumbled a few steps. The world in front of her became tilted. At this moment, she recalled Yunchen's strange behavior just now. Was he using the transparent world to see the breathing frequency of her lungs and infer the time of her next attack? Yuko's wine-red eyes shrank slightly, and she watched Yansheng stabbing Namiko's back. It seemed that she could see the scene of Namiko being pierced through the heart from behind by him in the next moment. Yuko's wine-red eyes became deep. Just when Yansheng calmly sent the long knife to the back of the woman in front of him, less than half an inch, an angry voice suddenly exploded in his ears. Get out! Almost at the same time, a touch of red suddenly appeared from the corner of his eye. When Yunchen's calm heart was stirred up a little by the waves. The snow-white blade was in front of his eyes. It quickly passed by, and a broken arm was thrown high up, and blood poured out in the air. Namiko felt the movement behind her, and subconsciously looked back, only to see Miss Yuko showing an unprecedented gloom, confronting the evil ghost. She gritted her teeth and rushed forward. She would only drag Miss Yuko down here, and she couldn't let Miss Yuko down. Yansheng stopped where he was, silently looking at the broken arm. Regeneration became so slow. Does the breath of snow have such a strong restraint on regeneration? No, this is not the point. He didn't understand how Yuko got to his side at that moment just now. If that knife was aimed at the neck. Yuko held the knife with both hands, and a haze appeared on her face, wanting to slaughter humans. Is this your answer? Yansheng controlled the regeneration of flesh and blood, and with concentration, he recovered in just a few seconds. See, as long as you become a demon, even a broken arm is just a minor injury. I'm not here to watch you perform magic. Yuko's eyes were gloomy, and she raised her Nichiren sword to start. Is that so? Iwakatsu said with a slightly regretful tone, holding the sword to confront. My name is Kokushibo. The next moment, two figures, one white and one purple, collided with each other. You will die, Yuko. Kokushibo parried Yuko's attack with ease. It doesn't matter even if your dream can't be realized. Yuko sneered, do you really think that becoming a demon can surpass Yoriichi? Kokushibo's eyes narrowed slightly. You should know that even if you become a demon, you can't surpass Yoriichi. Before Yuko finished speaking, an indescribable sense of crisis instantly covered her body. The transparent world unfolded before her eyes, and she saw Kokushibo's body tense, and the rhythm of his breathing became steady and powerful. Breath of the Moon Type 8 Moon Dragon Wheel Tail. Kuroshibo stepped forward, and a huge blue-purple crescent moon as vast as the Milky Way swept out, sweeping almost everything in front of him. This was a sword style that Yuko had never known before, and its power was unprecedented. But Yuko, who saw through the movement of Kokushibo's muscles, was prepared and leaned back. Boom! The huge crescent moon smashed the house behind her, and a blood mark appeared on Yuko's forehead. She flipped back to stand firm and wiped off the blood mark on her forehead. Just the residual power swept over. Chapter 19. The power and coverage of this move are even more terrifying than the breath of the Sunday. This is not a slash that humans can make. Has the blood demon art been integrated into the sword art? Yuko looked at the blade in Kokushibo's hand. It had turned into a strange demon blade without knowing when. There were several small blades extending horizontally on the blade, which looked like branches. Although Kokushibo was not angry at this time, his face was extremely cold. His appearance made Yuko laugh out loud, tilted his head, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Are you angry? I know, Iwakatsu. From childhood to adulthood, you have been jealous of Yuan. Shut up. Kokushibo's gloomy face showed a trace of anger, and the blade in his hand was raised uncontrollably. Breath of the Moon 7th Type Evil Mirror Moon Reflection. Several giant purple shock waves shot towards Yuko along the surface of the ground, with some small shock waves in the gaps, almost completely covering the attack range. Breath of Snowland Type Snow Drifting thousands of miles. The snow-white sword wave broke through a shock wave, and Yuko tilted her body at a subtle angle to avoid other sharp edges. Invincible. This was Yuko's first impression after facing the breath of the moon. Although she has always been sarcastic about Yan Sheng, it is undeniable. The breath of the moon sword type created by Yan Sheng after becoming a demon is probably a combination of blood demon art, which is no longer a sword type that humans can learn. In terms of power alone, it is even far better than the breath of the sun used by Yunyi. Of course, this does not mean that he has surpassed Yunyi, but only that with the addition of blood demon art, he can perform moves that humans cannot perform. Yan Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Has Yuzi already mastered the skills of transparency? Under the premise that both sides have a transparent world, the only thing left to compete is the hard conditions. That is, speed and strength. Let's not talk about the gap between men and women. Just talking about the enhancement of physical fitness after becoming a demon, he is far beyond humans in both strength and speed. Yuzi, I will ask you one last time. Kokushibo looked up. Do you want to become a demon? In response to him, there was a touch of white that was extremely fast. Yuzi's figure became blurred, and the snow-white blade drew a thin snow line in the air. Snow-breathing 7th form Snow A line of sky. This move is a sword form that combines the snow-breathing with the thunder-breathing. It is the fastest type of the snow-breathing sword form. However, because of this, the use of breathing methods is more demanding and the requirements for the lungs are higher. The normal use of breathing is beneficial to the human body and is a skill that can regulate the human body. However, the full concentration breathing used in battle, as well as the subsequent constant breathing, effectively improved the physical fitness of the swordsman, but the damage to the body was also real. Akuko's forehead was sweating, and he endured the pain in his lungs, and his hand holding the knife clenched more and more tightly. So fast! Faster than the breath of thunder. Kokushibo's eyes shrank slightly, and there was a slight tingling sensation in his neck, as if he was being pressed by a needle tip. That's it. It was this move just now that allowed Akuko to cut off his arm in an instant. The snow line gathered into a point in Kokushibo's eyes, and he actually had the idea of avoiding it in his heart. Akuko's sword move did surprise Kokushibo for a moment, but the gap between the two did not close. Kokushibo got ready and raised his sword to block, his muscles tensed, and he abruptly stopped the move. Stare! There was a crisp sound. The two blades collided. The long sword in Kokushibo's hand seemed to break, with several cracks. Kokushibo was not surprised. The hollow god was made of his flesh and blood, and the sun blade was a blade specially used to slash demons. It was normal that it could not hold up when it met a powerful swordsman. There was a fine sweat on Yuko's forehead, and his lips began to turn white. Under Kokushibo's clear vision, Yuko was already at the end of his strength. The broken lines of the hollow god were quickly restored by the surge of flesh and blood, and Kokushibo opened the sun blade and slashed. Yuko ducked and avoided, and went around behind Kokushibo. A dying struggle. Kokushibo did not use his full strength. He turned around slowly, but saw a red breath coming out of Yuko's mouth, and the blade also had a red flame attached to it. Breath of the sun? Was he planning to fight to the death? Kokushibo knew very well that a Kuko could not perfectly perform the sun breathing. And if he said he was second to the sun breathing, only Muzan dared to say he was first. This hand-raising style is loose. Kokushibo was about to raise his sword to dissolve the move, but his pupils suddenly shrank. It's not the sun breathing. The red breath from a Kuko's mouth was mixed with snow-white dot on the snow-white blade, red and white flames burned. Snow-breathing 9-type Kage no Yuki. Yuko gritted her teeth and forced herself to concentrate. Hold on for a little longer, my body. The sun wheel sword in her hand drew a brilliant arc of red and white flames in the air. Not good. The hand-raising style of this move is almost exactly the same as the sun-breathing type 6. The understanding of sun-breathing made Kokushibo preconceived and misjudged Yuko's move. When Kokushibo reacted, the blazing blade was close to his neck. At this angle, there was no way to avoid it. In a hurry, Kokushibo could only raise the sword to his side, and hold the long sword firmly with both hands in a cross shape. Ding! There! The blazing flames cut off Kokushibo's long sword. The veins in his hands bulged, and the muscles in his arms were tense to try to slow down the speed of the blade. It's okay. Yuko was already at the end of her strength, and her strength could not last long. As long as he concentrated on maintaining the regeneration of the flesh and blood in his arms, the other party would be the first to collapse. But just when he wanted to mobilize his energy to speed up the regeneration of his arms, he noticed that the regeneration of his arms was delayed again. No, it cannot be said to be delayed, it can almost be said to be blocked. Kokushibo suddenly thought of something and looked at the red blade in Yuko's hand in astonishment. Red blade. With this physical state, the awakening of the transparent world can be described as a gifted talent, and the pattern can also be achieved by transcending the limits of life and death. Then the red blade, if the grip is not strong enough, it cannot be mastered. Even he mastered the red blade after awakening the pattern. Although this skill has long been abandoned after he became a demon, it is undeniable. The red blade is definitely not an ability that can be mastered by talent. This is a must for the hard conditions of the body. What Kokushibo could not understand was that the strong will of human beings had the ability to turn the impossible into the possible. Even a dying body could burst out with power beyond the limit in an instant. Kokushibo's arms were cut off bit by bit, and a burning pain came from his neck. Kokushibo looked at Yuko with anger and panic in his eyes. Why? Why, no matter if it was Yoriichi or Yuko? He abandoned his wife and children, and even gave up his human identity, why still? Yuko could no longer answer the doubts in Iwakatsu's eyes. All the cells in her body were tense, and her spirit was like a hair that was weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Any divergence of thoughts would cause it to collapse. This thin and weak figure had overlapped with a certain figure in a trance. No. He couldn't die yet. He hadn't surpassed Yoriichi yet. Kokushibo could only watch his neck being cut off bit by bit, and the anxiety of waiting for defeat made him feel like dying. Just when Kokushibo's neck had been cut off by 2/3 and he was about to be beheaded. I saw that Yuko, whose spirit was as tense as a thread, suddenly changed her expression, and the breathing method that was overloaded in her lungs caused the thread that maintained her spiritual strength to break. Yuko lost her strength instantly, knelt on the ground, and vomited blood in large mouthfuls, as if even her internal organs were going to be vomited out. Chapter 20. Almost at the moment when Yuko lost strength, Kokushibo, who still had the sun blade hanging on his neck, pulled away and retreated quickly. His eyes were wide open, veins on his cheeks and neck bulged, and he pulled the sun blade out of his neck. With 2/3 of his neck cut off, his head was almost hanging on his head. Kokushibo held his head with one hand, breathing heavily, just a little bit short. If he was 2 seconds slower, he would have died. He was caught off guard by the sudden sword shape. The combination of snow breathing and sun breathing, whether it is the hand-raising style or the operation of the lungs, the front-end mobilization is almost exactly the same. There is indeed a relationship of reference and improvement between breathing methods, but no one has ever been able to mix various breathing methods together. The previous type is still this breathing method, but the next type changes into another breathing method. The change of breathing method is extremely demanding. There are swordsmen who have mastered several breathing methods in the Demon Slayer Corps, but even Kokushibo himself cannot change the breathing method at will in battle. This is not a problem of skills, but a special physique. In the entire Demon Slayer Corps, only Yuko has this talent. Even the most special sun breathing, Yuko can barely use it, and the door to other breathing methods is open to her. It took Kokushibo 3 years to master all breathing methods including sun and moon breathing. This talent was subconsciously ignored by him. Because in his eyes, only the sun breathing used by Yuichiro is worth paying attention to, but Yuko refreshes his cognition again and again. If Yuichiro has been far ahead from the beginning, then Yuko is when you don't care about her, she follows you obediently, and when you suddenly remember to pay attention to her, you find that she has inexplicably walked ahead of you. The burning sensation of the red sword made his neck almost unable to regenerate, but fortunately the burning sensation was gradually dissipating. Kokushibo angrily cut off Yuko's Nichiren sword. The ownerless Nichiren sword was just a piece of scrap metal after all. The skin and flesh on Kokushibo's neck were slowly creeping and healing. He held the demon blade, which was also slowly recovering and extending, and walked slowly towards Yuko. Cough cough, vomit. Yuko knelt on the ground in embarrassment, vomiting turbid blood from her mouth. Her vision became blurred, her ears were buzzing, and her brain was almost blank. It's no good. My body has reached its limit. A pair of blurry feet appeared in front of her. Sure enough, they didn't cut it off. As soon as the thought came to Yuko's mind, the owner of the feet bent down and grabbed her neck, lifting her up. Yuko subconsciously stretched out her hands to grab Kokushibo's arms, as if she wanted to make her breathing easier. She could no longer see the face of the person in front of her, but just struggled unconsciously. Cough. Blood dripped down the crowded throat and the corners of the mouth onto Kokushibo's fingers. The weak hands were almost just on his arms. Seeing the weak and bloody Yuko, the anger in Kokushibo's eyes did not dissipate. He exerted a little force with his 5 fingers, and Yuko was like a dying goldfish in the water, with blood foam constantly overflowing from the corners of her mouth. In a trance, it seemed that a gentle voice sounded in his ears. "Brother, you don't have to prove it to anyone. I have always been proud of you." Kokushibo's fingers subconsciously relaxed a lot. "Let go of Miss Yuko." A sharp shout suddenly sounded from the side, and Kokushibo turned his head to see that the swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps who had just escaped was angrily holding up the sun wheel sword and rushing towards him. Kokushibo, who mastered the transparent world, instantly saw the fact that Namiko was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and the other party's method of using shouting to cover up fear did not work. Namiko sent away the crow that delivered the message. Thinking that Miss Yuko was still facing the evil spirit, she suppressed her fear and turned back. Perhaps Miss Yuko had defeated the evil spirit. She prayed like this. But when she stepped into the door, she only saw the scene of Miss Yuko being eaten by the evil spirit. Facing this terrifying evil spirit that was 1.9 meters tall, all the cells in Namako's body sounded the alarm, as if constantly urging her. Run away! Run away! That's not an enemy you can deal with. Miss Yuko won't blame you even if you run away. But she couldn't do it. It was obviously her mission, but she had to let Miss Yuko bear the consequences. What kind of thing is this? Yuko, who was in a trance, also heard the sharp shout and twisted her head with difficulty. A vague figure rushed over with a knife. She opened her mouth and only made a sound as thin as a mosquito. Run away! Yuko had never felt so uncomfortable before. Her whole body felt like it was filled with lead, as if no part of it belonged to her. Her consciousness was also fading. Kokushibo stood there calmly. As the distance got closer, Namako felt a glimmer of hope. At this distance, I can hit it. Water. The sight in front of her eyes suddenly tilted, and Namako stared blankly ahead, and her perspective became parallel to the ground. Yuko's eyes gradually widened a little, and her arms became stronger, trying to break free. But she had no strength after all. Kokushibo held Yuko with one hand, and calmly swung the demon blade with the other hand. The small branches extending from the blade hung on the back collar of Namako's clothes, dragging her to the house behind her. Let me go. Namako's terrified voice reached Yuko's ears, making Yuko feel relieved, but at the same time, she had a bad premonition. Entering the house, Namako was thrown by Kokushibo casually, and after rolling on the ground for a few rounds, she struggled to escape. Yuko's eyes moved slightly, and she saw Namako's current state. Namako's hands and feet were bleeding, as if her tendons were cut. At this time, she was crawling out with her elbows and knees in fear. Yuko said with difficulty, "What do you want to do?" Kokushibo did not respond. He clearly understood that chatting with Yuko was just to make trouble. The other party could always say things that broke people's defenses without changing his expression. Kokushibo slightly exerted force on her neck, and his nails broke through the flesh like a sharp knife. Yuko frowned. She could clearly feel the vitality quickly draining from her body. It doesn't matter if she dies. But what about Namako? Kokushibo noticed that she looked at Namako from the corner of her eye. Do you still have the mind to care about others at this time? He was hesitating whether to kill Yuko. Hearing what Kokushibo said, Yuko turned her eyes back. She looked at Kokushibo with no hatred in her eyes, only pity for him. Yuko spoke with difficulty, "Iwakatsu, one day, you will be punished for the sins you committed." She paused, her pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and she opened her mouth but could not make a sound. Her body. Something came in. Chapter 21. Kokushibo let go of his hand expressionlessly. Yuko collapsed to the ground, holding her neck with difficulty. Her face became hideous, veins appeared on her forehead and neck, and her eyes were full of bloodshot. Something was injected into her body through Iwakatsu's fingers. At this moment, Yuko felt restless all over, as if even her blood was boiling, an indescribable feeling. Kokushibo walked slowly towards Namako who had crawled to the door, and said lightly, "The stronger the person, the longer it takes to transform into a ghost. You should stay here honestly for the next few days." It took him 3 full days to transform into an evil ghost, and Yuko's talent was not inferior to his. Sensing the movement behind her, Namako looked back with horror, uttering a whimpering sound, and using more and more force on her elbows and knees, looking extremely embarrassed. Kokushibo dragged her back without a trace of emotion in his eyes. "Ah!" Namako twisted in horror. Kokushibo threw her to the ground, broke the sword of the demon blade in his hand, stepped on Namako's hands and feet, and nailed her limbs to the ground. "Ah!" Namako's screams were endless. Yuko looked at this scene with red eyes. "Iwakatsu." The words squeezed out from Yuko's teeth. Kokushibo rarely heard anger from them. He was in a surprisingly good mood. "You bastard! Let Yuko curse." Kokushibo ignored her, but left directly. Yuko lay on the ground in pain. She could feel her heartbeat getting faster and faster, and something seemed to be changing in her body. That was a change from the microscopic level. Namako's painful groan came into her ears. Yuko subconsciously looked sideways, and felt that her current state was extremely attractive. It was not until the saliva dripped onto the floor that Yuko suddenly woke up. She turned her head away and tried her best to suppress the throbbing in her heart. Her 5 fingers dug deeply into the ground and she shouted with difficulty, "Namako, stand up." She understood why Iwakatsu did this. The purpose was to let her eat Namako herself after she became a demon. Even without Yuko's voice, Namako, who witnessed the changes in Yuko's body, was terrified and wanted to pull out the blade on the back of her hand. But her tendons in her hands and feet were cut, and she had no strength at all. She could only watch the blood flow from her body. It was almost dawn. Yuko gritted her teeth and wanted to crawl out of the door, but the impact on her body made it impossible for her to do such a luxury. Muzin's cells were transforming her body. Yuko curled up into a ball, stuffed her hand into her mouth, and tried her best to stick to her original intention. The back of her hand was full of blood from her bite, but her consciousness was still dying bit by bit. I don't know how long it took. When Yuko suddenly woke up, it was a full moon outside, and the dim moonlight poured in through the door, illuminating the room. Yuko gasped and looked down at her hands. Her originally snow-white nails turned black as if they had been manicured, and the back of her hand, which was bitten bloody by her, was as smooth as soap under the moonlight. She became a ghost. But she seemed to still have an independent will. After a moment of shock, Yuko touched her cheek with a little panic. Fortunately, her nose was still a nose, and her eyes were still eyes, without the twisted appearance of Iwakatsu. Then, her brain, which had recovered a little, drove her to look at Namako. Namako was covered in blood, lying motionless on the ground. The blood flowing from her hands and feet had stagnated, and her miserable appearance could be imagined as she struggled hard. The saliva in Yuko's mouth was secreted unconsciously, and her eyes were staring at Namako's body. Namako was not dead yet. The perception of ghosts was so strong that Yuko could even hear her faint heartbeat. Tick-tick. It was as if a full banquet was placed in front of a hungry person, and the saliva could not stop secreting. But she could also clearly feel that she could control this desire. Yuko was afraid of becoming a ghost, not only because ghosts would eat people. After becoming a ghost, her own will would be distorted, and the Ghost King had the ability to read minds. Once Muzin read her heart, Muzin would be able to overcome the sunlight in advance and become truly invincible. Yuko turned her head away from her reason slowly recovered, and her saliva stopped overflowing. She was able to overcome this impulse because she was special? Was it because she did not belong to this world? Or was it because of the blue-red spider lily? She had only seen it before. It's wild vegetables. Yuko suddenly realized. She and Yuichiro had been in Tanji. The Tanji family entertained them with wild vegetables for several days. Was there a blue higanbana in it? Yuko fell into deep thought. Nezuko was able to overcome her desire to eat people because of Tanjiro's desperate call, but the blue higanbana was the most crucial condition. Otherwise, why would she be the only one to overcome it? Kibutsuji Muzin. Yuko said it a little awkwardly. She remembered that there was a curse in Muzin's blood that would cause the evil ghost who said his name to be cursed to death. After waiting for a while, nothing unexpected happened. She could clearly sense that her current situation was not under Muzin's control. Does this mean that she has become the second demon who has successfully escaped from Muzin's control since Tamayo? Yuko breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of her heart. Because she had seen more than once that the Demon Slayer Corps defeated Muzin purely by plot killing. If Muzin really heard her voice, then there would be no need to wait until the plot began, and Muzin would be invincible. After judging her own condition, Yuko hurriedly crawled towards Namiko. Her saliva was secreted unconsciously, and her senses were telling her that the food in front of her was very delicious. Yuko restrained her inner desire and carefully pulled out the blades on Namiko's hands and feet. Humph! Namiko moaned unconsciously, frowning. She was tortured beyond recognition by Kokushibo, but at least she survived. This won't work, she must be taken to the doctor as soon as possible. Almost at the moment when this thought came up, Yuko's mind became clear and she immediately understood her blood demon art. It was like an innate talent, and she remembered it inadvertently. Her blood demon art can save people. Yuko picked up the demon blade that was thrown aside, cut her wrist, and smeared the blood on Namiko's injured part. Namiko's wound was repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like the regeneration of a broken arm of an evil demon. Yuzai's eyes lit up. This ability! It's so useful! Chapter 22. The blood was smeared on the wounds on Namiko's hands and feet. The wounds healed quickly and Namiko's breath gradually improved. On the contrary, Yuko was a little weak at this time. She had just changed and needed to eat urgently. Now not only did she not eat, but she also needed to give away her flesh and blood. Namiko's breath gradually became stable. She groaned and slowly opened her eyes. Yuko's face was happy. Namiko, you. Before she finished speaking, Namiko saw Yuko's current state in the moonlight, and the confusion on her face turned into horror at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! She screamed and kicked Yuko away with her hands and feet. Yuko hurriedly explained, "Calm down. I am still right." Without giving her the opportunity to finish her words, Namiko ran out of the room in a hurry and escaped. Yuko stared at her running out of the door in a daze, and her outstretched hand was unconsciously retracted. After a while, she sighed. She didn't hate Namiko, people of this era couldn't understand her. This had been verified by Iwakatsu long ago. To be honest, she was afraid of ghosts because she was afraid that her consciousness would be distorted and that Muzan would know her inner thoughts. They both ate human flesh, but she wouldn't be afraid if she became a ghoul. Because ghouls can control their own hearts, but evil ghosts can't. When she learned that she was not controlled by Muzan, she accepted her current identity calmly. Isn't it just becoming a ghost? As long as she doesn't eat people and doesn't do bad things, isn't she also a good ghost? And she can also be beheaded and regenerated, which sounds super powerful. Yuko thought to herself amusingly. She got up from the ground and slowly walked to the door. The moonlight sprinkled into the yard, with a desolate beauty. She stepped out, but her head suddenly tilted back and she almost fell to the ground. Yuko, who had stabilized her body, couldn't help but touch her head, and two long branches grew on it. Just now, it was these two long branches that were stuck on the upper edge of the door. She had checked her face before to see if there were any changes, but she didn't expect that there was no change on her face, but there was something on her head. How could she go out and meet people? Yuzai secretly complained that if she remembered correctly, Nezuko could control the size of her body, so she should be able to do the same. She touched the long branches on her head and concentrated her energy. Sure enough, with her efforts, the long branches on her head slowly shrank back. Fortunately, Yuzai breathed a sigh of relief. She looked down at her body and confirmed that there were no other changes in her body, then she stepped out of the room. Yuzai looked up at the cold moon in the sky, closed her eyes and took a deep breath of the cool night air. What does it feel like? It was like walking through a narrow corridor, and a little white light appeared in front of her eyes, as if she was suddenly enlightened. Since her lung injury, she has never felt so relaxed. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew and drilled into Yuzai's nasal cavity. It was the smell of blood. Not far from the door. Snow breathing type 5 snow walk. Yuko's figure turned into a ray of white light and disappeared on the spot. The use of the breathing method was also very smooth, and the usual blockage was gone at this time. I have never had such a wonderful feeling. The whole person was like a new life. When I came to the door, I saw several swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps lying on the mountain road. It was almost a mess of broken limbs, which was horrible to see. Yuko's saliva began to secrete again. These people should be the reinforcements brought by Namiko, but Kokushibo did not leave immediately at that time, and was bumped into by this group of people. Yuko endured the hunger and collected their bodies and buried them aside. Just when she wanted to leave, Yuko suddenly reacted. She got rid of Musen's control, and Musen could not feel her existence now. Iwakatsu might come back to check, so she should hide and wait for the opportunity to kill the evil ghost. Akuko returned to the mansion and searched the room for several clothes, which should be worn by the wife and daughter of the samurai, and they were brand new. She changed her clothes and threw them into the yard, pretending to be destroyed by the sun. This would explain why Musen could not sense her existence. After throwing her clothes to the door, she noticed her broken Nichiren sword. Her partner, who usually fought side by side, now emitted a little cold light under the moonlight, which made her feel a little chill on her back. No wonder Iwakatsu abandoned the Nichiren sword after he became a demon. Even if it was the so-called red sword, that thing only had special attacks on demons, and its effect on humans was minimal. Because for fragile creatures like humans, it doesn't matter whether there is a burning effect or not, anyway, it can be killed in 1 second. Iwakatsu's strange demon blade was made of his own flesh and blood, so there was no reason why she couldn't do it. But she is too weak now. If she separates her flesh and blood again, she might become the first demon to die weakly. After doing all this, Yuko left the mansion under the moonlight. She had to find something to eat. Almost immediately after she left, Iwakatsu and the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps came here one after another. Kokushibo looked at the human-shaped clothes placed in front of the door indifferently. This is the shape that is formed when the flesh disappears from the inside. Was it the Sunday? After hearing the news from Musen that he did not sense Yuko, he had this guess. Can he achieve this degree with his will? Or? He looked up at the inner room, and the woman who should have been eaten up disappeared without a trace. Kokushibo, who has a keen sense of breath, knows very well that she was not eaten by Yuko, but somehow escaped. The expression on Kokushibo's face was uncertain. After a moment, he drew his sword coldly. The powerful attack of the moon breathing instantly destroyed Yuko's clothes and the house behind him. This is Miss Yuko's sword, there is no mistake. A swordsman who had trained under Yuko recognized the broken sun blade on one side. The friend next to him said reluctantly, "So, Miss Yuko. Don't talk nonsense." The person next to him shouted and interrupted him, "Miss Yuko is a swordsman who awakened the stripes and the transparent field. How could she die here?" But a team member looked at the completely destroyed house in front of him in despair, with several sword marks like claws on it. That is not something that human swordsmanship can cause. If it is an evil ghost with this kind of power, even if it is Miss Yuko. When Yuko came down from the mountain and found the town next to her, the sky had already revealed a hint of fish belly white, and it was about to dawn. She seemed to have eaten the blue spider lily, so she was immune to the sun. Yuzai thought so, but she didn't dare to do it. She used the little money she had plundered from the samurai's house to stay in an inn in the town to avoid the sun. The innkeeper brought her food, and she tasted it twice. The food that she couldn't get used to on weekdays was even more like chewing wax. In Yuzai's eyes, it was not even as delicious as the store clerk who delivered the food to her door. The nutrition in it was minimal and could not replenish her physical strength at all. After becoming a ghost, Yuzai finally experienced what it meant to be hungry but not die. Chapter 23. Alas! It's not easy to be a ghost, Yuzai sighed. She took off the veil that covered her face. Although it was highly likely that she didn't grow into something weird, she couldn't see her appearance. It would be bad if something went wrong. There happened to be a bronze mirror in the room. She picked up the bronze mirror placed on the table and scratched her cheek. Everything was the same as before, as if she had just done a manicure. Just as Yuzi was thinking this, she suddenly noticed that her eyes seemed a little strange. She approached the bronze mirror and scratched her eyelids, only to see that in the bronze mirror, there were actually 2 pupils in her eyes. Now it's good, I don't dare to laugh at Yan Sheng for being a 6-eyed lemon spirit anymore. 2 pupils appeared in one eye, one large and one small, and the small one was almost glued to the large one, which looked like some kind of sticky distortion, making Yuzi's wine-red eyes look very weird. Double pupils? The last person who was so awesome was a certain overlord who carried a tripod. Could it be that she also has the aura of a king? Yuzi found a way to have fun in the midst of suffering and carefully checked it. Except for the change in pupils, there were indeed no other changes. Yes, there were 2 slightly protruding canine teeth. Yuzi bared his teeth and focused his attention on the top of his head in front of the bronze mirror. The next moment, 2 hideous ghost horns emerged from it. At first glance, they did not look like ghost horns, but more like dragon horns. The horns were at least 20 centimeters long, which means that if she stood up now, she would be as tall as Yan Sheng with the horns. It was a secondary development. Yuzi turned into a ghost with all her strength. In the blink of an eye, her long, beautiful wine-red hair turned white from the roots, and her fingernails also grew a little longer. From a distance, she did not look like a weird and ugly evil ghost, but more like an unknown god. The only thing that affected her beauty was the slightly hideous veins under her skin when she was fully transformed into a ghost. Wow! I am so handsome! Yuzi's eyes lit up. He looked so handsome. After appreciating her own beauty, Yuzi returned to her human form. Only the double pupils in her eyes remained. I wonder if it was because she was too weak that she could not completely erase the characteristics of a ghost. Fortunately, it was not serious. She could just wear a hat to cover it up. Yuzi was thinking about her next plan in the room. Well, at least she had to report her safety to Yoichi. But she could only go back at night. She was afraid that Yoichi would find her before she even got close to the door. It would be bad if Yoichi treated her as a small monster. At least give him a shot of prevention first. Yuzi thought so and called the clerk. Can you help me find some paper and pen? I want to report my safety to my family. Looking at the hair accessories in Yuko's hand, the clerk couldn't think of a reason to refuse. After writing the letter, please deliver this letter to. This is the reward. Taking the jewelry from Yuko, the clerk suppressed his inner ecstasy, patted his chest, and promised, "Don't worry, miss, even if I risk my life, I will definitely deliver the envelope to your family." Yuko. She suddenly felt a little worried about what was going on. During the time when the clerk delivered the letter, Yuko had been living here. It was not until a few days later that the clerk explained to her in detail what Yoichi looked like, and Yuko was sure that he had delivered it. At night, Yuko checked out of the room and walked on the street hungry. She was so hungry that she wanted to eat people. In Yuko's eyes, the lights on every household were like the barbecue stalls on the roadside that were lit up late at night. It makes people want to get closer. She looked away, trying not to think about those things, and hurried on the road in the night. After becoming a demon, the injury to her lungs healed, and her physical fitness was greatly improved. She used the breathing technique of Changzhong throughout the journey. Since she mastered the breathing of snow, this was the first time she used it so smoothly. In the dark room, Yunyi was sitting on the floor. In addition to his Nichiren sword, there was also a broken white Nichiren sword beside him. He hadn't slept well for several days. Because of Yuko's letter. Dear brother. I am Yuko, and I am very sorry to leave without saying goodbye. But please listen to me carefully. After leaving home, I accidentally went to a mountain somewhere. After becoming a demon, I found that I had broken free from Musen's control, but I didn't lose my mind. It seemed that the situation was the same as Miss Tamayo. I will go home in the night not too long from now. This letter and the news from the Demon Slayer Corps were delivered to Yoriichi almost at the same time. The Demon Slayer Corps told him that they found signs of Ikuko fighting with an evil spirit in a certain mountain, but they did not see Miss Ikuko. The broken Nichiren sword was found on the spot. The result is self-evident. If it were an ordinary person, Yuko's letter would be like a ghost returning to the dead on the 7th day of his death. It's creepy. Yunyi glanced at Yuko's broken sword from the corner of his eye and sat with a gloomy face. He swore that if Yuko's letter was written by Muzan, he would dig Muzan out even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Deceiving him in the name of Yuko and blaspheming the dead. Yunyi looked up coldly, his eyes staring straight at the door. Yuko had already entered the city at this time, and he and Yunyi lived not far away. I don't know if Yunyi slept at this time. But with Yunyi's perception, I'm afraid she would be discovered before she even got close. Thinking this way, Yuko approached the house carefully, praying in her heart that Yunyi would not treat her as a soldier. She didn't think she could touch Yunyi now. The one who was full of confidence and confronted Yoichi head-on has now shrunk into his shell and won't come out. When she got close to the house, Yuko's strong perception as a ghost also allowed her to instantly determine that there was a figure sitting in the house. In the middle of the night, aren't you sleeping? Creak. Yuko sneakily opened the door, and the moonlight slanted in, illuminating Yoichi's lower body. The moment she saw Yoichi, something in Yuko's heart seemed to throb. In a trance, a vague figure holding a red knife ran towards her. Those were the mucin cells that remained in her body. Yoichi's eyelids twitched, and a transparent world unfolded before his eyes. The person in front of him was undoubtedly Yuko. But Yuko's turbid breath also reminded him that the person in front of him was indeed an evil ghost. But unlike other evil ghosts, she didn't have the stench of eating people. Well, brother, why are you still not sleeping so late? Yuko's somewhat embarrassed voice came, and the coldness on Uniki's face instantly disappeared. Yuniki spoke with a somewhat moved expression, Yuko. Yuko closed the door and slowly sat down in front of Yuniki. Looking at Yuniki's worried look, she smiled gently, sorry, brother, I'm back late. Yoichi was stunned and smiled gently. Welcome back, Yuko. That night, the brother and sister talked a lot. Yuniki, who had let Tamayo go, did not have the idea of destroying the evil ghost, not to mention his relatives. But for what Iwakatsu did, he felt sad in his heart. Not only did he degenerate into a ghost, but he also gave his own sister. Chapter 24. That's the thing. Not only has my lung injury healed, but I've also become stronger. It's like I've been reborn. Yuko showed off her biceps while she spoke, and her body language was quite rich. Still the same as before. Yoichi smiled with relief, and then said seriously, Yoichi. Don't be blinded by this power. The power of ghosts should be used with caution. Seeing her brother's serious look, Yuko also restrained her smile and said seriously, well, I know. There is indeed a big problem with overusing the power of ghosts. That is weakness. When a ghost is weak, the desire to eat will be so strong that it will quickly occupy the entire brain. And evil ghosts will eat people in pursuit of strength. No matter from which aspect, Yoichi's concerns are correct. Because Iwakatsu chose to become a ghost and betrayed his identity as a human in pursuit of strength and in pursuit of becoming stronger than Yoichi. With the previous experience of Iwakatsu, Yuniki naturally paid more attention to Yuko. But now, when she mentioned this, she drooled a little. Yuniki was a little stunned when he saw the saliva overflowing from the corners of his sister's mouth. Yuko quickly sucked it back and looked at Yuniki dryly. That brother. I haven't eaten for several days. Then I'll help you make it. Yuniki was about to get up, and suddenly reacted, what do you want to eat? Yuko looked at him warmly. Yuniki. Yuko clasped her hands together, blood. Please, I only need a little blood. It must be said that Iwakatsu was very caring for her. He was afraid that she would be weak and have nothing to eat after becoming a ghost, so he deliberately left Namiko there. He didn't even kill her directly, for fear that she would not eat fresh food. Sure enough, it was not without influence. Yunyi lowered his eyelids slightly and sighed, "Yuzai, we can't be sure whether you are different from other evil spirits. So you have to live with me from now on. At least let him see it." Yuzai was stunned for a moment, and said as a matter of course, "I have nowhere else to go. And I'm counting on you to teach me swordsmanship to avenge Iwakatsu. That bastard has been pinching my neck and asking me if I want to become a ghost." Yuzai's eyes became dangerous, and she said viciously, "One day, I will beat him to a pulp." Yi. Okay, it didn't change after all. Yi picked up the Nichiren sword beside him and pulled out the blade. Just such a small action, which obviously did not carry any pressure or momentum, made Yuzai's whole body subconsciously stiff. The cells of the scumbag boss were causing trouble in her body again. Yi didn't care about his sister's actions and gently cut a hole on his hand. "Is this okay? Ancient people have a saying that eating is the biggest thing in the world." The desire to eat finally suppressed the fear in Musen's cells. "Yes, yes." Yuko nodded like pounding garlic, stepped forward and held the blood in her palm. Just when Yuko lowered her head to taste it, she suddenly stopped again. Yoichi said with concern, "What's wrong?" "No." Yuko shook her head. She just thought of Yoichi being the incarnation of the sun god, so would she be burned to death if she drank his blood? This thought just popped up in her mind for no reason. Fortunately, it was not that outrageous. It tasted very delicious, like sweet dew after a long drought. Although it was definitely not as good as eating people, at least it was a snack. This life is really unbearable, too painful. If immortality is this way of living, then she would rather not have it. The feeling of being hungry all the time is too uncomfortable. I don't know what Miss Tamayo is doing now. Akuko was thinking that after Miss Tamayo was saved by Uniki, she seemed to stop eating human flesh. When she met Tanjiro in the future, Tanjiro didn't smell the stench of a ghost from her. Miss Tamayo seemed to survive by relying on human blood. It was relatively easy for her to obtain these with her identity. Should she go to Tamayo to seek refuge? Work part-time to make a living? After all, Miss Tamayo is a doctor, so she is in the system, right? At least it's much better than being an unemployed vagrant like her who can only rely on her parents at home. Alas! Akuko sighed. Uniki tilted his head and looked at the changing expressions on his sister's face, which was inexplicably cute. If you ignore the blood on her mouth and hands. Uniki's blood barely filled Yuko's stomach, and her face regained a little redness. Looking at Uniki's wrist, Yuko smiled playfully. "Brother, how about I show you a magic trick?" "Magic?" Yuko picked up her broken Nichiren sword and said with emotion, "It has been with me for so many years, what a pity." Yoichi said lightly, "This sword is actually not suitable for snow breathing." Yuko nodded, "I know. The breathing method is matched with the sword type, and the performance of the sword type is often inseparable from the blade. This sword is the Nichiren sword that Yuko used when she joined the Demon Slayer Corps before she mastered the snow breathing. It is more suitable for the 5 major breathing methods. Snow breathing is derived from Feng Shui breathing, but it is mixed with thunder breathing and sun breathing, etc., which is the most complicated breathing method at present. Ordinary blades cannot match it at all. And as Yuko's lungs were damaged, she never performed any missions outside, so the Nichiren sword naturally did not need to be replaced. So this sword has been used until now." Yuko used the broken blade to cut a hole in her wrist, and Yunyi opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. "Brother, hand." Yunyi took out his hand obediently. Yuko smeared her blood on Yunyi's wound, and the wound healed at a terrifying speed. Under Yunyi's surprised eyes, the wound on Yuko's wrist had also healed, and she explained, "This is the blood demon art I awakened. It can quickly recover from injuries." Even broken arms can be regenerated. There was a hint of unnoticeable confidence in Yuko's words. This power will definitely come in handy in the future. And if humans have the same recovery power as demons, what advantages do demons have? I don't know if it's the specialness of the blue-red spider lily, or if Iwakatsu injected enough blood of Muzan into her body. Whether it's the recovery power brought by the blood demon art or Yuko's own recovery ability, it's far better than ordinary demons. Watching the wound heal, Yunyi nodded slightly. It is indeed a powerful ability. Right, and it has more than one use. Yuko slid her palm across the Nichiren sword, and the blade was covered with a layer of blood. The blood spread abnormally along the blade, almost turning the blade evenly blood-colored. My blood can also enchant weapons, increasing the power and range of the sword type. This is somewhat similar to Yanshen's blood demon art. Although it is not as convenient as his, it is not much different. More importantly, her ability can be used by others. She, Tsujiko Yuko, an all-round nurse. Chapter 25. Yunyi was surprised to take the Nichiren sword from Yuko. He gently wiped it with his hand, and the blood was like a layer of paint on it, which could not be wiped off. It has a similar color to the red sword, but the heat is completely opposite. It is cold. He noticed it when Yuko applied the blood to his wound before, and it was as cold as ice water. Yuko explained, as long as it is not affected by the sun, it can stay for 3 whole days. Blood ghost arts are similar to superpowers and spells, and are often the basis for evil ghosts to be stronger than humans. In front of various strange blood ghost arts, even the regeneration ability of evil ghosts that is different from humans has to be slightly behind. The only thing they fear is the sun. Under the sun, blood ghost arts will lose their effect. Yuko has not tried it, but blood ghost arts are instincts engraved deep in the brain of ghosts, and you can understand them without trying. After the introduction, she raised her eyebrows and boasted, "Isn't that great?" "Great?" Seeing that Yuko was the same as before, Yunyi's mouth curled unconsciously. Yuko suddenly asked, "By the way, brother, have you been in touch with Miss Tamayo?" Yunyi shook his head. His communication with Tamayo was limited to the day when he defeated Muzan, and he never met again, let alone contacted. "Is that so?" Yuko sighed with some regret. In the future, Tanjiro seemed to have met Tamayo in Asakusa, but it is still the Warring States period, hundreds of years away from the Taisho period, and who knows where Tamayo is at this time. It seems that it is not so easy to get into the system. She should just stay at home and rely on her parents, at least she won't starve to death. And with her blood demon art, Yunyi's wounds can recover quickly. Wait, she seems to have accidentally invented a perpetual motion machine. Being stared at by Yuko, Yunyi felt a chill on his spine, a feeling he had never had since the Demon King. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, Yuko said again, "Brother, do you still remember Tanji?" Yunyi was slightly stunned. Although he didn't know why Yuko mentioned Tanji at this time, he still nodded. Of course. The place where Tanji's family lived was where he and she once lived. Yuko smiled and said, "Let's go there when we have time to see how they are doing. And look for blue-red spider lilies." She was able to get rid of Muzan's control, most likely because she accidentally ate blue-red spider lilies when she stayed at Tanji's house. Nezuko seemed to have overcome the weakness of sunlight in the later part of the plot, but she didn't know whether she could overcome sunlight. After all, Nezuko didn't seem to have overcome sunlight at the beginning, and her family had lived there for hundreds of years. It's possible that the genes that had been eaten for generations had mutated, resulting in Nezuko being an exception. How many meals did she eat? Akuko felt that it was necessary to consolidate the treatment. Hearing Akuko's words, Yuniki fell into memories. A few years ago, the scene of Tanji's family warmly entertaining them seemed to be vivid. After a while, he nodded. Okay. It was a spring season with flowers blooming, and the two visited Tanji's family in the evening. Mr. Yuniki, Miss Akuko, it's been 2 years. Tenji brought tea, and Akemi coaxed the child to sleep in the inner room. Seeing his benefactor again, Tenji's face was full of joy. Entering the house, Akuko took off her hat, sat in front of Tenji with Yuniki, and bowed slightly. I'm sorry to visit you so late. Because Akuko was not sure whether she had overcome her weakness to sunlight, she had to visit at night. Although she could also shrink like Nezuko and stage a Warring States version of Demon Slayer brother and sister plot with Yuniki. But she was too ashamed to be carried by Yuniki like a child. Tenji waved his hands quickly. No, Miss Yuko is too polite. Tenji's voice suddenly stopped, and his eyes were attracted by Yuko's strange eyes illuminated by the oil lamp. The atmosphere stagnated a little, and at this time, Tenji's wife, Akemi, came out from the inner room. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, finally fell asleep. Yuko smiled and looked at her. It's not easy to coax a child to sleep. Akemi smiled. Well, that child is too lively. Very lively at night. Since then, Akemi gave birth to another son, who was still in swaddling clothes not long after birth. Mr. Yuniki, Miss Yuko, please stay at home for a while so late. Although Tenji was a little confused, he didn't care. Then I'm sorry to bother you. Tenji prepared a room for the two to sleep. The next morning, before dawn, the brother and sister got up early and went to visit Shi's grave. While Yuanyi was visiting the grave, Yuko walked around Shi's grave. Tomb looked around. Where are the flowers? Where are the flowers? Yuniki watched Yuko wandering around there, and couldn't help but look confused. Yuko frowned. Don't flowers bloom in spring? She thought about the time she came here 2 years ago. It seemed to be summer. And the flower seemed to bloom suddenly at that time. If it existed before they went there, it would be impossible for Yuko to fail to notice that special flower. Bloomed suddenly, withered suddenly. No wonder Musen couldn't find it after searching for so many years. In this case, she can only come here in summer to try her luck. Thinking of this possibility, Yuko sighed. The sky gradually brightened, and a hint of fish belly white appeared in the distant sky. The brother and sister returned to Tenji's home. Tenji sat at the door and waved to the two happily. Mr. Yuniki, Ms. Yuko, breakfast is ready. Excuse me. Yuko walked into the room in 2 or 3 steps to avoid the extended sunlight. Akemi served the food, and the dining table was just illuminated by the sunlight. Yuniki was very considerate and served some dishes to Yuko, who was sitting in the corner of the room, playing with Tenji's daughter, Akemi. Tenji and Akemi looked at each other, a little confused. Yuko shook her head gently. Food is the most precious thing for ordinary people in this era. Tenji's family made a living by cutting wood and burning charcoal. She no longer needs it, so there is no need to waste it. It is better to let others eat. It is worth mentioning that the house of Tenji's family looks quite good because they once saved the wife and daughter of the daimyo in the mountains, and they were rewarded for it. Seeing Yuniki coming back, Tenji couldn't help asking, Mr. Yuniki, what's happening to Miss Yuko? Tenji has the same gentleness and attentiveness as Tanjiro, so he discovered Yuko's abnormality. Yuko hasn't changed much as a ghost, but the strange eyes and nail color still look a little weird. In response to Tenji's question, Yuniki looked at Yuko subconsciously. Tenji and the other two also looked at him. Yuko hugged Jumili with both hands and teased her, smiling, let's eat first, I will explain to everyone after dinner. People in this era are not as open-minded as those in later generations. Just like Namiko, after learning that Yuko had become a ghost, even though Yuko had not done anything to hurt her, she was still scared and punched and kicked her. But Tenji's family may be different. Chapter 26 Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba is a story with a not-so-good plot, but it has become popular all over the internet. What is its uniqueness? It lies in the characters. Especially the protagonist Tanjiro. As a male protagonist with a substandard character, he has no advantage in the current market. What is different from other gentle protagonists is that his inner gentleness and firmness are not in conflict. He is the kind of person who will feel sad for the experience of the demons, but will also be determined to chop off the heads of the evil demons. Ikuko got into the show because of the gentle clips of Tanjiro in the show. Demon Slayer is very delicate in shaping the characters. Compared with the plot, Ikuko thinks this is the fundamental reason for its popularity. As Tanjiro's ancestor, Tanjiro has a personality that is almost highly overlapped with Tanjiro. Gentle and considerate. So, Ikuko thinks that they may understand themselves. After breakfast, Akimiko went to the kitchen to wash the kitchen utensils. Ikuko handed Akimi to Tanjiro. Tanji smiled gently, "Thank you for your help." Yuko swallowed the saliva in her mouth and smiled slightly, "No, the child is very cute." Yoichi noticed her slight abnormality and was deeply touched. Yuko is also trying hard. Tanji held Zhu Mili and sat aside without asking about what happened just now. Yuko looked at the light pouring in from the door and stretched out her hand to test it. Yoichi grabbed her hand in time and shook his head. Yuko smiled gently, "It's okay." Tanji looked at the interaction between the two in confusion. In front of the two people's eyes, Yuko slowly put her fingertips into the light. Sizzle! Yuko's white fingertips seemed to be deeply in the flames and were burned quickly. Tanji's face changed suddenly, and before he could react, Yuko had already retracted her fingers. Yuko looked down at her fingers, and almost in the blink of an eye, the half-burned finger quickly recovered. Under the sunlight, regeneration is almost completely stopped. When hiding in the dark, regeneration is not restricted. Looking at Tanji, who was shocked but not afraid, Ikuko smiled gently. Sure enough, he is very similar to Tanjiro. Tanji knew the existence of evil spirits. They met Tanji because they saved Tanji's family from evil spirits 2 years ago. So Tanji knew very well that Ikuko had become a ghost. Ikuko did not explain too much, and Tanji was silent for a moment, then he returned to normal and happily told the two about the family's life. At this time, Yoichi stared at the rising sun in a daze. Perhaps it was Tanji's empathy that drove him to say such words. I have always wanted to find someone to talk to. Yoichi began to talk about what happened to him since he was born, including every bit with his family. He talked about how he met she, who was equally lonely, when he left home, and lived with her, and married her 10 years later. When he talked about how he went out to find a midwife because she was about to give birth, but he was too late to send an old man he met on the roadside to find his son, which led to his wife and child being tragically killed by evil spirits. Ikuko finally understood what kind of grief was hidden in the heart of Yoichi, who was more enthusiastic than anyone else, when Yoichi offered to find a midwife when Tanji's wife, Akimiko, gave birth to a daughter. There were many experiences that Yoichi told that Ikuko didn't know. Perhaps because Ikuko was seriously ill, Yoichi couldn't bear her worrying, so he never confided in her. At this time, in front of Tanji, in front of Ikuko who was no longer tormented by illness, Yoichi finally told his story frankly. I'm afraid that I was born with this talent just to defeat Muzan Kibutsuji. But I failed, and because of my failure, countless people will lose their lives in the future. I can't rest in peace. Even though he had such a powerful force, he failed to protect anyone. Wife, children, brother, sister. His life is worthless. Yoichi's story attracted Tanji's attention, and Shumarai crawled out of his arms and came to Ikuko without knowing when. When Ikuko heard Yoichi say this, she turned her head to look at Shumarai. This is wrong. It's not Yoichi's fault that he failed to kill Muzan Kibutsuji, and it's not Yoichi's fault that more people will die because of this in the future. It's wrong to say that the strong should protect the weak. This is a beautiful moral quality of human beings, and it should not be reduced to a rule order. There is no rule that Yoichi must protect others, and the strength he has is not what he wants. Yuzi's lips moved slightly, and Zhu Mili climbed down her thighs before her, staggered to Yuan Yi's side, and tugged at the corner of his clothes. Hug. Tanji seemed to want to say something comforting but didn't know what to say. Seeing this, he waved his hands. Ah, please, please hug her. She will be very happy if you lift her up high. And you are taller than me. Yoichi looked at the happy Zhu Mili in front of him with a silly face, and just lifted her up high according to Tanji's words. Zhu Mili's happy smile was reflected in Yuan Yi's eyes, and tears had already flowed in the eyes of the invincible swordsman. Sure enough, children are the most healing creatures. Yuko looked at this scene with a gentle face. Tanji also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, turned his head unconsciously, and looked at Yuko's face, but suddenly froze. Yuko noticed his abnormality and couldn't help but look puzzled. What's wrong? Tanji looked at Yuko's blank expression, opened his mouth and felt a little bit unable to speak. At this time, Yunyi came back to his senses from the conversation between the two, hugged Zhu Mili in his arms and turned his head to look. The tears in his eyes suddenly stopped, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Yuko. Saliva, flowing out. Yuko was stunned for a moment, her old face suddenly blushed, and she quickly wiped the saliva from the corners of her mouth. After a while, she lowered her head and dared not look up to see people, and said weakly, I'm sorry. Zhu Mili was too tempting, she was so sorry that she drooled. When holding Zhu Mili, Yuko had actually been deliberately suppressing her desire. But she never thought that because of Yunyi's experience, she was in a trance for a moment, which led to her failure to control it. It was a little embarrassing. After washing the dishes, Zhu Mili came out with her child on her back, and saw such a scene. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at Miss Yuko like this? If you don't know, you might think she's scolding someone. Yuko lowered her head even lower. It's so embarrassing. Oh, by the way, please look after the child for me, Miss Yuko. I'll go to the woods to see if there are any fresh chestnuts. Yuko raised her head and refused with both hands. This. Then I'll leave it to you. Akimiko untied the young child from her back without saying anything and put him in her arms. Yamako smiled and said, compared to the careless man, Miss Yuko is more trustworthy. Yoichi, Tanji. Chapter 27. There was sweat on Yuko's forehead, her back was straight, and she sat upright on the side, holding the baby in her arms stiffly. It was fragrant and soft, as if she was holding a piece of fragrant fried chicken. But she didn't dare to move. Because the two people who were talking not far in front of her kept looking at her. Tanji may have some trust in Yuko, but the scene of Yuko drooling before did make him lose his favor, and he had the responsibility of being a father. Even if he deliberately restrained his gaze, he couldn't help turning his head from time to time. And Yunyi, just watching Tanji turn his head, followed him. Yuko only felt that what she was holding was not a child, but some expensive and fragile item exhibited in the museum. If she was a little strange, the security guard next to her would rush up and push her down. This is probably what it means to be on pins and needles. Don't say it, there is an effect, at least the appetite has decreased a lot. Everyone, I'm back. Akimi came back with a big basin of chestnuts. Look, this year's chestnuts are so big. When she returned to the house, she saw Yuko holding the child stiffly, and she couldn't help laughing. Miss Yuko, this is not how you hold a child. Akimi smiled and took the child from Yuko's arms. Yuko's body softened all of a sudden, she let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's harder to take care of a child than forcing her body to fight with Iwakatsu. Seeing her relieved look, Akimi couldn't help but joked, you should also learn how to take care of a child, right? Miss Yuko, you can't be a qualified mother like this. Yuko's mouth twitched, and she felt a sense of powerlessness that could not be refuted. This made the two people who knew about it laugh secretly. The Tenji family's usual enthusiasm made it difficult for the two to refuse, so they were treated by the Tenji family and stayed for a while. One afternoon, Akemi took a nap in the house. Yuko sat stiffly holding Tenji's little son, while Yuniki played comfortably with Akemi. The tea is ready. Tenji brought the tea. I'm so sorry that I asked a guest to help take care of the child. Yuniki's voice sounded faintly, don't worry, she must be tired. Raising a child is a hard thing. She cares. Yuko immediately cast a look for help. After Tenji put down the tea, he hurried forward to take the child. Tenji said embarrassedly, thank you for your hard work, Miss Yuko. After Akemi said that Yuko couldn't take care of the child before, he intentionally or unintentionally gave the child to Yuko. In the name of cultivating Miss Yuko's ability to take care of children. Although Yuko said seriously that she would not get married, she still couldn't resist Akemi's enthusiasm. These days, Yuko never ate in front of them, so Akemi naturally learned about Yuko from everyone. Even though they knew her identity, they still trusted her and were willing to give her the child. How could Yuko refuse? No, the child is fine. Yuko wiped the sweat off her forehead and smiled very reluctantly. Tenji was sweating, as if it was a difficult battle. Yunyi looked at the sky, took a sip of tea, and said lightly, after drinking this cup of tea, we will leave. Tenji was slightly stunned. Yuko smiled slightly, is it bad for you to stay here and eat and drink for free? Tenji held the sleeping child and said quickly, how could it be, you two are the saviors of our family. If it weren't for your help, let alone us, even this child would not have a chance to be born. The only response to him was silence. I understand. Tenji hesitated and said, then at least let me pass on your deeds. Yoichi just replied calmly, no need. Tenji looked at him worriedly, but you should also be troubled by the lack of successors, right? Even if I, a trivial charcoal seller, can't inherit. One day, someone will definitely. No need. Yoichi's calm voice sounded. He picked up the teacup, turned his head to look at Tenji, and said calmly, those who have exhausted their ways will end up in the same place. No matter how the times change, how different the paths are. In the end, we will arrive at the same place. You seem to think of me as a different person, but that's not the case. I can't protect anything important. In life, I haven't done anything that should be done. I am a worthless man. Tenji looked at this calm man worriedly, and the words in his heart were about to come out. Please don't. Please don't say that. Yu Zipingjing's voice rang out in the house. She sat on the inside of the house with her back to the two people on the corridor. Even if there were other pillars present at the time, they would not have been able to kill Muzan. No one asked you to defeat Muzan. You should not impose on others what you cannot do yourself. Brother did nothing wrong. Yoichi is a seemingly indifferent person, but in fact he is very kind-hearted. He said that those who pursue their own ways will end up in the same place. He seemed indifferent to other people's affairs, but he felt guilty for not being able to kill Muzan. This is also the reason why he felt useless from the bottom of his heart. He had such a powerful power, but he did nothing. Yoichi's eyes flickered slightly, and there was a little fluctuation. With Yuko's opening, Tenji immediately echoed, yes. Mr. Yoichi. It's wrong to take all the responsibility on yourself. Yoichi pursed his lips and said nothing more. He watched the sun set from the horizon and drank the tea at hand. Yunyi stood up and put away the Nichiren sword beside him. Yuko, let's go. Tenji seemed to want to keep him. Are you leaving now? Yes. The guests are leaving, and the host must see them off. Tenji woke up Akimiko and saw them off. Tenji's daughter Akemier found 2 periwinkles from somewhere and gave them to the two. Is the flower language the pink periwinkle of gentle remembrance, and the white periwinkle of friendship? Yuko held the pink flower in her hand and smiled as she picked up Akemier. The child may not understand the flower language, but she can't hide her love for the two. At the time of parting, Akimiko waved her arms lively and coaxed Yunyi to say that she wanted to see the sword moves and sword forms. How could Yunyi refuse the warm hospitality of Tenji's family? The desolate night fell, and the sound of insects that had just sounded in the forest suddenly seemed to be cut off. In the hazy night, a scorching sun rose in front of Tenji's house. The black blade rose with orange-red blazing flames, and the flames danced in the air like gorgeous silk, and also like a mighty fire dragon roaring. Chapter 28. Tenji watched intently, as if he wanted to imprint the movement in his eyes without missing anything. Noticing his expression, Akuko suddenly understood. The sword form of the sun breathing is so beautiful that it makes people forget to breathe, and Yoriichi is like a spirit dancing in the fire. This is how the Kagura dance passed down from generation to generation in Tanjiro's family was passed down. All the moves of the sun breathing were firmly engraved in Tenji's pupils. After the dance, Akimi hugged her daughter and happily praised Yoriichi's sword form. Yoriichi lowered his head as if embarrassed. Tenji said happily, "Mr. Yoriichi, Miss Akuko, you must come to play often when you are free." Yoriichi did not say much, and suddenly took off his earrings and gave them to Tenji. Tenji solemnly accepted the earrings with both hands. He had a premonition. Mr. Yoriichi probably won't come again. Mr. Yuniki, we will pass it on, with the life you saved. Tenji suddenly took 2 steps forward and shouted with all his strength. You are definitely not a worthless person. Please don't think that you have accomplished nothing. I will never allow anyone to say that. I swear to you that I will pass on this pair of earrings and the breathing of the sun to future generations. For a moment, his figure overlapped with a boy with a scar on his forehead in Yuko's eyes. They are all gentle people. Yuko saw the sadness in his heart and comforted him, "Don't worry, we will come often. Her red spider lily has not been found yet. I will definitely come again. Ms. Yuko." Seeing Yuko's gentle smile, Tenji was slightly stunned, and then he reacted. Mr. Yuniki is not alone. Tenji's lips moved slightly, "Miss Yuko, Mr. Yuniki is in your care. Well, please leave it to me." Just at this moment, Yuniki turned back gently. "Thank you." The two returned home together. As soon as they entered the house, Yuko collapsed on the tatami. "Brother, I'm hungry." "Yoichi. What exactly is this cute creature?" After feeding her sister, Yuko healed Yuniki's wound. "Brother." Yuko looked at Yuniki solemnly. "What's wrong?" Yuniki put down his sleeves and looked at him in confusion. "Since Muzan is unlikely to appear again, I want to make some preparations for the future." "What?" Yoichi found a pen and paper. "Brother, do you still remember the body structure of Muzan? If I can draw it, I want to." Before she finished speaking, she heard Yuniki speak faintly. "No need." A vein appeared on Yuko's forehead. "Brother." Yuko smiled a death smile. "Do you know? Melancholic handsome men like you are out of fashion now." Yuko's raised lips gradually lowered, and she said sadly, "Why do you always take the responsibility on yourself? It's obviously not my brother's fault." Yoichi just lowered his eyelids when he heard it. Comforting words. For adults, it's actually not very useful. If a child is disappointed after failing the test, you can still encourage him with words to work harder in the future. But for an adult, such encouragement is difficult to work. There is only one way to comfort them, and that is success. But it is an unchangeable fact that Yoichi failed to protect his family and failed to kill Muzan. It's useless to say encouraging words to this loser who has already failed and has no room for redemption. Yuko suddenly said, "Leave it to me." Yunyi looked up in confusion. "The task of killing Muzan." Yuko looked at him solemnly, "No matter how many years it takes, I will definitely complete my brother's unfulfilled wish." Those who exhaust their ways will end up in the same place. This sentence sounds interesting, but it actually runs through Yunyi's incompetent life. Those who explore the road in depth will eventually arrive at the same place. This is the same as believing in the wisdom of future generations, which is wrong. Or it is too one-sided. Human development has never been horizontal. If the predecessors did not try their best to pass on knowledge, future generations would not be able to develop at all. The thousands of years of human history is not the talent of one person or a group of people, but the joint efforts of everyone. People, big or small, affect everything around them. In Yuko's view, Yunyi is just avoiding his incompetent life, and feels a sense of self-abandonment. Anyway, I am so useless that I can't do anything at all. Someone stronger than me might be born now. Wait, the breathing method cannot be passed on. It doesn't matter. Yunyi is a gentle person, but also a coward. Brother? Brother, can you hear me? Yuko tilted her head and shook it in front of Yunyi's eyes. After she said that, Yunyi fell into a trance. Was he moved by her? Well, it's normal. After all, this is a PUA technique that is hundreds of years ahead of the times, and ordinary people can't stand it. Yunyi looked at Yuko in a daze, with tears overflowing from the corners of his eyes. When Yuko was stunned, Yunyi suddenly hugged her. Yuko was surprised for a moment, and in turn patted his back gently, saying gently, "It's okay, brother has done a good job. Leave the rest to me." 5 hearts, 7 brains. Looking at the structural diagram drawn by Yuichiro, Yuko couldn't help but complain, this guy is really powerful. In other words, if you want to kill him, you must cut off his 12 weaknesses in an instant. I'm afraid not. Yuichiro shook his head, with a little disappointment in his eyes. My sword shape had completely cut off his weaknesses at that time, but he didn't die. This is also the direct reason why Yuichiro didn't expect Muzan to have a backup plan. Yuko said dully, so, only the son. Yoriichi was about to nod, but shook his head after hesitation. At that time, he suddenly split into more than 1,800 pieces of meat. I think, if I could completely chop those pieces of meat, he might not be able to recover. Chop his neck in 12 weak points, and then destroy the split pieces of meat. Yuko murmured, her mouth twitching slightly, I think there is a better chance of delaying until dawn. She believed that even if she became a demon and her physical fitness was greatly improved, and there was the bonus of blood demon art, she was definitely not a match for Yoriichi. Even if Muzan was not as good as Yoriichi, he was definitely not comparable to them. Because as far as she knew, the Demon Slayer Corps was able to defeat Muzan, and a lot of people said it was a plot kill. In other words, even Tanjiro and his team failed to kill Muzan from the front. Plot kill is a peculiar setting that makes Yuko unable to wait for the happy ending of killing Muzan. Because maybe under the influence of her, an outsider, some things have changed. The consequences of the butterfly effect must be prevented. Chapter 29. The night was hazy, the sound of insects chirping in the mountains continued, and the occasional breeze blew by, stirring people's hearts. Under the bright crescent moon, 2 figures confronted each other. Yuan held an ordinary iron blade in one hand and looked at the person in front of him calmly, let's try your current strength first. Yuzhi nodded slightly, well, I also want to know the gap between me and my brother. As soon as the voice fell, Yuzhi slowly pulled out a bloody long sword from his palm. He casually made a sword flower and wiped off the blood on it. The silver-white blade exuded a sacred glow under the moonlight. However, the slightly weird aura on the blade told others all the time that this was a demon blade. This long sword was similar to the sun wheel sword that Yuzhi had used before, but the blade features were slightly different. The most special thing was the blade. The pure white blade had almost no flaws, not even the blade pattern, as flawless as a mirror. In terms of hardness alone, the demon blade born from Yuko's flesh and blood is far superior to ordinary iron blades. Only the Nichiren sword can cut it off. But the premise for the Nichiren sword to cut it off is that the opponent must be a strong man who is capable of cutting off her neck. Yuko slowly made a starting gesture, and a faint white breath came out of her mouth. Brother, please don't worry, just go all out. What Yunyi used was not the Nichiren sword, but a simple iron blade, which could not cause actual damage to the evil ghost. Even if the opponent was Yunyi, it would not work. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Even Yunyi could not kill the evil ghost with an iron blade. Of course, the regeneration of the evil ghost is not infinite. Every regeneration will consume physical strength, and it needs to eat to replenish it. If the physical strength is consumed too much, the regeneration speed will slow down. If the evil ghost really encounters Yunyi with an ordinary samurai sword, there will probably be only two results. 1. Being chopped by Yunyi to doubt life, and then dawn. 2. Being chopped by Yuniki would cause her to lose her regeneration ability. But no matter what, even Yuniki couldn't cause effective damage to her in a short time with an iron blade in hand. The most important thing is that an iron blade can't make a red blade. The reason why the sun blade can form a red blade by gripping is because the raw materials of the sun blade are special. The orangutan scarlet iron and orangutan scarlet ore it uses grow on the high mountains closest to the sun, absorbing sufficient sunlight and possessing the energy of the sun. The principle of the red blade is to stimulate the energy of the sun in the sun blade through gripping. Yuniki also understood the reason, so he nodded slightly. Then, I'm here. Yuko took a deep breath, and a transparent world unfolded before her eyes. Snow breathing seventh form snow a line of sky. The extremely fast white light flashed by, as if a thin silver thread was pulled out in the air, extremely beautiful. The breathing of the lungs, the movement of the muscles, and observing his next move. Yuko looked at Yuniki's body intently. In Yuko's opinion, the transparent world is the most valuable of the three sets. Even in other anime, the ability to see through the human body would not be too bad. Because she knew the gap between her and Yuichiro, Yuko did not hold back at all and attacked with all her strength. The snow-white blade rushed straight to Yuichiro's neck. This is a habit she developed when hunting ghosts. Even if she became a ghost and the enemy became a human, she couldn't help but think of beheading. The white silk thread drew a beautiful curve in the air. This was the first time Yuichiro experienced the ultimate snow breathing. Since Yuko was injured, the snow breathing has basically been lost, because no one can learn it, and the difficulty is no less than that of the sun breathing. Yuichiro only occasionally saw it when Yuko was practicing secretly, but it can't be compared with now. Very beautiful breathing method, very beautiful sword shape. But it is not just beautiful, the fierce killing intent in it almost hurts Yuichiro's skin. It was like piercing ice and snow. This is the breath of snow. The white silk thread crossed Yuichiro's neck, and the blurred figures crossed each other. After the blow, Yuko looked at her headless back holding the demon blade in astonishment. Before her head fell to the ground, Yuichiro reached out and gently held it, and then gently placed it back on her body. The whole process looked a little weird. Yuko opened her mouth and said expressionlessly. It's a bit of a blow to me. Although I knew that I would be abused, I still felt uncomfortable when I was really abused. Yuichiro. Obviously someone insisted on asking him to teach me. Yuichiro said a little uncomfortably, it's okay, right? Although it couldn't cause substantial damage, the pain of beheading was still inevitable. If it weren't for Yuko's repeated requests, he would definitely not be able to do it. Yuko looked up at him and said depressedly, it was too fast, I didn't feel any pain at all. Yoriichi smiled, that's good. Yuko curled her lips. It's not good at all. If she could feel the pain, she would be happier, because the gap is not that big. Not even knowing that she was beheaded can only prove that there is a dimensional gap between them. Yoriichi, are you coming again? Yuko took a deep breath, come on, I'm going to be serious this time. Yoriichi nodded slightly, and the two returned to their original places. Yuko held the snow-white demon blade, her wine-red eyes slightly closed, and she exhaled a long breath gently. The next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, and a double pupil with a golden outline mixed with a little deep darkness appeared in her eyes. There were slightly hideous veins around the corners of her eyes, and a pair of demon horns resembling dragon horns appeared on the top of her head, and the black nails also became a little longer. The original wine-red hair turned into snow-white visibly with the naked eye. Seeing Yuko's appearance, Yunyi couldn't help but be slightly absent-minded. He and Yuko had the same view. That is, she doesn't look like it. She doesn't look like an ugly ghost, but more like a god. The silvery moonlight slanted down the branches of the dense forest, gently falling on Yuko's snow-white hair, as if covered with a layer of light silver gauze. With the snow-white long hair and the pair of ghost horns on her head that were similar to dragon horns, anyone who passed by and saw this scene would never regard her as an evil ghost. Yuko quietly felt the state of her body. Strictly speaking, this was her first time to fully transform into a ghost. When she was in the hotel before, she was a little distracted because she was worried that someone outside would come in. In this state, her physical fitness after the ghost transformation has been greatly improved. It was almost several times more than when she was a human, and she knew very well that this ability could continue to improve. Since she became a demon, she had never eaten a human. If she did eat a human... Yuko shook her head quickly. This damn mucin cell actually began to affect her heart. Chapter 30. Under the silver moon, two figures that were not like ordinary people stood. After Yuko adjusted her body, the demon blade gently passed through her palm, and a few drops of blood fell to the ground. The dark red blood slowly covered the blade, turning the snow-white sacred blade into a real demon blade. Yuko raised the dark red demon blade and placed it on the side of her cheek. Yunyi's expression changed slightly, and his starting style changed. This rough starting style is a sword style that has never been seen before. Yuko's energy was unprecedentedly highly concentrated. The frustration of being killed instantly just now was so strong that she understood Yan Shang a little. The veins on the back of Yuko's hand that was holding the handle were prominent. "Brother, I'm here." The moment the voice fell, under the gaze of Yunyi's transparent field, Yuko's leg muscles contracted and her body suddenly jumped high. Looking at the figure that appeared under the moonlight, Yunyi's expression was a little abrupt. What kind of style is it? Is it so exaggerated? The next moment, he understood. Snow-breathing pick-up form Yukinashida Huyu. Yuko controlled her body and began to twist, and a white-purple breath came out. As Yuko's body twisted, the blood-colored demon blade swung a perfect arc in the air. A huge blood-colored full moon connected end-to-end rippled in the air, and the diameter alone was a full 6 or 7 meters. Is this the sword shape after the blood demon art is added? Yuko himself was also surprised that the range could be increased to this extent. In human form, this shape is at most the length of the blade, but now, it has directly doubled several times. In the astonished eyes of Yoichi, it seemed as if the full moon in the sky really fell and smashed towards him. It's not over yet. Yuko's body rotated again in the air. Snow-breathing pick-up form Yukinashida Huyu's second combo. Two intersecting blood-colored full moons fell with a bang. Although the two had chosen a relatively open area to fight, the wide range of the sword shape under the bonus of blood demon art still caused the edge to rub against the trees on both sides, and it was cut off instantly without any resistance. Faced with the sword moves beyond human cognition, Yunyi subconsciously chose to avoid. Yunyi took 2 steps back and looked up at the full moon that had not yet completely set, and Yuzai's figure was still missing. Use the sword shape to cover your figure? This is different from the mist produced by the breath of the clouds. Instead, it uses a wide range of attack moves to force the enemy to be distracted and cover up your next move. But... Yunyi's keen perception drove him to turn around quickly. Not far behind him, Yuzai's figure running quickly appeared in his eyes. Yuzai's body structure was reflected in his pupils without a trace of concealment. This hand-raising, and muscle control. It's burning bone inflammation. No. Yunyi's expression fluctuated slightly. Snow breathing 9 type sun flaming snow. Yuko showed a triumphant smile, and a blood-red flame ignited in Yoichi's eyes and quickly approached. This move was actually developed by Yuko for Iwakatsu, who was familiar with sun breathing. Since both sides can only rely on their basic physical qualities under the premise of the same realm, she could not win against Iwakatsu at that time. Therefore, there is such a sword type that is almost identical to the pre-operation of sun-breathing land type burning bone flaming sundae. It is to let the opponent take the initiative and catch the opponent off guard. Facts have proved that the effect is good. Not only Iwakatsu, but now even Yoichi has subconsciously made a wrong judgment. Eyes can't lie, but people can. Just when the blade in Yuko's hand approached Yoichi's neck and Yoichi had no reaction, Yuko's hand movement had to stop. After all, Yoichi can't regenerate after a beheading. However, at the moment when she withdrew her strength, Yoichi drew his sword. So fast! Almost forming an afterimage in Yuko's eyes, the iron blade in Yoichi's hand was already pressing on her long sword. The iron blade pressed her long sword at an extremely tricky angle, rubbing bright flames on her flame-wrapped blade, and the rapidly enlarged iron blade was reflected in Yuko's pupils. Too fast! Even if the eyes can see, the body cannot avoid it. There was a slight burning pain in the neck, and Yuko's falling head tried to look at Yoichi's figure. It was just an ordinary iron blade, but under the friction of her sword moves, it actually produced a blood-red flame like a red knife. The head fell to the ground and rolled on the ground for several circles. Puh! The sound of Yuko spitting mud and sand from her mouth brought Yoichi back to his somewhat absent-minded thoughts. Yoichi quickly put away the long sword, picked up Yuko's head, and gently wiped the mud and sand around her mouth. Are you okay? Something happened. Yuko was a little skeptical about her life. The move that almost cut off Yunzhen's neck was now easily countered by Yunyi. Same cognition, different reactions. Yanzheng, I understand you. Yunyi saw her depressed expression and knew that she was fine. He smiled and said, "It's a very good sword form. I almost didn't react." Really? Yuko looked at him suspiciously. Is it really just a little bit short? It can't be 100 million points short. Really? Yunyi has become accustomed to the problem of not understanding his sister's words sometimes. Moreover, he did not lie. Yuko's attack really surprised him. The move just now was a completely subconscious counterattack. And subconscious counterattacks often cannot be held back. Although there was a little bit of comfort, Yuko still sighed. Alas, it has seriously hit my self-confidence and is extremely detrimental to my growth. Yunyi was speechless. The gold in Yuko's eyes gradually faded. She looked up, her wine-red eyes staring at Yunyi blankly. Yunyi stood still. Yuko suddenly tilted her head, as if to confirm something. Her expression fluctuated a little. Suddenly, she murmured, "Well, but it seems that there is no place for victory." Yunyi was a little confused. Yuko raised her hand and gestured at the top of their heads. "Look, I'm taller than you now, right?" Yunyi was stunned for a moment, looked at the top of Yuko's head, and fell silent immediately. Yunyi's height is slightly shorter than Yanzheng, so Yuko is 1.7 meters tall plus 20 centimeters of horns, which is indeed a little taller than him. But it's useless. As long as she is happy. Yunyi inexplicably didn't want to continue chatting on this topic, so he changed the subject and said, "The breathing method you used just now is combined with the sun and moon breathing method, right?" Yuko nodded her head and smiled, "Yeah, that's amazing." Yunyi laughed, "Yuko is really talented. This is really amazing. It is not an easy task to combine the various breathing methods one by one. Each breathing method has different breathing methods, frequencies, and even styles. For example, the heavy rock breathing, the soft water breathing, the sharp wind breathing, the passionate flame breathing, and so on. To combine them one by one, this is not a simple math problem like 1 plus 1 equals 2. Chapter 31. It was only after Yuko perfectly demonstrated all the sword forms of snow breathing that Yoriichi realized the difficulty of practicing snow breathing. With all the breathing methods mixed together, he really wondered if the Demon Slayer Corps would doubt their lives when they looked at the training manual left by Yuko. Compared with the physical requirements of sun breathing, snow breathing includes almost all the existing breathing methods. This will inevitably lead to a result, that is, practitioners of breathing methods cannot perfectly master all forms. If you can't adapt to thunder breathing, you can't master the 7 forms, if you can't adapt to sun breathing, you can't master the 9 forms. Not to mention that snow breathing itself was born from feng shui breathing. These conditions are stacked up, and it is almost impossible for anyone to master it. In the following days, the brother and sister practiced swordsmanship in the mountains outside the city whenever they had time. Under Yoriichi's guidance, Yuko made rapid progress. Even Yoriichi began to admire Yuko's talent. He thought to himself, this talent may have surpassed my brother. Whether it's the talent of breathing or the talent as a swordsman. You know, Yuko had never systematically learned swordsmanship before she was 18. When he was in the Demon Slayer Corps before, because Yunyi was often away and there were other people who needed to be taught, he didn't spend much time on Yuko. Now, he has enough time to teach Yuko. Moreover, after becoming a demon, he also solved Yuko's only weakness. That is, the weakness of being a woman. In terms of combat power, women are naturally inferior to men. But Yuko can now even easily hold the red sword with the power of demonization. Although she looked at the red sword in her hand, she was more afraid. It is undeniable that she has become stronger. The fight between the two in the mountains began to be noticed by passers-by. During that time, there was even a rumor in the city that the god of fire and the god of the moon were fighting in the mountains outside the city. Because some people saw a silver full moon falling from the sky, and some saw blazing flames. Naturally, no one believed it at first, but there were always people who dug deeper. When some people came to the mountains outside the city to check, they found dense traces of inhuman fighting in the dense forest, and they were scared to death. The mountains outside the city were gradually regarded as a restricted area by everyone, and they dared not enter or leave easily. As the story became more and more outrageous, Uzi and the others also restrained themselves a lot. In fact, from Uzi's current observation, the strength of this world is at most a high-level martial arts world in the novels of the previous life. As strong as Yi, in fact, as long as he doesn't move, a child with a knife can stab him to death. His physical fitness is not as good as hers now. Whether it is physical fitness or the power of sword moves, she is obviously stronger now. But Yi can always counter and defeat her with his extremely fast speed. Even Yuko couldn't see the speed at which Yi completed the 12 forms of sun breathing in an instant, so it's no wonder that Muzan doubted his life. It seemed to be true that the only way to defeat martial arts in the world is to be fast. After practicing swordsmanship, the brother and sister lay in the quiet forest. The insects and beasts around them had not been seen for a long time. As summer came, Yuko said, "Brother, I want to visit Tanji's family recently." Yet, Yunyi was stunned for a moment and responded lightly. "Brother, go to." Yuko sat up and looked at him with a smile. "Brother, the last time you left, the formality was too solemn, and you were embarrassed to go again. Giving earrings again, and sword dancing type again." Yuniki. Seeing Yuniki hesitated, Yuko raised her eyes and said thoughtfully, "If you don't go, then if I lose control at that time." "Go." Yuko smiled slightly. "She asked you about this conspiracy." Although Yuniki believed in Yuko, the evil ghost was unreasonable and inhumane. He didn't doubt that Yuko would lose control of her desire one day. It was not Yuko's fault. Humans do have the will to surpass their limits, but some things cannot be achieved by will alone. When they saw Mr. Yuniki and Miss Yuko again, the Tanji family was extremely happy. Moreover, Mr. Uniki's heart knot seemed to be untied, and he smiled more often. Tanji was happy for a long time. The last time he visited Tanji's house, Yuko guessed that the blue spider lily bloomed in summer. This time, he really found it. On the night of August, Yuko stared at Shi's grave for a whole night and didn't see any flowers. During the day, she asked Yunyi to wait there. Although he didn't understand what Yuzai meant, he stayed there obediently until the afternoon. At 12 o'clock, at the hottest time of the day, a flower suddenly bloomed. Ah! When Yoichi picked the red spider lily and brought it to Yuko, he was curious about what she was going to do, and saw Yuko open her bloody mouth and eat the blue flower raw. Tanji's family. Yoichi. Licking her lips, Yuko commented, "It's not delicious." Nonsense. It's not cooked yet. Everyone's pupils were shaking. Yoichi frowned slightly, then, "What is it?" Yuko said seriously, "Muzan seems to have been looking for this, maybe it's something that can make ghosts overcome the Sunday." Yoichi's eyes shrank slightly, "Overcome, sunlight." Yuko sat in the house and stretched out her finger towards the light in front of everyone. ZZ. Yuko retracted her finger without changing her expression, and her flesh and blood regenerated rapidly. Yuko pondered, "It should be right. Maybe it needs a certain amount of change." Jamiko looked at Yuko's finger that had recovered in the blink of an eye in surprise, and hesitated and said, "That flower, I seem to see it sometimes behind the house." "Yes, it's behind the house. This flower should only bloom in summer." "It seems so. We used to eat it as a wild vegetable." Akamiko recalled. Tanji's face changed, and he said seriously, "If it is really possible to make the Ghost King overcome the sunlight, can it be used as bait to attract her to show up?" Yuko and Yoichi shook their heads at the same time. Yuko said helplessly, "That guy is very cautious, especially when Yoichi may still be alive, he will never show up in person. On the contrary, it may alert the enemy." Jamiko suddenly stood up and picked up a hoe on the side. Everyone looked at it in confusion. As long as the flower is destroyed, there is no need to worry about being found by the evil ghost, right? In this way, he will never be able to overcome the sunlight. "You are too smart." Yuko complained in her heart for a moment, and quickly stopped him. "Wait, Akemi. If you do this, then Muzan may really be unbeatable." Nezuko is the protagonist's sister. Apart from Tamayo, she is the only demon who escaped from Muzan's control. Maybe in the finale, she will team up with Tanjiro to fight Muzan. Chapter 32. Akemi was stunned for a moment, covering her mouth. "Ah, sorry, I forgot Miss Yuko." Yuko was relieved and didn't explain too much. Just said, "As for this, you guys just pretend you didn't hear it, and do what you should do. If you happen to see it and want to eat it as wild vegetables, just pick it and take it home to eat." I was able to get rid of Muzan's control and didn't lose my humanity, maybe because of it. Because this is Tanjiro's ancestral home, she is so sure. Otherwise, there is no reason to explain why she can break free from control like Nezuko. Akemi thought about it, clenched her fist with one hand and smashed it in her palm. "Yes. I think I picked some at that time." In ancient times, even if the peasant women were pregnant, they would often go to the fields to do some simple farm work, not to mention such trivial things as picking wild vegetables. At this time, Tanji said uneasily, "But, the flower is here after all. If it is discovered by the Ghost King." Before he finished speaking, Yuko shook her head and interrupted, "Regarding this, you should have seen the appearance of this flower when it bloomed, brother." She looked at Yunyi as she spoke. Yunyi thought for a moment, it bloomed suddenly, and there was no bud before. Yuko nodded slightly, "Well, it was the same when I saw it for the first time. And I didn't pick it off at that time. It just bloomed for about a few minutes and then suddenly withered." Everyone was a little surprised. "A few minutes. So, Muzan will definitely not be able to find it." To be honest, as a boss, Musen's IQ is worrying. He could use immortality to lure a lot of powerful people to help him find it. It is easy for these big people to assign hundreds or thousands of people to go out and find it. But he never trusts others and likes to find it himself. Yuko, so I think that flower should only bloom during the daytime in summer. If that's the case, then the Ghost King really can't be found. Yoichi turned his head and said, do you need to transplant it to your home? It will be convenient for you to eat it. Yuko was stunned for a moment and waved her hand. No, such an important flower, what if it dies after transplanting? Yoichi nodded slightly. The two stayed at Tanji's house for a while, but only picked a few more flowers, all of which went into Yuko's stomach. Although it was still useless. The flower seemed to have more stringent growth conditions than they imagined, and even in summer, it would not bloom every day. Summer ended, and she said goodbye to Tanji's family. The next time they met, perhaps it would be the day when the red spider lily bloomed next year. In the following days, Yuko continued to practice swordsmanship under Yoichi's guidance. She gradually discovered that the gap between her and Yoichi was not the gap in sword type. In terms of sword moves and martial arts, she was definitely not as good as Yoichi. Even if they are both sword masters who have achieved the highest realm of martial arts, there will be an unimaginable gap between the strong and the weak. As the saying goes, if you don't practice, you will see me like a frog in a well looking at the bright moon. If you practice, you will see me like a mayfly looking at the blue sky. No one can match Yunyi's talent and strength. But if we only talk about the power of sword moves, as a human being, Yunyi can't compare with the sword shape under the bonus of blood demon art. So, the problem lies in speed and reaction. She is still far from the speed that even the Ghost King can't react to. Yuko began to focus on training her dynamic vision and speed. When you get busy, you will find that time really passes quickly. During the day, she meditates at home. At night, she practices in the mountains. And every summer, she and Yunyi always visit Tanji's family. Every time she goes, she can harvest several blue-red spider lilies. Although she has taken a lot, she still doesn't feel the sun is over. Every time she tried, she would be burned by the sun. The worst time was when her whole body was exposed to the sun. If it wasn't for Yunyi's quick action, she would have melted directly. So Yuko began to wonder if this should be taken with other medicines. A figure gradually emerged in her mind. Tamayo. But she had no idea where to find Tamayo. Moreover, how would she, a useless person who only knew how to stay at home and rely on her parents, survive if she left home? You can't sneak into someone's house in the middle of the night to bleed them, right? So things were delayed. Another summer. This year, Yuko was 30 years old and Yunyi was 31. Sister Yuko, come out and play. Zhu Mili, who had grown into a little girl, kissed Yuko on the face affectionately and pulled her clothes out. Zhu Mili was in the house cleaning wild vegetables, scolding, "No, Sister Yuzai is sick and can't bask in the Sunday." Yuzai smiled and touched her head, "Go play with your brother." Children don't have so many complicated emotions, and they said oh and jumped away. Yuzai gently retracted her gaze. Dad Zhu Mili, who had just jumped out of the door, suddenly said in surprise. "I'm back." Tanji walked out of the woods with a backpack on his back. After dealing with his daughter, Tanji came into the house. He took out the red spider lily from the backpack and said, "Miss Yuzai, I found two." Zhu Mili looked at her curiously. She heard that her father went out to find medicine for Sister Yuzai's illness. Yuzai nodded slightly and looked at Zhu Mili. Zhu Mili immediately understood and said to her daughter, "Xiali, go and call your brother to help your mother wash together, okay?" "Okay." Zhu Mili took the child into the inner room. Yuko swallowed the red spider lily. Tanji skillfully found several ropes from the house, wrapped them around Yuko several times and tied them around her body. Yuko smiled and said, "Then I'll leave it to you." Tenji nodded seriously. Well, don't worry, Miss Yuko, as long as the situation is not right, I will pull you back immediately. Yuko nodded lightly, got up, and walked out of the house. As soon as her feet stepped into the sunlight, her body was quickly burned. Is it still not working? Yuko gritted her teeth. After becoming a demon, the wounds caused by ordinary weapons were almost painless to her, but the sun was different. Facing the sun directly, the burning sensation was no different from being on fire and being burned to death. The pain was unbearable. Tenji watched intently, and seeing that Yuko's body was getting more and more burned, he hurriedly pulled the rope. The straight rope suddenly broke and was burned off. Tenji almost fell backwards. Miss Yuko! He shouted in panic, and quickly steadied himself and reached out to drag Yuko. Fortunately, Yuko was not far away outside the shadow. It hurts. As soon as he touched Yuko's clothes, Tenji subconsciously withdrew his hand. Dad! In the inner room, Zhu Mili ran out after hearing Tenji's shouting. Don't come out! Go back! Tenji turned around and shouted. Zhu Mili stayed where he was. Not good. Just when Tenji was frightened, a hand suddenly gently placed on his shoulder. Don't worry. Chapter 33. A gentle voice came from behind him, and Tenji looked back subconsciously, and the nervousness on his face slowly turned into surprise. The light golden sunlight hit Yuko's side face, and her fair skin seemed to be glowing. The burned skin had become fair and flawless without knowing when, and there was still a faint white mist rising from her body, which looked a little hazy under the refraction of light. Tenji's surprised voice sounded, Miss Yuko, you. Yuko turned her head and smiled, well, it seems to be successful. Zhu Mili rushed over, looked up at her, and her eyes sparkled, Sister Yuko is so beautiful. Can you see her face? Yuko looked down, and she had to stick her head out a little to see Zhu Mili's little head. The 2 tails of meat on Yuko's chest, even if it's not D, at least C+. She gently rubbed Zhu Mili's head, really? Zhu Mili squinted his eyes in enjoyment, I want to marry Sister Yuko when I grow up. Ka. Tenji's whole body turned black and white. He said in a panic, no, Xiaoli, it will embarrass Sister Yuzai. Zumi Li tilted her head and asked innocently, why? Because. Tenji racked his brains to explain to her. Yuzai and Zhu Mitzi who came out of the inner room smiled and watched the interaction between the father and daughter. In the evening, after dinner, Tenji tried to keep her, won't you stay a few more days? Well, if you go back late, your brother will be worried. Zumi Li waved his hand and said goodbye to her, goodbye Sister Yuzai, come and play. Yuzai smiled and waved goodbye to everyone, goodbye, Xiaoli. Regarding the matter of the red spider lily, Yuzai told them not to worry about it, just eat it as an ordinary wild vegetable. At noon, Yunyi waved the sun wheel sword in front of the courtyard and practiced a day's homework. The middle-aged Yunyi's face was not much mature at this time. He was in his 30s and still looked like he was in his 20s. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yuniki wiped his sweat, put away his sun blade and walked to the door. After the country fell, the brother and sister returned here for a long time and did not attract the attention of the people in the city. There was no friend in the city to talk to. Yuniki was still a little confused about who was knocking on the door. He opened the door, and a wave suddenly appeared in his calm eyes, and this wave was rapidly expanding. I'm back. Yuko, you. Yuniki looked at his sister in surprise, and was speechless. Yuko stood in the sun and smiled, I succeeded. The surprise on Yuniki's face gradually softened, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised an arc, it's good to be back. Yuko smiled, well, I'm back. After overcoming the sun, even Yuniki holding the sun blade could not bring her a threat of death. Even if she was beheaded by the red sword, Yuko could recover in an instant. In essence, even the red blade only stimulates the energy of the sun in the sun blade. And Yuko, who has overcome the sun, is no longer afraid of the derivatives of the sun. Whether it is the sun blade, the red blade, or the regeneration suppression of the sun breathing, they are all ineffective against her. In front of her in her perfect form, the sun blade is just an ordinary samurai sword. But it doesn't mean that she is invincible. Although she is no longer afraid of the sun, she is still no match for Yoichi in terms of fighting. Although Yoichi cannot cause effective attacks on her, Yuko can't defeat Yoichi either. Just like a rookie who has unlocked the blood lock still can't touch the professional player. Moreover, Yuko found that she is not really invincible. Although she has overcome the sun, regeneration still consumes physical strength. In other words, if she is killed by Yoichi repeatedly, it is still possible to wear her out. After ignoring the special effects of the sun blade, Yoichi's teaching to her is basically in his prime. 30 is the golden age for men, and their physical abilities have reached their peak. If he were to meet Muzan at this time, he would not have a chance to escape, and he would chop into 1,800 pieces of meat in an instant. After Yuko gradually adapted, Yoriichi's strength was also full. He almost made Yuko doubt her life. The main thing is that she can really feel that she is getting stronger. But no matter how strong she gets, Yoriichi can always kill her instantly when he is serious. No matter how wide the range of her sword type is, Yoriichi can always find an opportunity to advance. As a ghost, she does not have the strong power of Muzan. As a human, she does not have the talent of Yoriichi. She feels that if Muzan has her cells in his body, Muzan will be stressed every day. Every day, he can see the scene of being ruthlessly beheaded by Yoriichi, and it can be played without repeating for 365 days. Ghost life is not easy, Yuko sighed. However, this happy time did not last too long. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. Yuko felt that the people around her were getting older. Why doesn't Sister Yuko get older? When Yuko heard Zhu Mili ask her father this question outside the door, she knew that she should leave. Tenji explained stiffly, maybe Sister Yuko takes good care of herself. Immortality is the dream of every emperor. But for a sentimental person, it is absolutely unbearable to suffer the pain brought by immortality. It is very uncomfortable to feel that everyone around you is getting older and dying, and you are the only one who is still young. Time flies, and more than 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Since that day, Yuko has never been to Tenji's house again. Yunyi is already in his 50s. Even Yunyi has grown old, with strands of white hair on his head and his physical strength gradually weakening. Yuko has been independent for a long time and often stays away from home. She can't bear to watch her relatives and friends grow old. Yuko began to fear going home. Birth, aging, illness and death are normal for people, but she can't die. Does she really have to wait for hundreds of years until Tanjiro and the others defeat Muzan together? In fact, it doesn't matter whether she is there or not, right? When people reach middle age, they grow sad in their hearts, and Yuko occasionally has such thoughts. But she can't die anymore. Neither the sun blade nor the sun can destroy her. The lonely moon hangs high in the sky, shining on the lonely figure on the ground. Yuko walked slower and slower. It took her half a month to walk a distance that could be reached in a few days. She obviously wanted to go home to see her. The more she knew this in her heart, the more she couldn't move her legs. The brightly lit city was already in front of her, but Yuko froze in place and couldn't move her feet. This can't be described as homesickness. She was scared. She was scared to see Yunyi's older face. She had been away from home for more than 3 years. Maybe her decision at that time was wrong, she shouldn't have tried to overcome the sun. In this way, even if she couldn't grow old with her loved ones, at least she could die with them. She had never been a strong person. Chapter 34. I'm back. Yuko tilted her head slightly, a little embarrassed. Yoichi stood behind the door and smiled, I'm glad you're back. Come in. He moved aside half of his body. Yet. Yuko replied lightly and walked into the house with her head down. Yoichi noticed her absent-mindedness and asked, "What's wrong? Did you encounter any trouble outside?" Compared to when he was young, the old Yoichi had more of the life of a mortal. "No. I just haven't been home for too long, I'm a little uncomfortable." Yuko made an excuse casually. Yoichi smiled and said, "Do you still feel uncomfortable?" Yuko pursed her lips and looked up at Yoichi. There were many white strands in her fiery red long hair, and wrinkles began to appear at the corners of her eyes. Yoichi is really old. Yuko felt a little blocked in her heart. She didn't communicate too much with her brother, so she fell asleep in a depressed mood. The next morning, when Yunyi came to Yuko's room, he found that she was gone. This should be the worst decision Yuko has ever made. Perhaps this time she left, she would never see Yunyi again. In ancient times, people who were 50 years old were considered old, and every extra year of life was a surprise. But she did not stay with Yunyi to take care of him, but ran away. Many years passed in a flash. Yuko wandered around this land in a daze. When she returned to her hometown again, she actually walked here unconsciously. How many years have passed? 10 years? Or 20 years? The influence of longevity made Yuko almost unable to judge time too accurately. Many years have brought many changes to the city. When Yuko came to the familiar door uneasily, her 5 fingers hovered in front of the door and hesitated to knock. Yunyi, is he still alive? Yuko began to regret whether she should have run away last time. Maybe the owner of this place has changed. The moment Yuko retracted her arm, the door was opened from the inside. She did not feel the breath of someone approaching. Yuko was surprised for a moment and subconsciously looked up. She saw an old man with white hair and a frail appearance. The old wrinkles covered the old man's cheeks, making him look old and ugly. When she saw the familiar marks on the old man's cheeks, tears overflowed from the corners of Yuko's eyes. Yunyi smiled gently, and the wrinkles on his face were moved. This smile was not very good looking. "Welcome back." Yuko's lips kept trembling, and finally turned into a sound. "I'm sorry. She shouldn't have left." Inside the house, Yuko lowered her head deeply, not daring to face Yunyi. Opposite her, Yuniki said softly, "Yuko, you did nothing wrong. But I haven't been back for these years." Yoichi said gently, "I understand your pain." Yuko subconsciously looked up with tears in her eyes. Realizing her movements, she quickly lowered her head again. Yuniki suddenly took out envelopes from his arms and handed them to her. "What is this?" Yuko took it in confusion. Yuniki smiled and said, "It's Tenji's letter." Under Yuko's encouragement, Yuniki and Tenji have kept in touch since then. Yuko opened the first letter, which contained greetings from Tenji's family to the brothers and sisters. At the same time, they were also concerned about her situation. She left without saying goodbye that day, which made the thoughtful Tenji notice it. Tenji comforted her in the letter. Most of the remaining envelopes were also greetings to them, and they were also looking forward to their visit again. Judging from the yellowing of the envelope, it was already written many years ago. Yuko was touched, but also felt guilty. Yuniki said softly, "Birth, aging, illness and death are the norm in the world. We should all face them calmly, right? But isn't there something I haven't finished yet?" I was slightly stunned. "Defeat Muzan?" Iko nodded heavily. Yuniki smiled and made a rare joke, "Rest early. I will test your swordsmanship tomorrow morning. Good night." "Good night." Yuko murmured. Is she going to send her brother away this time when she comes back? There is little vitality left in Yuniki's body, and he has almost reached the end of his life. I'm afraid he won't live long. She really came back at the right time. Yuko thought self-deprecatingly. After she fell asleep, Yunichi in another room inexplicably felt a strange feeling in his heart. Is it uneasiness? Or something else? This strange feeling drove him to leave home and town late at night. He went to the suburbs alone. It was also when he arrived in the suburbs that at that time, Yunyi finally understood what the strange throbbing in his heart was. It was the blood relationship between the twins. This is impossible. Why are you still alive? Swordsmen with spots on their bodies are destined to live no more than 25 years old. Why are you the only one who can live until now? What Kokushibo couldn't understand was that after a lapse of 60 years, the younger brother who should have died long ago appeared in front of him like a nightmare. Tears flowed from Yunyi's heart. How sad, brother. He was actually pitied by this creature who was once his brother but was now old and weak. Kokushibo's heart, which had gradually become cold due to demonization, was once again stirred up. But, he didn't feel angry at all. Instead, he was strangely shaken by the other party's call of brother. It was an emotion called sadness. These were the few emotional words he heard from his emotionally indifferent younger brother. But as long as the other party is still a demon hunter, he must cut off the offender, even if it is his brother when he was a human. Even if he is in such a fragile posture now. Just when Kokushibo wanted to draw his sword, Yoriichi drew the Nichiren sword from his waist before him. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense, and Yoriichi's momentum almost materialized and pressed on Kokushibo's shoulders, like a boulder. This old and weak creature had no flaws in his posture. I'm coming. As if announcing death, Yoriichi's extremely fast speed accompanied the old voice. So fast that Kokushibo had almost no time to react. The next moment, the strongest demon after the Demon King Muzan, the upper string one. A trace of blood gushed out from Kokushibo's neck. Why? Why is it that only you are always special? Even though he is a spotted swordsman, and even though he is skinny, his slashing power and speed are almost the same as in his prime. Those memories that Kokushibo had long forgotten reappeared in his mind. Kokushibo's jealousy, which had been calm for decades, burned again. I hate you, I want to kill you. Kokushibo turned around angrily, his hideous face like a devil. But at the same time, Kokushibo also understood that he would not have a chance to dodge the next move. The next blow from Yoriichi would definitely take off his head. The strong impatience and frustration seemed to crush Kokushibo's internal organs into meat paste. However, Yoriichi was unable to swing the next blow, and he just stood there, and passed away after his lifespan was exhausted. Chapter 35. Late at night, Yuko woke up from her sleep in a daze. She had forgotten what she had dreamed about, but she hadn't felt this way for many years since she became a ghost. In fact, evil ghosts don't need sleep, but Yuko has not lost her human emotions. She's used to it. Humans who have become ghosts usually lose their human emotions gradually, especially those who have just been transformed into evil ghosts. They often only have the idea of eating people in their minds. After they have eaten people, the rationality of the brain will gradually recover. The more people they eat, the more the intelligence of evil ghosts tends to be normal. The reason why she didn't have this situation was probably because of the blue-red spider lily, and the blood of Muzan that Yansheng injected into her body was enough. Considering the relationship between Yansheng and Muzan, it is very likely. After Yuko woke up, the uneasiness in her heart still did not dissipate, as if something was about to happen, or happening. The blockage in her chest was no different from when she dreamed that Yansheng had become an evil ghost. Yuko adjusted her breathing, walked out of the room, and tried to relax her mind. The open door came into her eyes, and Yuko quickly sensed the breath of Yoriichi. No. Yuko was shocked for a moment, and knocked on Yoriichi's door. When she didn't get a response, she immediately pushed the door open and entered. Sure enough, no one was there. Where could an 80-year-old man go at this time? But for some reason, her sixth sense gave her the answer outside the city. The scarlet blood moon hung in the sky, and the pagoda outside the city was in sight. Yuko's uneasiness became stronger. When she came to the open space in front of the pagoda, the ground reflected the mottled moonlight, and a familiar smell of blood floated into Yuko's nose. Yan's hung. Her heart skipped a beat. Yuko's sight looked forward again, and under her excellent vision, a pile of broken pieces of cloth were scattered there. Yuko's pupils shrank suddenly, and her breathing stagnated. She walked over with heavy steps, and what came into view was the body of Yunyi that was cut in half. Yu's eye was stunned for a moment, and her wine-red eyes instantly turned into golden vertical pupils, and her eyeballs were covered with hideous bloodshot. Yu's eye gritted her teeth and squeezed out 2 words full of resentment from her throat. Yan's hung. Even if he betrayed his master and became an evil ghost, even if he was transformed into an evil ghost by Yan's hung, Yu's eye never hated him. Only this time. This is your brother from the same father and mother. Has he lost his humanity after becoming a ghost? Yu's eye clenched her fists tightly, and she didn't notice the cold blood dripping down her palms when her nails were embedded in her flesh. In extreme anger, her wine-red long hair showed signs of turning white. Yu's eye. Coldly, a gentle voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Yu's eye turned back subconsciously. With long, flowing red hair dancing in the air and a faint white light emanating from his body, Yunyi, who looked like a 20-year-old young man, was looking at her tenderly. Yuko was too surprised to speak, and just stared at Yunyi blankly. Ghost? No, it should be said to be a ghost. Otherwise, there was no way to explain what she saw. She remembered. Tanjiro seemed to have had a similar experience. Brother. Yuko said with tears in her eyes, gritting her teeth in grief and anger, that bastard, I must chop off his head. She had dreamed of changing such an unfaithful and unrighteous person. How ridiculous! Yunyi stared at her for a while, and suddenly reached out and stroked her head. There was no touch, but it made people feel warm inexplicably. Yunyi's gentle voice sounded. It's okay. Just like when she comforted Yunyi at the beginning. I don't have much time left. You'll have to rely on me from now on. Yuniki's tone was a little reluctant. Yuko took a deep breath. Although there were still some tears in her eyes, she said firmly, I will definitely chop off Musen's head. Yuniki smiled gently, if it were Yuko, I would definitely do it. Yuko opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Yuniki's body suddenly began to dissipate. Brother. As soon as she started talking, she heard Yuniki's voice. If you feel tired, you might as well stop and rest. Yuko's eyes flickered, and she was slightly absent-minded. Yuniki's smiling face disappeared in the air. After standing there for a long time, Yuko collected Yuniki's body and the sun blade with a heavy heart. The flute that Yuniki had always carried with him was gone. I think it was taken away by Iwakatsu. Yuko was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. Yuniki didn't leave any last words about where he should be buried, but Akuko thought he would want to sleep with she. At the beginning of winter, Akuko came to Tanji's house under the cover of night. Things are pleno, Tanji and his wife had passed away many years ago, and Yuko didn't want to have any intersection with their descendants, so as not to add to the sadness. The mountains were covered with snow, and when Yuko passed by Tanji's house, she was attracted by the fire in the courtyard at the door. She hid in the woods in the twilight and witnessed the process of Tanji's descendants wielding the sun-breathing sword. The sun-breathing was indeed passed down. Yuko retracted her gaze and brought Yoichi's corpse to Shi's grave. After she clasped her hands together and prayed, she dug up Shi's grave and buried Yoichi's corpse in it. She became a person again. The difference from before was, she had no place to go back. Yuko wrapped Yoichi's sun blade with a white cloth and put it around her waist, especially the hilt, which she wrapped tightly to prevent it from being recognized by the evil spirits. It formed a pair with the snow-white demon blade on her waist. The sun blade slashes demons, and the demon blade slashes people. With no place to go, Yuko wanders aimlessly on this land. Under the night sky, there are sporadic fires in the distant villages, and faint black smoke floats in the sky. It was the Warring States period, when heroes fought for power and wars were everywhere. In this era of the survival of the fittest, it was not uncommon to burn, kill, rob, and massacre villages. A strong smell of evil spirits poured into her nostrils, and the smell was not in one place. It was obvious that the village that had just been through the war had been occupied by evil spirits. Yuko had not encountered many evil spirits in these years. Even in the Taisho period, evil spirits mostly existed only in legendary stories and were toys to scare children. But since she had encountered them, she would not ignore them. When Yuko stepped into the village, she could see broken limbs and dead bodies everywhere. In the face of war, the impact caused by evil spirits can only be described as insignificant. Yuko did not stop. Today, these foods could no longer control her will. Yuko walked towards the place with the strongest ghost energy, which was an open space in the center of the village. The further she walked, the more corpses there were on the road. The corpses also began to show signs of being bitten by animals. Yuko knew that it was not an animal, but an evil ghost. Chapter 36. Arriving at the center of the village is not small. The open space in the center of the village is nearly 100 meters wide, with corpses lying in the middle. Several hunched figures appeared in the distance. Several evil ghosts with hideous faces were fighting for territory in the center of the square. Hey! You guys! This is my territory, all of you get out of here! A vicious voice came, and Uzi walked away without changing his face. Hee, stop joking, can you eat so much food by yourself? Don't think you can eat it all by yourself. As long as I eat these humans, I can advance to the 12 ghost months. Not far from them, a female ghost was anxiously trying to slip away. Her retreat attracted the attention of a group of evil ghosts. Hey, don't you think this woman looks familiar? I think I've seen her somewhere. Isn't this the woman wanted by that lord? Tamayo's face turned pale. She had seen the smoke rising here and planned to come here to collect some corpses to fill her stomach. Unexpectedly, these evil spirits appeared one after another shortly after she arrived. Muzan did not allow evil spirits to gather in groups, but because of the delicious food in the war-torn village, they gathered together. Since she was released by the swordsman of the sun breathing, Tamayo has never eaten a living person again, and only relied on human and animal corpses to fill her stomach. In order to fulfill her promise with the swordsman, she must wait for the opportunity to kill Muzan. How can she die here? These corpses are for you. That woman is my prey. Bullshit. As long as you catch this woman, that master will give her blood. Compared with that master's blood, these dead bodies are just slop. Get out of here. I will never give you my prey. The position of the 12 demon moons is mine. As soon as they recognized Tamayo's identity, the evil ghosts put down the food they were arguing about just now, and swarmed over with greedy faces. Tamayo's face was pale, and she turned around and ran away. Her blood demon art was not good at fighting, and she was definitely not a match for these guys. Before Tamayo ran 2 steps, a black shadow flashed behind her and jumped onto the wall in front of her, turning her head and staring at her strangely. Don't think about escaping. Tamayo's pupils shrank slightly, and before she could react, a water blue sword energy appeared out of thin air and cut off the evil ghost's head directly. Until his head fell to the ground and turned into ashes, the evil ghost's strange smile did not disappear. This means that the sword was so fast that he had no time to react. Without giving Tamayo a chance to be dazed, a figure walked out from behind the house, wearing a bamboo hat, and the lower half of her face was wrapped around her neck with a white cloth, making it impossible to see her appearance. One can only judge her identity as a woman from the heart on her chest. The person who came held a blue sun-wheel sword wrapped in white cloth, and there was another blade on his waist that had not been unsheathed. The sun-wheel sword used by Yuichiro was black, but the color of the sun-wheel sword would change according to the owner's breathing style and other qualifications. And Yuko was born with the qualifications that almost perfectly matched the 5 major breathing methods. With the change of breathing style, it is not difficult to change the color of the sun-wheel sword. It's the Demon Slayer core. Tamayo's whole body was cold, as if she fell into an ice cave. The evil ghosts behind her also stopped one after another. Damn it! Demon Slayer core. Wait. It seems she's the only one. An evil ghost was afraid, but she just killed that guy with one sword. It's just trash. Let's go together and decide the distribution of rewards later, how about it? Just right, I haven't eaten the guys from the Demon Slayer core yet. The evil ghosts had a simple discussion and rushed towards Yuko in unison. Tamayo glanced at the back from the corner of her eyes. The swordsman in front of her did not attack her immediately, probably because her fighting ability was the weakest. She calmly stepped aside and planned to find a chance to leave after they started fighting. Although Tamayo agreed to Yoshika's request to kill Muzan, she was not stupid enough to think that any member of the Demon Slayer Corps would believe her. She looked at Yuko and apologized in her heart. In her opinion, it was only a matter of time before Yuko was defeated. After all, it was a one-on-one situation. Water breathing first form water surface slash. A cold female voice resounded in the quiet night, and a blue light flashed. The blue blade reflected the moonlight, and Tamayo squinted. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Yuko slowly putting away the sun blade. Her body was a little stiff, and her eyes moved slightly, and she saw several heads raised high, and the headless bodies rushed forward for a distance due to inertia, and fell down one after another. Heads fell when they reached the ground, the demons turned into ashes without making any sound. So strong. Probably stronger than the lower strings. Is it a pillar? Tamayo's pupils trembled violently. With this level of combat power, she had no chance of escaping. Watching the woman who put away the Nichiren sword and walked towards her, Tamayo was about to explain in her final struggle. The woman slowly took off her bamboo hat and untied the white cloth on her face. Tamayo's puzzled expression gradually turned into shock. Mr. Yoriichi. Except for gender and height, there was almost no big difference. But it only took a moment for Tamayo to react. It was decades ago. Even if Mr. Yoriichi was still alive, he would be an old man in his 80s or 90s. How could he be so young? But this face is almost exactly the same as Mr. Yoriichi. So, is it his descendant? A ray of light flashed in Tamayo's eyes. Sensing the expectation behind Tamayo's calm expression, Yuko was silent for a moment. I am Yoshika's sister. She knew what Tamayo was thinking. She was wondering if she also had the same powerful power as Yoriichi. The current situation gave Tamayo great hope. But unfortunately, even now, even if she had gained stronger power than before, she still had not surpassed Yoriichi. Tamayo was stunned for a moment by Yuko's words. She said hesitantly, "But your age?" Yuko did not say much, but her wine-red eyes instantly turned into golden vertical pupils. Tamayo's heart, which was throbbing just now beat even more violently. She opened her mouth and closed her eyes as if she had accepted her fate. Did Muzan send you here? Yuko was stunned. She didn't expect to be misunderstood by her. No, I am just like you. I have escaped from Muzan's control. How is it possible? This was Tamayo's first reaction. She was lucky to break free from Muzan's control, because Yoriichi was weak after he chopped Muzan into pieces. Could there be another Yoriichi in this world? There was a look of doubt in Tamayo's eyes. But there was no foul smell on the other person, as if she had never eaten anyone. The most important point was that if the woman in front of her was really sent by Muzan, there was no need to waste time talking to her. With her strength, she could not escape at all. Chapter 37. After the war, the village was still full of broken walls and fires. Under the black smoke, two figures sat on a blood-stained rock next to the sea of blood and corpses in the village square. In other words, you were turned into a demon by your brother. One of them sat on the rock with Yuko, and Tamayo nibbled on the arm she got from the villagers on the ground. She ate very elegantly. Well, I will definitely not let him go. Yuko clenched her fingers unconsciously, and her eyes were terribly low. While chewing the food, Tamayo observed the people around her intentionally or unintentionally. The characteristics of the two red pupils looked very mysterious. Mr. Yunyi and the sister of the current upper string one, they are really like one family, right? The talents of this family are all terribly strong. If Miss Yuko was there that day, would Muzan have no chance to escape? Suddenly, a bloody arm was handed over to her, mixed with a little burnt smell, which made people feel nauseous. But the roundworms in Yuko's stomach became a little restless. She hadn't eaten for many years. Do you want to eat? Yuko licked her lips. No, no need. Tamayo slightly side-eyed and pursed her lips. Miss Yuko has never eaten people, right? Yet. Tamayo's expression moved slightly. Although she had already felt something, it was still surprising to hear the standard answer from Yuko. She couldn't understand how to overcome that feeling of hunger. That feeling was much more uncomfortable than the stomach of ordinary people who were hungry for 2 or 3 days. Especially during the period of transformation, there was almost no other thought in her mind except eating people. Tamayo's eyes sank slightly, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, turned her head and asked, Miss Yuko, what are your plans next? Wait. Wait. Tamayo was a little confused. Yuko drooped her eyelids slightly. With our current strength, we can't kill Muzan. At least we have to wait until the Taisho 9 pillars, who are praised as comparable to the pillars of the Warring States period, appear. After Yoriichi's death, Muzan began to act, and together with Kokushibo, he swiftly killed all the swordsmen who knew the breathing of the Sunday. Many families of the pillars were slaughtered, and the families of the contemporary pillars were almost killed to the point of breaking the inheritance. This is also the reason why Yuko knew about this matter even though she didn't contact the Demon Slayer Corps. Cases of entire families dying tragically are rare. Even if they didn't master the breathing of the sun, as people who knew about the breathing of the sun, as long as there was a possibility that this breathing method would be passed down, Muzan Kibutsuji would never allow them to exist. The shadow left by Yoriichi was too deep. After the first generation of pillars died due to the markings and Yoriichi left, the Demon Slayer Corps actually began to go downhill. There is not a single swordsman who can master the markings, transparency, and red blade. In the final analysis, the pillars of the Warring States period were able to master these skills because of Yoriichi. After Yoriichi left, the loss of the skills was an inevitable result. These weak pillars combined are not enough for Kokushibo to kill alone, not to mention Muzan. The Demon Slayer Corps was seriously injured and declined. If it were not for the hiding and intelligence work of the hidden troops, they might have been extinct. Even the so-called Taisho 9 pillars, who mastered the markings, transparency, and even the red blade, could only be called plot kills by netizens under the premise that more than half of them were killed or injured. It is conceivable how powerful Muzan is. The power of Yoriichi and Muzan is too disconnected. Now that Yoriichi has passed away, the combat power of demons and humans is not proportional at all. Judging from the current manpower and strength, they do not have the conditions to fight Muzan at all. When Tamayo heard Yuko's words, she was in deep thought. She thought of the scene where Muzan split into thousands of pieces of meat in an instant, and she nodded heavily. At least, that ability to split should be limited. Otherwise, even if Muzan can be defeated, there is no way to kill him completely. And Muzan has overcome the weakness of his neck. I am afraid that only sunlight can kill him. Tamayo asked again, Miss Yuko, are you planning to cooperate with the Demon Slayer Corps? Yes. After all, those who have a grudge against Muzan will gather in the Demon Slayer Corps. In addition to family inheritance, the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps are the Avengers who were destroyed by Muzan. Tamayo's eyes showed some worry, and she smiled bitterly, but with our identities, can they really accept it? Yuko was not worried about this. Yes. Even if it is not possible now, it will definitely be possible in the future. Yuko's firm answer made Tamayo slightly stunned, and a curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Miss Yuko is really as reliable as Mr. Yoichi. This is the first time I have met a swordsman who let go of an evil spirit. Yuko smiled. That's because Miss Tamayo didn't hurt anyone. Tamayo's eyelids drooped slightly, and she shook her head. No, I have killed many people. It's okay to be beheaded, a real evil ghost. Unlike Miss Yuko. Yuko was slightly stunned. She really didn't know Tamayo's past. When Tanjiro met her, she and Yoshiro had been surviving on human blood. Although Tamayo still has human breath on her body, it can be felt that she did not kill people subjectively. She just survived by using human corpses. Yuko was silent for a moment, and said, "Can you tell me? I think people like Miss Tamayo must have their own difficulties. Otherwise, Yunyi would not let go of such a man-eating evil ghost." The desire to talk is an indispensable thing for emotional creatures. Everyone wants to share the happiness or pain in their hearts with others. Tamayo looked up at the sky. The stars were bright, like a pair of God's eyes, looking at the pain on the ground without emotion. She slowly told her past. Tamayo suffered from a terminal disease that was difficult to cure in human times. In order to see her children grow up, she tried her best to find a cure. When my body was getting worse and worse and I was in despair, that man appeared. Tamayo said this, her hands clenched unconsciously, and the veins on the back of her hands were exposed. He told me that as long as I took his blood, I could cure the pain. After being deceived by Kibuki Ken Muzan, she became a demon and killed her husband and children in an uncontrollable state. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of pain Tamayo suffered after regaining her sanity. After that, I gave up on myself and killed many innocent people. Tamayo closed her eyes with a sad expression. In order to find a way to overcome the sun, Muzan forced me to stay with him. I was not able to get rid of his control until Mr. Yoriichi defeated Muzan. Speaking of overcoming the sun, Yuko thought of the blue-red spider lily in front of the poem's grave. Maybe Tamayo could study it. Thinking of this, she said, about overcoming the Sunday. Hey! Tamayo looked puzzled. Yuko turned her head and looked at each other. Actually, I have done it. Hey! Chapter 38. What did Miss Yuko say? Tamayo's lifeless eyes showed a trace of confusion, and she wondered if she had heard it wrong. Yuko knew that this was an incredible thing, and said again, I have found a way to overcome the Sunday. This time she heard it clearly. Tamayo's lifeless eyes gradually brightened, and she first had an impossible idea in her mind, and then immediately noticed the details in Yuko's words. Method. Prove that it is not herself who has changed. The reason why Muzan does not like his kind but still increases his kind is to find evil spirits that can overcome the sun. The blood demon art awakened by each ghost is different, and maybe one that can overcome the sun will appear. Since it is a method, then. Tamayo hesitated and said, Miss Yuko is referring to the blue spider lily. As Muzan's attendant and doctor, Muzan turned her into a ghost just to let Tamayo study drugs to overcome the sun. It is not surprising that Tamayo knows the blue spider lily. Yuko didn't keep people in suspense. Well, I have taken blue higanbana. Tamayo's breathing stagnated, and her eyes flickered slightly. It was indeed blue higanbana. Muzan was right, blue higanbana really can make evil spirits overcome the sun. I can still retain consciousness after becoming a ghost, most likely because I have eaten this before. So that's how it is. Tamayo's pupils shrank slightly. After becoming a ghost, the loss and distortion of self-will cannot be controlled by ordinary people's will. No matter how firm the will is, no matter how close the relatives are in life, after becoming a ghost, they are just food. She has the most say on this point. After all, she loved her husband and children so much, but she ate them herself. The distortion that controls people's will is simply not resistible. After hearing what Yuko said, Tamayo's expression became solemn. Miss Yuko, please don't let the evil spirits find out that you have overcome the sunlight. Otherwise, Muzan will definitely go crazy. All evil spirits will go crazy. They will chase Yuko like crazy. Until Muzan gets Yuko. In that case, Muzan will be invincible. Yuko chuckled and said, of course. Before the Taisho 9 pillars grow up, she will never expose herself. About the blue higanbana, I think Miss Tamayo may need it. Yuko said again, I can provide it for Miss Tamayo. Yuko meant to give the blue higanbana to Tamayo so that she can also overcome the defect of sunlight. Tamayo hesitated a little after hearing this, but finally shook her head. Yuko was puzzled. Tamayo explained, Muzan has been chasing me. I don't have the power as strong as Miss Yuko. If he finds me, Muzan will be invincible. Yuko was slightly stunned. She really hadn't thought about this. But Miss Tamayo has been hiding well, so she shouldn't be in trouble. But this kind of thing is indeed risky, so Yuko didn't say much. What about the research needs? Tamayo shook her head, no need, it's better not to tell me even the growth location and growth characteristics. I'm very satisfied to know this. She won't let Muzan have the opportunity to know any news about the red spider lily. Yuko nodded lightly, I understand. The two sat quietly for a while, and Yuko asked again, where does Miss Tamayo live now? Tamayo sighed, no fixed place to live. Is it the same as her? Yuko had a headache, I said I would have a chance to contact Miss Tamayo. Tamayo asked, does Miss Yuko have a fixed residence? No. That's really. In ancient times, information transmission was slow, and there was no stable way to contact each other, so it was basically forever. But she didn't seem to have anything to do now. Yuko looked at Tamayo and said hesitantly, I wonder if Miss Tamayo would be convenient to have someone with her. Tamayo was stunned for a moment and smiled, of course, it's better to say that it's my honor to be able to travel with Miss Yuko. It's not difficult for two people who are kind and have common ideals to walk together. Tamayo looked at the sky, it's almost dawn, please wait for me, Miss Yuko. Just call me Yuko. Tamayo smiled, then Yuko can call me by my name. Yeah. Tamayo said waiting, in fact, she was collecting some corpses as food. It was winter and spring, and meat would not rot easily if properly stored. Akiko did not think there was anything wrong with Tamayo's behavior. Perhaps in modern society, she would be charged with damaging someone else's body. But in this era, ordinary people's lives are not worth a damn. It's life, not to mention corpses. It's normal for bones to be exposed in the wild. Yuko helped Tamayo find some usable containers from the villagers' broken houses and collected some good quality corpses. Tamayo collected the food and asked, Akiko, can you eat human food? Although ghosts will not die, physical consumption does exist. Especially the use of blood ghost arts. When the physical strength of ghosts is consumed, they can only recover by eating humans, and eating human food is not okay. Although it is not as difficult to swallow as ghouls, it is not much better, and they will gradually lose their sense of taste. The main reason is that they cannot provide the necessary energy supplement. So Tamayo wondered if she had overcome this problem. Yuko shook her head, when my brother was here, I would occasionally consume his blood. I haven't eaten for a long time since he passed away. Tamayo was surprised, won't Yuko be hungry? Yuko smiled helplessly, of course I'll be hungry, but I can still bear it. Tamayo had previously guessed whether Yuko had never eaten, but she didn't expect it to be true. So what kind of willpower does it take to endure it? This is completely different from ordinary people being hungry. Even if she has escaped from Muzan's control, she can't survive without blood. The addictiveness of drugs is just like this. Tamayo looked at Yuko deeply, and suddenly smiled. I suddenly have an idea. Yuko asked in confusion, what? I want to open a clinic. Tamayo said slowly, in this way, maybe I can get some blood from the patient. Not to say that it's enough to fill my stomach, but at least it can fill my stomach. Yuko smiled slightly, good idea. This is what Tamayo did during the Taisho period. By treating people and taking the opportunity to extract blood from them. This is how she and Yoshiro make a living. When their eyes met, Tamayo also smiled. Chapter 39. In a remote and dilapidated clinic in a certain city. Dr. Tamayo, Miss Yuko, thank you so much. An old woman held Tamayo's hand sincerely. If it weren't for your help, Xiao Qian would not have survived. After that, she gently stroked the girl beside her. Tamayo smiled slightly, it's just a fever. The body temperature will slowly drop back after the blood is drained. We didn't do anything. Yuko put away the bowl with half a bowl of blood. The principle of bloodletting for fever is just as Tamayo said, which is to reduce the temperature by venting the heat and toxins in the body. However, normal treatments definitely don't use so much blood, usually acupuncture is used for pricking. Tamayo advised, pay attention to supplement more nutrition during this period. After all, so much blood was drained. I know you don't charge money, but please accept this. The old woman trembled and opened the basket she was carrying. There were a few fish that were fresh with less intake and more exhaust. The fishy smell was strong, even ordinary people could smell it. Their clinic was famous in the neighborhood because it did not charge money, so many people came to see the doctor, and sometimes they would meet people who gave gifts in return like today. This time, Tamayo did not refuse, but turned her head to look at Yuko, motioning her to accept it. Please wait a moment. Yuko took the basket, turned and went into the inner room, put the fish into the water tank, and then came out to return the basket and bid farewell to the two. Send the old woman to the door. Please go slowly. The old woman turned back, hesitated and said, recently, there has been a horrible incident of a girl disappearing in the city. There are rumors that a cannibal ghost has entered the city. Please close the doors and windows at home at night and pay attention to safety. Yuko was slightly stunned and asked, where is it? In the west of the city to the south of the city. The old woman gave a few more instructions, and then left with her granddaughter. Tamayo sat in the shadow of the house, looking at Yuko who stood in the sun and sent the two away, and couldn't help but be slightly absent-minded. As expected, no matter how many times I saw it, I still felt incredible. What Muzan had dreamed of was actually realized so easily. Yuko watched the old man leave and return to the house. The man who had been waiting for an unknown period of time at the side of the house said, Dr. Tamayo, can you please prescribe some medicine to heal my external injuries? Tamayo walked up to check and found that the man had a serious abrasion on his elbow. The man explained, I accidentally fell when I went up the mountain to collect herbs. Tamayo smiled and took out a plaster from the medicine cabinet, put this on the wound, and it will be almost done after 3 or 5 days. The man gratefully accepted the medicine, handed the fruit next to him to the two and left. Although there was no clear requirement, it seemed to have become an unwritten rule to give gifts when seeing a doctor. Many patients who came and went later would abide by this rule, even if they didn't know it at the time, they would make up for it later. But, no one can eat this fruit. Yuko put away the fruit with some regret. Tamayo tidied up the medicine cabinet and chuckled, thanks to Yuko's help, many people have regarded us as famous doctors who can heal external injuries. Yuko smiled helplessly. The ointment that Tamayo used just now actually contains Yuko's blood. Although it has been diluted, it can still heal external injuries in a very short time. It's getting dark soon, I'll go cook. Yuko looked outside the house and said, today we are lucky to have a good meal. Tamayo smiled slightly, then I'll trouble Yuko. The cooking that Yuko mentioned is of course not really cooking. Ghosts can't eat human food, but they can eat animals, Or, blood food. Yuko came to the back of the house and picked up the fish in the water tank, using skilled knife skills to remove the fish scales and fish bones, and washed the blood and served it on a plate. In other words, sashimi. After bringing the sashimi to the table, Tamayo divided the little girl's blood into 2 portions and handed one to Yuko as if it were a drink. This was a way of eating that Yuko had researched, and she found it to be unusually useful. Although it certainly couldn't be compared to eating people to restore physical strength, it was better than drinking blood alone. The most important thing was that it wasn't that perverted. Sashimi, it was still acceptable. The 2 of them ate dinner politely. If you ignore the strange blood in the cup, it looked like ordinary people eating. Many years have passed since the 2 met, and now it is the Edo period. Tamayo has also been trying to overcome her desire to eat over the years. Compared to when the 2 first met, Tamayo hasn't eaten human corpses for a long time. Just like quitting drugs, it is difficult to overcome the desire to eat, but with the vivid example of Yuko in front of her, Tamayo can persist. During the meal, Tamayo asked, "Akuko, do you want to go and see about the missing girl?" Akuko nodded slightly. "Well, since I met her, I should go and see her. She does not actively look for the traces of evil spirits, but if she encounters one around her, she will still find a way to deal with it. As for the Demon Slayer Corps, it feels like it has recovered its vitality, but the strength of most members is biased and may not be able to take care of everything." Akuko suddenly asked, "By the way, when are we leaving here?" Tamayo pondered for a moment. "Let's wait for a while." "Well." Akuko nodded slightly. In order to prevent ordinary people from knowing that they are immortal, they move every few years. This is the number of times they have moved. After dinner, the sky outside has gradually darkened. Yuko put on a bamboo hat, wrapped the lower half of her face with a white cloth, and wore 2 swords on her waist. "Then I'm going out." Tamayo warned, "If you meet someone from the Demon Slayer Corps, please be careful." "I know. Even in the future, there will be a saying that those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Not to mention this era. Especially for the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who hate evil spirits very much, it is impossible for them to communicate peacefully with them in their current identities." Yuko hid her breath and went to the west of the city. "If I remember correctly, it should be a slum. The more shabby the place, the worse the security measures. The probability of ghosts appearing is indeed not small." Yuko came to the slums under the moonlight. Beggar-dressed homeless people can be seen everywhere on the street, and there are suspicious excrement on the ground. A drunkard dressed as a homeless man is facing the wall with his waist straightened and untied his belt. This is not suspicious now. This place is a lawless zone. As long as there is no riot, no one will govern. It is really difficult for ghosts to sense the breath of evil spirits in such an environment. Yoriichi couldn't help but frowned. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps coming closer and closer behind him, and then stopped. Yoriichi looked back. Chapter 40. The homeless man who had just peed on the roadside caught up with her for some reason. "Hey, where did you come from? I've never seen you before." The homeless man stretched out his hand towards her with a bad look on his face, and was about to hit her shoulder. Yoriichi was about to avoid him, but the homeless man suddenly stopped, paused, and looked at Yoriichi's chest with his drunken eyes, and immediately stared at her. "Hey, young lady, are you lost? Why would you run to a place like this alone?" The homeless man's body odor mixed with the stench of alcohol entered Yoriichi's nose, making her a little dizzy. "Do you want me to take you home?" The other party said frivolously, and even made a gesture to hug her and stretched out his dirty hands. Yoriichi's eyelids drooped slightly, turned sideways to avoid the homeless man's attack, and then stretched out her right foot. With a bang, the homeless man was tripped to the ground. The homeless man's drunkenness was also relieved by the pain caused by the fall. He turned around and shouted angrily. "Hey! You stinky bitch! Yuzi stepped on his face with an expressionless foot and knocked him to the ground. On the ground, suspicious liquid flowed along the road to his face. The disgusting smell and the pain of his head pressing on the ground and about to explode immediately eliminated his drunkenness. Ah! The homeless man screamed and cursed viciously, "You damn stinky bitch, I will!" Yuzi's foot gradually increased. The homeless man struggled for a while and found it was useless, so he begged for mercy. "Wrong, wrong, young lady, please be magnanimous." Yuzi's foot on his face did not leave, and he said lightly with the same force, "Ask you something." The homeless man hurriedly said, "Tell me, tell me. I heard that a girl disappeared nearby, did you know?" I know. I heard that it was done by a cannibal." The homeless man first begged for mercy and shouted, "Miss, I'm almost dying of pain." Yuzi retracted his foot, and the homeless man quickly climbed up, knelt on the ground, and rubbed his cheeks. "Too much trouble." Yuzi's cold voice came, making him shiver, and he hurriedly said without raising his head, "It's not a cannibal at all." "Oh? What's going on?" Yuzi narrowed her eyes slightly. Although her perception was poor due to various mixed smells, she could not sense the presence of any evil ghosts. The homeless man dared not hide anything. "I don't know the details, I just know that their parents sent them away." "Where does that family live?" Yuko frowned slightly. "Human trafficking?" In this era, there are indeed people who attribute human trafficking to gods and ghosts, so that the parties involved dare not investigate further. When Yuko was in the Demon Slayer Corps, she also encountered a similar situation of reporting a false case. When she arrived at the scene, she found that the so-called evil ghost was actually a false news spread by the evil people to cover up their own actions. In ancient times, it was difficult to find people in human trafficking because the news was too slow to pass. Moreover, this was done by the family themselves. It was obvious that they sent their daughter away for money. In this era, there are many people who do such things, and even the government turns a blind eye. There is no point in finding the person back. The parents will not recognize him at all, but will think you are meddling in their affairs. Just turn left in front of you, the one with a stone table in front of the house is it. The homeless man first pointed Yuzi in a direction, and then asked tremblingly, can I go now?" Yuzi was thinking about something, and waved her hand without thinking. She didn't care about the hooligan thing. The homeless man ran out 2 steps, and suddenly noticed the stones on the roadside. An idea suddenly grew in his mind. After all, it was just a woman. He was just not clear-headed just now and was fooled for a while. The homeless man thought of the scene of being stepped on just now, and the hatred in his mind became deeper and deeper. Just a bitch. He picked up the stone on the roadside, quietly came behind Yuzi, licked the corner of his mouth, a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and smashed the stone in his hand towards Yuzi's head. Squeak! In the air, a dark bloodline soared. The homeless man was stunned for a moment, and found that the stone in his hand did not hit Yuzi's head, so he couldn't help but wave his arm. Swish! The gushing blood splashed from his arm to his face, and the belated pain instantly swept through his brain. Ah! The homeless man screamed loudly, attracting the homeless sleeping nearby to subconsciously look at him. When they found that it was a person when they were grudges, they quickly lowered their heads and became turtles, pretending that they didn't hear or see anything. After all, in such a place, it's not surprising to see a corpse at any time. No one paid any attention. A little blood slowly seeped into the snow-white blade. That was a sword made of her flesh and blood, so it could naturally devour living things. Yuzi raised the demon blade and put it next to the man's neck. The homeless man then noticed that the other party had 2 samurai swords on his waist. Compared with life and death, the pain in his arm seemed less painful. Spare me, spare me. Yuzi raised his head slightly, an array of red light flashed in his eyes hidden in his pocket. Get out! The homeless man was stunned for a moment when he saw the red light, and confirmed in his brain that he was not dazzled, and his expression immediately became a little collapsed. Ghost. The homeless man's mind collapsed, a foul smell came from his block, and he rolled and crawled away. For this kind of person, YOICHIS doesn't mind giving him a little punishment. As for whether the other party can survive after losing his arm with his financial resources, it is no longer important from the moment he picked up the stone. Because of the other party's yelling, more people began to pay attention to this place. Although it is highly likely that it is not the work of evil spirits, but since I am here, I might as well go and take a look. YOICHIS sighed secretly, put away the demon blade, and went in the direction the homeless man had just pointed. There is a stone table in front of the house. YOICHIS saw it when she turned the corner. There were still candlelight flickering in the house, and noisy sounds came from it, as if they were quarreling. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she leaned aside to listen obscenely. There seemed to be a man and a woman in the house. How can you send Kyoko away without my permission, you bastard? A sad and angry female voice sounded. I am doing this for Kyoko's good, what do you know? Hearing this, YOICHIS' eyelids drooped slightly. Is it really human trafficking? Although she was sorry, she couldn't do anything about this. Yuko turned around and was about to leave. That sect is just a scam. Aren't you pushing Kyoko into the fire pit? Yuko paused. Chapter 41. Sect? Yuko stood still and continued to lean against the wall. What do you know, woman? Pa! Along with the man's roar, a clear and loud slap sounded. It is an honor for Kyoko to serve the founder. Our whole family can enjoy bliss and no longer suffer. What do you dissatisfaction with? You should be grateful and apologize for enjoying this honor. In this era, such cults emerge in an endless stream. Because of the prosperity of Buddhist culture, the shadow of Buddhism can often be seen in these sects. Put your hope on the gods and firmly believe that kind people are poor in life and enjoy after death. The evil people enjoy themselves in life and fall into hell after death. If this is true, how dare those evil people do evil? Even modern people, if you say that there are no gods and ghosts in the world, there will be people who will argue with you that just because you have not seen them does not mean that they do not exist. The idea of materialism has not been fully rooted in people's hearts. Not to mention in ancient times, the impoverished people were in urgent need of spiritual comfort, and the ruling class also needed such lies to appease the people. Therefore, the sect could prevail. At least, it was like this in her previous life. But it seems different here. Yuko looked at the sky calmly, and it seemed that there was really a heaven and hell in this world. Just like Tanjiro met Santo, just like that day she witnessed the disappearance of Yoriichi's soul. Since then, her eyes often see things that ordinary people cannot see. Ghost. Just like now, a girl with her head down floated out from behind the door. After going out, she squatted at the door and hugged her head, pretending to be an ostrich. Yuko's eyes moved slightly. About 13 or 14 years old, is she the daughter of this family? The girl's body trembled slightly while holding her head. Obviously, this family probably quarreled frequently, and every time they quarreled, she could only hide outside and hold her head. Yuzi was silent for a moment, took off the hat on her head, and squatted in front of her. Are you okay? The girl paused with her trembling body, and raised her head stiffly. Yuzi's face was close in front of her. Although the lower half of her face was still wrapped in white cloth, it was not difficult to see that she was a gentle person from the bridge of her nose. It was seen from her eyes. Although she had a pair of strange red double pupils, the girl could read the word called gentleness from those eyes. The same look as her mother's. The girl asked nervously, can you see me? Yes, I can see it. Really? Really? This child, maybe his brain is not very smart. Yuzi said gently, can I ask you something? Please go ahead. The question may be a bit too much. There was some doubt in the girl's eyes, but she still said generously, no. It's okay. How did you die? The girl's face was stunned, and then her eyes shrank slightly, and she trembled violently, and her body trembled slightly. Yuzai did not say any words of comfort, nor did she wait anxiously. After a while, the girl's face was still horrified, and she trembled, ghost. A ghost that eats people. Yuzai's expression moved slightly, is it related to that sect? The girl nodded tremblingly, Lord Doma, is a ghost. He ate me. This is how the hierarchy of this era is. Even those who have hurt her will still subconsciously give her a respectful title. But Yuzai's focus is not here. Doma? Yuko was slightly stunned when she heard the name. She had an impression of the name, which meant that Doma was definitely not a small minion in the play. 12 Demon Moons? To this day, Yuko can hardly remember the plot. It has been hundreds of years since Yuko came to this world, and human memory cannot be preserved for a long time. Perhaps it was the influence of Musen's blood, or perhaps her body was always weak and she had never really eaten. After becoming a demon, this situation not only did not improve, but became more serious. Especially Demon Slayer came into her mind in the form of an anime. Even the things that really happened to her in her previous life, Yuko had forgotten them all. The reason she could remember some of the plot of Demon Slayer was completely because she consciously recalled it after realizing this. She even recorded the plot of Demon Slayer that she could remember in words and methods that only she could understand. What's the name of the sect? The Eternal Paradise Sect. Do you know where this Doma lives? In the section. I mean, the address. The girl shook her head blankly. Then do you remember the way back? Shake her head. Yuko felt a little overwhelmed, but she was relieved inexplicably. Because if this Doma is really the 12 demon moons, then she probably can't kill him. It's not that she can't do it, but she can't. If it's a lower rank demon, then it doesn't matter whether to kill him or not. If it's an upper rank demon, the combat power of Demon Slayer is very unreasonable. The pillars can easily kill the lower rank demons, but they can also be easily killed by the upper rank demons. Therefore, the ending is all plot killing. This is not a question of whether to change the plot or not. Because in essence, even the 12 demon moons are just a toy for Musen to kill time, and they are creatures that Musen can create at will. Perhaps the top upper rank demons are really talented, such as Kokushibo. There is no need to say much about his strength. He is called a partner by Musen, which is a status that other demons do not have. For hundreds of years, the lower rank demons have been replaced one after another, and the upper rank demons have been replaced one after another. There have been countless changes, but only Kokushibo has always been able to hold the position of the first upper string with his domineering power. It was really lucky that Yuko almost beheaded him that year. The description she disliked the most was that it was a plot kill. At that time, her condition couldn't be worse. It was entirely because Kokushibo was too casual that she could disrupt the opponent's rhythm with an unexpected sword shape. But if she killed Doma here, the position of the upper string would still not be vacant, and Musen would find someone else to replace it. The strength of a demon is basically related to the number of people it eats. This sentence is not entirely correct, it is also related to the amount of blood given by Musen. As long as he is willing, it is not difficult to create an upper string. Maybe he will be stronger than Doma, and maybe the ending will fail because of this change. Yuko fell into deep thought. At some point, the girl who had recovered some of her consciousness looked up at her. Sister. The girl looked at him with hope. Can you please help me? Yuzai's eyelids drooped slightly. If it was revenge. Can you stop my parents from quarreling? The girl's words brought Yuzai back to her senses. Yuzai's eyes flickered slightly. Don't want revenge, just think about this. She probably understood why the girl didn't appear in the sect, but at home. Yuzai raised her head slightly and looked inside the door. It was because of obsession. Chapter 42. I don't want my parents to quarrel over me anymore. To be honest, Yuzai couldn't bear it. Because she couldn't do it. As the saying goes, it's hard for a judge to judge family affairs. Should she go in and beat the man up? What happens after that? After she leaves, will the man think that he is a helper called by the woman and abuse her even more? Kill her? What a joke! Let's not talk about the fact that the man's crime is not punishable by death. In this era, men are the backbone of the family. No matter how much he beats and scolds his wife is still dependent on him. If the man dies, can the woman still live? Live in such a slum? Yuzai couldn't bear it and said, "This, sister may not be able to do it." How could it be? The light in the girl's eyes dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, the noise inside the door stopped, and a sound of footsteps approached. The door was pulled open. Yuzai stood up. "Who are you?" The man in patched clothes stood at the door, staring at Yuzai with unfriendly eyes. "What are you doing in front of my house in the middle of the night? Want to steal something?" The girl tried her best to block Yuzai and waved her hand to explain to her father, "No, it's not like that. This sister. Get out. Don't hang around in front of my house." The woman in the house followed the man and looked at Yuzai cautiously. Yuzai suddenly thought of a way. "Although I don't know if it's feasible." She coldly pulled out the blade at her waist, and the loud sound of the sword rang in the man's ears. He didn't notice it just now. "You, what do you want to do?" The man retreated with horror on his face, and subconsciously blocked his wife with his hand. "It's not that there is no hope. The cold hurts people." Yuzai sighed secretly, and the blade quickly passed through her fingertips. She flicked her finger, and several drops of blood fell into the man's eyes. The man rubbed his eyes in a panic, shouting, "What is this?" It was so cold that his eyes hurt. Seeing this, the woman stepped forward tremblingly. "What are you thinking? There is nothing valuable in our house." Yuko flicked the blood into the woman's eyes without any discrimination. The girl saw that she had even pulled out the knife. Although she had just communicated with Yuko in a friendly manner, she was still panicked when she saw the other party draw the sword. "Sister, please don't kill my parents." Yuko took back the long knife and patiently explained, "My blood may allow them to see you." The girl paused. On the other side, the coldness in the eyes of the two finally disappeared. They opened their eyes and looked at Yuko, and their fearful eyes suddenly noticed the girl beside Yuko. The man murmured, "Kyoko." The woman happily opened her arms and said, "Kyoko, come here." Kyoko was also moved and rushed over at this time. Her parents could finally see her. The man reacted and shouted angrily, "Damn it! How dare you run back alone?" Before he finished speaking, he saw Kyoko pass through his wife's body. He and his wife stayed where they were at the same time. Yuko's faint voice sounded, "The sect you sent her to, the leader is a devil who eats people without spitting out bones." The two of them froze suddenly. There was no need for Yuko to say anything more about the rest. Looking at the three people hugging each other, they obviously couldn't feel each other's warmth, but they still burst into tears. Yuko turned around and closed the door outside the house. "Let's stop here today. This family of three doesn't seem to be able to communicate for the time being, so she will come again tomorrow." On the way home, Yuko thought to herself. The Eternal Paradise Cult, maybe I still need to go there. Just now, she found the meaning of her existence. Even if she can't kill Doma, at least she has to figure out the other party's blood demon art. The reason why Yuko was so afraid of changing the plot was because she only had a half understanding of the plot. If she knew less, she could change the plot without any burden. If she knew more, she could change the plot effectively. Only her half understanding of the plot made it difficult for her to take a step forward. In this case, she would investigate all the intelligence of these ranked evil spirits, especially the upper ranks. Her clearest understanding of the upper ranks was Kokushibo. There was also a white-haired female ghost who often appeared in short videos and contributed to the famous scenes of Yoriichi, but she didn't know any more detailed information. And the eldest brother did not lose, the third upper rank, who looked like a martial artist who killed people with fighting skills. Other than that, nothing was clear. If the investigation could be clear, it might be more effective to help the Demon Slayer Corps in the Taisho period. At least she can plan more effectively, and not fall to the point where she can only hope that the other party will make mistakes by killing with plot. But new problems also come along. How does she effectively obtain the other party's intelligence information? She is not worried about the address, the man who personally sent Kyoko away must know it. But is she going to sneak in? Use her face? Although she can slightly change her body shape and height, she can't change her appearance. If she goes in with this face, if Doma is really an upper rank, then the other party will probably react on the spot. Disguise and sneak in secretly, and find someone to fight directly? It seems more reasonable. Yuko was walking on the street in the slums, and suddenly there was a voice in front of her. She approached calmly. "Excuse me, I heard that there was an incident of evil ghosts capturing girls nearby. Do you know where it is?" "What I saw was a swordsman wearing a Demon Slayer Corps uniform." Was he deceived by false information? The homeless man who was questioned by him shuddered all over and looked very scared. The swordsman's eyes lit up slightly. "There's a chance." "Just now." The homeless man trembled. "A female ghost." "What?" "Right there. I just saw the girl's eyes glow red, and she also cut off a man's." He pointed to the distance. His eyes were dull. The swordsman shook his shoulders anxiously. "What did you cut off? Could it be the head?" "Ghost. Ghost." The homeless man's expression collapsed and he turned around and ran away. A chill rushed from the back of the swordsman's spine to the top of his head, and he could clearly feel it. Something was looking at him, with blood-red eyes that were extremely ferocious. Very strong. I'm afraid it's a powerful evil ghost that I've never met before. Could it be Muzan Kibutsuji? The opponent's powerful aura even hurt his nerves. Is he going to die just now? The swordsman swallowed his saliva and calmly put his hand on the sword at his waist. He gritted his teeth. Breath of the Wind 4. Uzi slashed his neck lightly with a knife, and the man looked terrified. His eyes rolled up and showed the whites of his eyes, and he fell to the ground weakly. What the hell? Uzi grabbed his collar and looked down at herself. She didn't deliberately hide her breath or release her breath just now, right? Why is she so scared? Chapter 43. When the homeless man ran away in panic, Yuko's eyes saw the swordsman's heart and pulse beating with fear. The frequency was almost catching up with the conditions for opening the stripes. The frequency of breathing and the movement of the lungs, let alone concentrating on breathing, were basically an apprentice who was not proficient in breathing. Even worse than Namiko. The evil ghosts that could be dealt with had only eaten 1 or 2 people at most, and had never eaten a human at all. The most important thing was the mentality. She was just walking in a very ordinary way, without any intention of hiding. She was so scared. It shows that as a demon hunter, the swordsman in front of him is not qualified. Because of the targeting of Muzan and Kokushibo, the Demon Slayer Corps has been really hard in recent years. This level can come out to kill demons alone. This is not a derogatory statement, but just a statement of the fact. Even if he was lucky enough to investigate the Eternal Paradise, he would end up being eaten. It can be said that Yuko saved his life by doing this. Yuko took off his coat, thought for a while, and wrote a few words on the ground with a knife. That's not a ghost you can deal with, go back. After doing all this, Yuko covered the swordsman with wild grass next to him to prevent him from freezing in the middle of the night. She is really too gentle. After taking the swordsman's uniform, Yuko returned to the clinic and happened to see Tamayo carrying a medicine box and preparing to go out. Yuko asked, "Are there any patients?" Tamayo responded first, then looked at the clothes in her hand and asked, "Is that the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps? Have you contacted the Demon Slayer Corps?" Yuko shook her head, "No, I just happened to meet a swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps while investigating evil spirits." Tamayo's face turned pale. "You put him?" Yuko's eyes became speechless. Tamayo's expression recovered, and the corners of her mouth raised. "Just a joke." "But Yuko, you took his clothes, are you planning to act as the Demon Slayer Corps?" Yuko asked puzzledly, "Why can't someone happily lend it to me or give it to me?" Tamayo was silent for a moment. "Do you believe what you said?" Yuko changed the subject and asked again, "Are you going out?" Tamayo nodded slightly, "Yes, there is a critically ill patient." As a ghost doctor, Tamayo only goes out to treat patients at night. Yuko suggested, "Then I'll go with you." Tamayo looked at the clothes in her hand. "Will it not affect your business?" Yuko shook her head, "No, there is a small problem, I will go there tomorrow." The family of 3 is reunited there, she can't be so tactless. "That's good." Tamayo smiled and nodded. "Give it to me." Yuko stretched out her hand. "Then I'll trouble you, Yuko." Tamayo handed her the medicine box skillfully. "It's a small matter." Yuko casually hung the medicine box on her shoulder and threw the clothes in her hand on the counter. "Let's go." It's not the first time that Yuko has accompanied Tamayo out. It's not just to protect her safety, but mainly because she is embarrassed to eat and drink for free. When she is at home, she can still rely on her parents. When she is outside, she still has to help a little. Not to mention the identity of a bodyguard, helping to carry the medicine box is also good. The moonlight was bright and the weather was getting colder. Yuko couldn't help shivering. Yuko followed Tamayo to a courtyard. It can be seen that this family is quite wealthy. The two came to the front of the house, and the weak panting sound entered Yuko's ears. It seems that he is indeed critically ill. Tamayo opened the door and a boy was lying on the tatami in the room. He looked about 10 years old and very young. But because of the torture of the disease, the boy's face was not good looking, and he was even a little thin. Although he looked a little different from the person in his memory because of his thin face, Yuko still recognized him. Yoshiro. To be honest, with her current memory, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would be difficult for her to recall his appearance based on his name. Just like recalling a junior high school classmate 20 years later, it is difficult for you to remember what he looks like. Yuko didn't expect Yoshiro to have met Tamayo at this time. The two walked into the door and Tamayo sat next to him. Yuko took off her hat, loosened the white cloth, and revealed her delicate nose. She was suffocated to death. Tamayo touched Yoshiro's forehead, and Yoshiro woke up in a daze. What he saw was that his whole body seemed to be struck by lightning. In his eyes, he automatically ignored Yuko behind Tamayo, and only the gentle woman in front of him was in his eyes. His heart beat faster. Yukomin sharply noticed. Did this guy fall in love with Tamayo at first sight? Medicine box. Tamayo's ethereal voice sounded. Yuko quickly put the medicine box next to her. Water. Yuko quickly boiled another basin of water. Tamayo folded a handkerchief and put it on Yoshiro's forehead to relieve his symptoms, and began to check his body. Yuko didn't understand it either, so she just stood aside, waiting for help. After a while, Tamayo slowly put away her things. She hesitated to say to Yoshiro, "Please wait a moment." Tamayo stood up and nodded slightly to Yuko. Yuko understood and followed her out of the room. Tamayo slowly said, "His disease, I'm afraid, there is no way to cure it." Tamayo shouldn't say this to her, she is not a family member or the patient himself. Akuko saw what Tamayo was thinking and said calmly, "Wouldn't it be better to turn him into a ghost?" Tamayo turned her head suddenly, frowning, but, can such a thing really be allowed? She was actually hesitating, so she said this to Ikuko. She saw Yoshiro's desire to live, so she wanted to help him. Ikuko smiled and said, why not ask him? Tamayo's eyelids drooped slightly, and before she could respond, she heard Ikuko say again. Besides, I would feel more at ease if he was with you. Tamayo looked up in surprise. Ikuko, you. Ikuko smiled and explained to her, I have something I want to do. She explained to Tamayo that she wanted to find information about the upper strings. And if she wanted to explore these evil ghosts, she had to leave. Originally, she was still a little worried about Tamayo, but since Yoshiro had appeared, it would be best to leave it to him. After all, Yoshiro was the one who had always been with Tamayo in the story. Tamayo listened to Yuko's explanation, her face became hesitant, and she said with some worry, the upper rank is the evil spirit closest to Muzan, and has obtained a lot of Muzan's blood. Yuko interrupted, don't worry, even if it's Kokushibo, I won't lose. She hasn't been chopped by Yoichibo for so many years. She has the confidence that she will never lose to Kokushibo again. If she really runs into him, she will probably not be able to continue hiding her identity, but she has no intention of causing trouble for Kokushibo. It's not time yet. Tamayo saw her determination in her heart, and her eyes squinted, I understand. Yuko smiled and said, well, go in and ask, I think he will agree. My heart beat faster. Chapter 44. Do you want to live? Even if you are no longer human, you will eventually die if you continue like this. However, life without being human will be very difficult and painful. Tamayo saw Yoshiro's desire to live, so she said this. It would be great if I could spend the rest of my life with this woman. This thought came to Yoshiro's mind, so he agreed without hesitation. Tamayo changed his handkerchief for him and said, then please wait one more day, I will come again tomorrow night. It is not so easy to turn a person into a demon. In essence, except for Muzan, no demon can increase its kind and turn a person into a demon. It's not that they don't want to, nor that Muzan doesn't agree, but that they can't do it. The reason why Kokushibo can turn Ikuko into a demon is that he injected Muzan's blood into Ikuko's body. Otherwise, Ikuko should have thought about whether she could convince Yoriichi to become a demon as well. In this case, the trash boss will have no fun. On the way back, Yuko said with emotion, if I had met Tamayo first, I would have agreed without hesitation. The reason why she rejected Kokushibo was not because she was afraid of becoming a ghost, but because she was afraid that Muzan would know her thoughts and memories. Tamayo was a little surprised. I thought Yuko would be the type who hated evil. Yuko shrugged, but there is no need to be hard on your own life, right? I was only in my 20s at the time, just a few years older than Yoshiro. Isn't this a premature death? Tamayo was silent for a moment and said, that child is already 35 years old. 35 years old, that's really old. Yuko paused with emotion, and her voice became louder in shock. 35 years old. What do you mean the boy's current age? Tamayo smiled helplessly. As a doctor, it is normal to know how old your patients are. Yuko was numb. Now you tell her that the little boy is actually 35 years old? Who can tell this? Tamayo smiled and continued the previous topic. It takes some experiments to turn a person into a ghost. It would be useless even if you met me at that time. Are you sure? Yes. In the evening of the next day, Yuko packed her bag and prepared to leave, and Tamayo also went out with her medicine box. Tamayo said, then let's say goodbye here. Yuko looked at the stars that lit up in the night sky, took a deep breath and said, thank you for your care over the years. The two of them were equals, but in fact Tamayo was hundreds of years older than her. Over the years, Tamayo basically took care of her like a sister. Tamayo was stunned, and a beautiful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's me. If it weren't for Yuko, I would probably still be confused now. As the separation was approaching, Yuko was also a little disappointed. I don't know how long it will take for us to meet again this time. With their identities, they were destined not to live in the same place for a long time. Separation means loss of contact. Tamayo smiled and comforted, as long as we are still fighting for the common ideal of defeating Muzan, we will meet again one day. She understood Yuko's reluctance, because she was the same. At this point, Tamayo's expression became solemn. I wish you good luck in martial arts. Yuko smiled, then I'll borrow your good wishes. Let's meet again in the Taisho era. Yuko pressed down her bamboo hat and turned away. Tamayo watched her thin figure go away and slowly retracted her gaze. Mr. Yoriichi, thanks to your sister, I woke up from confusion and saw hope. Even when she agreed to help future generations defeat Muzan, Tamayo was still confused about it. In her opinion, Yoriichi was like a messenger sent by God to kill Muzan. Even Yoriichi failed, so it was even more impossible for future generations. The encounter with Yuko made her regain her confidence. Yuko may not be as strong as Mr. Yoriichi, but her strong heart gave Tamayo courage and trust. They will eventually destroy Muzan, Tamayo now has no doubt about it. Perhaps something happened yesterday, even homeless people can't be seen on the streets of the slums, and the swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps has disappeared, most likely leaving. Yuko came to the door of the family and knocked gently. Who is it? A vicissitudes of male voice came from the house. The one who opened the door was the grumpy man I met yesterday. But the man now has white hair and his face looks more than a few years older. White hair overnight. It's you. The man was stunned for a moment and hesitated. He made way for her. Come in. Excuse me. Yuko nodded slightly and walked into the house. The house was not big, and the kitchen and sleeping area were all squeezed together. The woman was boiling water and cooking food. With her keen sense of smell, Yuko smelled the light smell of wild vegetables. Noticing Yuko, the woman paused in cooking. She picked up the food and put it on the table. Would the guests like to eat together? Yuko looked at her much older face and shook her head. It can be seen that the relationship between the couple has improved a lot, and Kyoko's efforts have not been in vain, but the pain of losing a daughter is not so easy to heal. The man was silent for a moment. You want to inquire about the Paradise Cult, right? This is not a stupid person. Yuko said bluntly, well, I want to know where the headquarters of that place is. Or, where is Doma? The man suddenly knelt down and knocked his head to the ground. The woman also knelt down with him. You. Kyoko died because of me, her father. I know that very well. The man's voice was filled with tears. But I thought she would have no worries about food and clothing in that place, so I sent her there. The man's hands were clawing at the ground, and his fingers were scratching blood. Please, behead the evil spirit who killed Kyoko. I can give you everything I have. The woman just knelt on the side without saying a word, but her attitude said it all. Yuko's expression fluctuated slightly. After a moment of silence, she exhaled a long breath and said lightly, I'm sorry. I may not be able to respond to your request for the time being. The man's body trembling with sadness froze. But I promise you that one day, I will personally cut off his head and send him to hell. Thank you. The man's body curled up slightly. Demon Slayer is a hot-blooded manga, but at the same time, it is also an unqualified hot-blooded manga. The story ends with a plot killing, so Yuko has to beware of any possible changes. Doma, can't die yet. Chapter 45. The headquarters of the Eternal Paradise Church was not in the city. The man also heard about the existence of this sect through other channels and gradually learned about it. He was one of the most devout believers of the Eternal Paradise Church. He also met the founder Doma in person and explained his troubles to him. It was also at that time that the founder mentioned to him that he could send his daughter to the church. At least he could have food. He never doubted that the Eternal Paradise Church was a cult. Because the founder Doma had a pair of colorful eyes and spotless white oak hair, and could communicate with the heavens. When he mentioned this, the man couldn't help but look at Yuko twice more. The pair of strange pupils were no less than Doma's. Izuko ignored his observation and asked, "How many people are there in the sect?" "More than 200 people. The leader, that evil ghost, seems unwilling to continue to expand the number of people. Someone in the sect has mentioned expansion, but he refused. There will be struggles between sects, just like Buddhism and Taoism will fight for believers and territory. There are very few sects that are unwilling to expand outward. Is it because they don't want to make things bigger?" Izuko thought. After the battle with Yoriichi, Muzan became a mouse who lacked the temperament of a villain boss. He would never allow his subordinates to be so ostentatious. At least, he would never allow his subordinates to be so ostentatious before he completely overcomes Yang Guang. Has there ever been a case of girls disappearing before? After a moment of silence, the man said in a low voice, "Yes, but everyone just thought they went to paradise to enjoy themselves. It is indeed paradise. This is really a hell joke." In silence, the man suddenly said, "We're here." Yuko looked in the direction of his finger and saw a magnificent mansion in front of her. There were people coming in and out, and it looked like there were quite a few people. Yuko glanced at the passers-by on both sides of the street. It was so blatantly located in the city. Although it was not a prosperous area, it was just on the edge. "You go back." The man opened his mouth, but finally nodded helplessly. After watching the man leave, Yuko looked at the sky. It was still a while before it got dark. It was common sense that evil spirits would only come out at night. After wandering around the city for a while, she also saw the figures of 2 swordsmen from the Demon Slayer Corps. It seemed that they were not here for the Eternal Paradise cult, but just passing by here, and their purpose did not coincide with hers. Yuko was indeed relieved. It was not that it was embarrassing to run into them, but mainly because she was worried that she would have to consider saving people while investigating Doma. The quality of the Demon Slayer Corps in recent years is really worrying. Do you think he can fight against the 12 demon moons? He doesn't have that strength at all. When it was night, Yuko wrapped herself up tightly, making sure that no one could tell her true appearance, and slipped in with the Sun Wheel sword. As for the demon blade that she named Shura, she put it away. She could ensure that Doma would not see her nature as a kind, but if she took the sword, it would not be certain. Moreover, for evil spirits, fighting between the same kind is basically a consumption of physical strength, to see who has stronger attack power and who recovers faster. The weaker party will basically be devoured by the other party. Demons can also become stronger by eating demons. There is even a saying that there is a sequential war between the 12 demon moons. The evening is the time when evil spirits come out to move, so the Eternal Paradise sect not only did not stop, but there were many more believers inside. Yuko lay on the roof with a frown. This is troublesome. It might not be easy to meet Doma among this group of fanatical believers. She won't have much time. Yuzai moved forward in silence. The further she went, the fewer believers there were. It seems that not everyone can meet the leader at any time. Most believers only pray devoutly outside. Suddenly, 2 figures dressed as believers appeared in front of her. 1 man and 1 woman. The man was about 30 or 40 years old, and the woman was very young, about 10 years old. Be sure to serve the leader well when you go in later. The man reminded, this is a glory that many people dream of but can't get. I know. Yuzai lowered her eyes slightly and saw through the girl's pounding heart. That was not fear. Go. The man only walked a short distance and then bent over and retreated. The back was basically empty. Under the current circumstances, if things get out of hand, these believers will probably reach Doma's residence in 3 minutes, no, even shorter. The girl was filled with excitement. Heart, walked to the door. The girl was thin, obviously not a rich person, but hovering below the poverty line, hungry twice a day. Perhaps she had decided to sacrifice something in exchange for the conditions of survival, but she never thought that what she had to pay was what she longed for. The girl came to the door, knocked on the door dignifiedly, and then stepped into it cautiously. Yuko touched the ground with her toes, and her body fell to the roof like a fallen leaf. She lifted the tile and looked inside. Today's children are so cute. The evil ghost named Doma, with white oak-colored hair, sat casually on the futon, supporting his cheek with one hand and looking at the girl. The girl knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Master, I am here to serve your beloved son tonight." Doma said with a smile, "Aiko, the name is also very nice." Just listening to the voice and tone, it is impossible to guess that this person is actually an ugly demon. But under Yuko's transparent gaze, the other party's demon posture is undoubtedly revealed. This posture is indeed an upper string. She said that she had an impression of this name. It seems to be related to Jiu, water pillar. Yuko suddenly remembered where she had seen his name. Jiu in the pillar, Doma in the demon. It seems to be this meaning. She can't remember it clearly. Moreover, this character should not have appeared in the first season, otherwise she should be able to remember something when she saw his appearance. Aiko knelt on the ground respectfully, "You are too kind, master." "Well." Doma tilted his head and hesitated, "Although I also want to enjoy you quickly." Aiko's heart beat faster and her face flushed. "But I would be embarrassed if there were outsiders present." Doma suddenly looked up and smiled at the ceiling. "You are right, this lovely lady." Aiko raised her head slightly and was wondering who the outsider was. A figure fell from the roof and landed lightly in front of her. Aiko was shocked and said, "Who are you? Are you trying to assassinate master?" Yuko wore a hat and a large cloak, and she jumped from the roof, so it was inevitable that she would think so. Just when Aiko wanted to shout for help, Yuko had no choice but to knock her out with a knife. After helping her to the ground, Yuko looked up at Doma who was just sitting beside her with a smile. "Really sharp. Upper rank. Land." Chapter 46. "It's really surprising, young lady, you are not a pillar, are you?" Doma said with a surprised look. The demon slayer uniform that Yuko wore under the cloak also made Doma have a preconceived impression. Of course, this is not important, it is just a means to deepen the impression. As long as they fight, the breathing method will let Doma know her identity. There is no urgent thought of fighting, and the body is extremely relaxed. This ghost is very rampant. As if it were an old acquaintance, Doma said in surprise, "If it weren't for the annoying flower fragrance on you, I wouldn't be able to detect your breath at all." "That's natural. In the transparent field, or the supreme field, hiding the breath is a basic means. As for the flower fragrance that Doma mentioned, it is actually the wisteria flower sachet she wears around her waist. It is used to cover up her breath. Even if she has never eaten people, ghosts are ghosts, and their breath is always different from that of humans. But the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps are either killing demons or on their way to kill demons, so it is normal to have the smell of evil demons on their bodies. Combined with the scent of wisteria flowers, it is generally impossible to confirm her identity. But because of this flower scent, her location was noticed by the other party. Yuko originally wanted to wait until the other party took action before going out to stop it, so as to dispel the girl's idea of suicidal. The girl who came out like this and couldn't see Doma's true face, even if she woke up, would only be Doma's brainless fan. She seemed to have caused trouble for herself. Doma came to the table and sat cross-legged comfortably, poured a cup of tea and pushed it to Yuko. "Miss, do you want tea?" Yuko was not polite, came to sit in front of him, picked up the tea and drank it. Doma's expression was stunned for a moment, blinked, and a smile appeared on his face. "So touching. You are the first ghost hunter who actively accepts my kindness." Ah miss, please tell me your name. Doma was so moved that he sat cross-legged and swayed from side to side. Yuko drank it all in one gulp. It was just ordinary tea, most likely replaced by believers. For ghosts, the taste was definitely not good. Yuko put down the teacup and said coldly, I say, are you really touched? Doma's swaying body stopped, and he kept smiling. Eh? What do you mean? Yuko looked at him indifferently, your smile is a bit fake. When normal people have emotional fluctuations, their brains will have subtle changes, and ghosts are no exception. But the guy in front of her only had a slight fluctuation at the moment she sat down to drink tea. It can be said that with a transparent world, no one can lie to you, unless that person's psychological quality is really exaggerated to the point that ordinary people can't imagine. Even, he can deceive himself. Just like a mental patient. He said he could fly, so there wouldn't be anything wrong with his brain. He probably really thought he could fly. Doma's smile was a little awkward. He looked at Yuko's eyes and changed the subject. Miss, you have a pair of beautiful eyes. Same as mine. Maybe we get along well. Doma said, pointing to his colorful eyes in a playful manner. Because he also had a pair of strange eyes, he didn't think there was anything strange about Yuko. Yuko, if you don't eat people, maybe it's okay. Doma looked a little regretful, this may be a little difficult. The regret on his face was gone in an instant, and he looked at Yuko with an excited expression and said, speaking of which, Miss, you are my favorite type. Gentle, powerful. Yuko tilted her head, how can you tell that I'm gentle? Never before have I met a ghost hunter who communicated with me as calmly as Miss. Doma smiled and poured tea for Yuko. What should I do? I want to eat the young lady more and more. Hey, let me eat you, then the young lady can live forever with me. Yuko picked up the tea, you seem to enjoy this exaggerated performance. Because I can't feel human emotions. The smile on Doma's mouth faded, I'm a ghost, it's normal that I can't feel human emotions, right? I mean when you were alive. It's sad that you can't feel this kind of emotion. Swish. Cold and lonely, a golden iron fan quickly enlarged in Yuko's eyes, accompanied by Doma's cold face. But the next moment, a hint of surprise appeared on his cold face. Yuko had picked up the Nichiren sword at his waist without knowing when, and the blade and the white cloth pressed the iron fan on the tea table. Soon. This woman is indeed not an ordinary person. Doma secretly thought. Yuko said calmly, will it not be angry? Doma was stunned for a moment. Angry? What he just did was. Before he could finish being surprised, the blue sunwheel sword was already in front of him. Doma waved the iron fan to hold the blade, looked at the aqua blue blade, and said with some regret. It's a water column, what a pity, I'm no longer interested in water breathing. Miss, if there is no other means, I can only eat you. Yuko narrowed her eyes slightly. Is this ghost also collecting information about the swordsman? Don't worry, I don't plan to be eaten by you here. Yuko drew out the blade. Water breathing first type water surface slash. Yuko crossed her arms and swung a powerful plain slash, sharp and crisp. Blood Demon Art Manchu Lotus. Doma waved the iron fan, and several ice vines wrapped with ice lotuses went towards Yuko from all directions. Is it a blood demon art related to ice? Then she is really destined to be with him. Yuko forced herself to retract her move and jumped high on the ice vines. Water-breathing 8th form Takitsubo. A powerful slash from top to bottom like a waterfall hit Doma fiercely. Doma stepped back, crossed his arms and waved his fan, and a large number of tiny ice petals shot out like blades. Blood Demon Art Scattered Lotus. Water-breathing 4th form Strike Tide. The dense slashes continued to be swung, breaking the ice petals one by one. The fragmented ice crystals entered the lungs along the respiratory tract, and Yuko's move froze slightly. Doma was surprised and said, Did you notice it? What a perceptive woman! Yuko retracted her knife and retreated, carefully feeling the condition in her body. This cold air. It's poisonous. The toxin was destroying her lungs. Yuko's eyelids twitched, and she wondered if she had a grudge against this kind of ghost. Having fallen hard on this method, how could Yuko fall into it again? Moreover, this toxin did not have much effect on her now. While her lungs were being destroyed, they were also repairing rapidly. But the current situation was no longer suitable for continuing to fight. Yuko glanced at the messy room. The noise was a bit loud. Chapter 47. Although the man and the ghost were not serious, the night was quiet, and any movement would be infinitely magnified. In addition, even if they were not serious, the battlefield where they fought was not a place that any lower rank could set foot on. With such a big noise, even a deaf person would almost hear it. Looking at Doma, who was smiling nonchalantly, Yuko's eyes sank slightly. There is not much variability in blood demon arts. In simple terms, blood demon arts are superpowers, but it is not impossible to have multiple superpowers. And the ice blood demon arts mastered by Doma, even if they are further developed and researched, are all based on the premise of ice. The information is almost there. Yuko wanted to retreat. When a group of believers come, she will have a hard time explaining. Yuko even suspected that the fanatical believers among them would not be afraid even if they saw Doma eating people in public. Instead, they would be more envious of the other party's immortal means. There is no way to persuade him. Yuko glanced at the girl beside her from the corner of her eyes. After hesitating for a while, she sighed in her heart. Doma narrowed his eyes. Although Yuko's mood changes were not big, it was very obvious to him. Although Doma did not have human emotions, he was also very sensitive to the emotional fluctuations of people around him. Is he planning to escape? Doma covered his face with an iron fan, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. Poison is not enough. Even he could not have expected that the other party could detect the abnormality in such a short time. You know, in the situation at that time, although the poison had entered the other party's body, it had not had time to take effect. It's not that he had never eaten swordsmen from the Demon Slayer Corps, but none of them reacted so quickly. Almost discovered the poison as soon as it entered the body. This woman is too sensitive. Although Doma likes to collect intelligence from others, and even lets the enemy perform all his moves before killing him in order to collect these combat data, this does not mean that Doma likes others to collect intelligence from him. It would be troublesome if this woman escaped. This thought flashed through Doma's mind, and he flashed in front of Yuko without any signs, saying with regret. It's too much, miss, you actually want to escape. Blood Demon Art Lotus Leaf Ice. Doma waved his fans, and large lotus-shaped ice crystals poured out. Yuko deliberately covered her mouth and nose and stepped back. If I eat you, we can enjoy eternal life together and reach paradise. While expressing his feelings with regret, Doma waved the golden iron fan mercilessly. Blood Demon Art, Frosty White Princess. As the iron fan waved, two lifelike ice lotuses in the form of girls appeared in Yuzai's eyes, and icy air blew out of her mouth. This guy. If he were to participate in a sculpture competition, Michelangelo would have to admit defeat. While Yuzai complained in her heart, she didn't intend to tangle with him any longer. As expected, these strange blood demon arts, whether it was freezing air or something else, were all based on the concept of ice. There was no need to collect intelligence anymore. By looking at the freezing air that was sweeping in, Yuzai quickly flipped back to the girl's side, helped her up and rushed out the door. Don't even think about escaping. At this point, Doma couldn't help but be more serious. Blood Demon Art, Mysterious Winter Ice Pillar. Dozens of sharp ice spikes fell from the sky, trying to pierce Yuzai through. These upper-rank moves were indeed more difficult than the other. The range is beyond the imagination of ordinary swordsmen. But who is Yuko? Even if she hadn't turned into a demon, she was the second person in the Demon Slayer Corps to open the mark, second only to Yoriichi. This speed is just so-so. Yuko's speed was once again improved to a higher level, causing Doma's attacks to miss. Seeing that Yuko was about to escape with her men, Doma almost subconsciously swung out the iron fan. Blood Demon Art Fog Ice Water Lily. Dozens of believers holding torches swarmed in, and Doma paused and put down his fan. He saw Yuko and her men climb over the wall and disappeared. After a while, he waved the fan to cover his face, his eyes slightly narrowed. Well, let's forget about it this time. If the commotion is too serious, Master Musen will blame me. Besides, that child will definitely come back. The crowd gathered around with torches. Master, are you okay? Doma looked at the group of believers who came with a smile. It's okay, it's just that a ferocious evil spirit came to our door, and I have already repelled it. As expected of Master. The group of believers noticed the inhuman damage marks in the room. Traces, and couldn't help showing a fanatical expression. Doma just looked at them with a smile. On the other side, Yuko took the girl out of the city and patted her cheek gently. The girl named Aiko woke up instantly, looked around, looked at her again, and said with fear, "What do you want to do?" Yuko explained lightly, "Your founder is a ghost, I just saved you from him." Aiko was stunned for a moment and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. The founder took in homeless people like us, and he is obviously the son of God who loves the world. In comparison, you who attacked the founder are the ghost." Yuko said silently, "I won't stop you from going back, but I suggest you think about what I said seriously. A good cook can't cook without rice." Yuko is in this situation now, lacking evidence that Doma is an evil ghost. Hearing this, Aiko stood up hesitantly, and then tried to retreat towards the city. She was not sure whether Yuko was lying to her. After confirming that Yuko did not move, she turned and ran. Yuko watched her back as she ran into the corner, heading towards the direction of the Eternal Paradise, and turned away silently. Just as she never hated Namiko for kicking her back then, Yuko would not scold the girl. When you are hungry and have no place to stay, someone takes you in and gives you food. No matter what era it is, they are benefactors. Unless you see Doma eating people with your own eyes, it is simply no. As long as it is not you who eats, it is actually no big deal. Eternal Paradise. Doma fanned himself and smiled as he watched the believers move the damaged furniture out one by one and clean the room. Suddenly, a believer walked in with a girl. "Master, Aiko is back." Doma smiled happily, "You're back, so good. You go down first." He looked at everyone and waved. "Yes." Everyone quickly packed up their things, closed the door and left. The only trace of doubt in Aiko's heart disappeared. She knelt on the ground, waiting for the favor of the master. Doma came to her and squatted, smiling, and said, "Hey, how did you escape?" Aiko raised her head and looked at Doma's handsome face. She couldn't help blushing slightly, and her heart was beating. "That bad guy, she didn't stop me." "Is that so?" Doma smiled on his face, but he was thinking secretly in his heart. It's completely different from the ghost hunters he encountered before. He saved the person with great effort, but he just let her go. Didn't he know that she would come back? Chapter 48. Doma was a little confused. For the first time, he felt an emotion called want to understand about this mysterious water column. As for why he was so sure that the other party was a water column, he could only say that if this strength was not a column, then the Demon Slayer Corps would be finished. Doma asked with some expectation, "Did the woman tell you her name? Or did she tell you where to find her in the future?" Aiko shook her head blankly, "No, she let me go after waking me up." A flash of pity between Doma's eyebrows, and he said with sadness, "Is that so? That's really hard work for you." It must be said that Doma's appearance is indeed extraordinary. That face with colorful pupils can completely fascinate thousands of girls. Aiko's face became redder and redder. Master. Doma seemed to understand the girl's thoughts, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He opened his arms and hugged Aiko. Aiko's face flushed, and his eyes became more and more blurred. Then she didn't say anything strange to you. Doma's gentle voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Strange words? Aiko was stunned for a moment, and recalled Yuko's words, and couldn't help but have a bit of anger in her tone. That hateful woman said that the founder is a man-eating evil ghost. Then AI thinks I am. Doma caressed the girl's neck intimately, but his compassionate eyes became indifferent at some point. Of course not. The founder must be the son of God sent by the gods to save us. Then Iza is willing to share eternal life with me and live happily forever together. Aiko replied excitedly, yes, I do. Really? I know. Suddenly, Iza's ecstatic expression froze on her face, and a large amount of blood poured out along the broken neck, drenching Doma's figure in blood. Doma held Aiko's excited head and looked down at himself. Oh no, how are we going to clean this up later? Doma exclaimed, as if to express panic, but his other hand did not stop dismantling Aiko's limbs, and the scene was bloody for a while. On the other side, Yuko looked back as if she had sensed something. The city was as small as an ant. After a moment, she turned back and continued to record the information. Using her nails as a pen and her blood as ink, Yuko recorded Doma's information in the book. She found that her blood was really useful. Not only can it increase the power of weapons, but it can also quickly heal injuries and allow people to see ghosts. Now that it has overcome the sunlight, it can be used even under the sun. Just highlight one usefulness. Yuko is still too comprehensive. In the notebook, there are her fragmented memories and information about evil spirits. It has been updated to 4 pages. The first page is the information about Muzan that has been identified by a specialist, YOICHIS. The body has 5 hearts, 7 brains, and the arms have the ability to turn into flesh whips. Judging from this information alone, Muzan's blood demon art does not seem to be very powerful. At least, it is not very weird. It is not even as good as the many evil spirits they have encountered before. But this is what Yoriichi gave his evaluation. A touch is enough to be fatal. Although Muzan's blood demon art is simple, isn't pure strength a kind of strength? The second page is Kokushibo. Akuko has fought with Kokushibo more than a few times in his life. When he was a human, the two often trained together. The accuracy of the information is as high as 99%, which is more accurate than Muzan's information. The third page is the information about upper string 3. There are not many records in it, only one sentence. There are blue striped tattoos on the body, short pink hair, and the name is suspected to be Jiwosa. This Jiwo must be wrong. She should have seen the real name of upper 3 in the comment area at that time, but she may have read that word wrong. Yuko didn't remember it very clearly, but it should be similar fonts, if translated into Chinese characters. The latest page, upper 6, Doma. Blood demon art, ice, poison. In addition to Muzan, there are only 6 upper strings that need to be recorded. The lower strings are not enough to threaten the pillars. It can't be considered as combat power. The combat power of Demon Slayer is so attractive. The pillars can beat the lower strings in seconds, the upper strings can beat the pillars in seconds, Muzan can beat the upper strings in seconds, and Yoriichi can beat Muzan in seconds. If this combat power is a little more reasonable, Yuko wouldn't be so cautious, afraid of taking a wrong step. The overall performance is the extension of ice. After Yuko recorded the last sentence, she looked up and looked forward. It is a vast land. Neon is not big, but that is for other countries. Stepping into it, using the ancients' means of transmitting information, to it is not an easy task to find a few evil ghosts hiding in the vast sea of people. Perhaps she may not be able to find one in 100 years. Not all ghosts are like Doma, who have a high status in human society. Yuko looked at the vast land and sighed. There is a long way to go. After becoming a ghost, time slowly faded out of Yuko's perception. Although she can see the sun rise and set every day, she can no longer remember how much time she has spent. Have you heard? The director of the Kendo Hall was eaten by evil ghosts. In a certain city, the whispers in front of a roadside stall caught Yuko's attention. The person next to her was surprised and said, "Are you talking about the director of the Shinto-ryu?" "Yes. That's him." Shinto-ryu. Yuko has a little impression that it is a martial art handed down from the Warring States period. It not only teaches swordsmanship, but also involves judo, ninjutsu and other aspects. It's terrible. 3 people have died in just a few days. Hearing this, Yuzei hesitated and went forward to sit at a table. "Hey, you are. Excuse me, what's the matter with the evil ghost you are talking about? Who are you? You just came up here for no reason." The two looked a little ugly. It's inevitable for anyone to have a stranger at the same table when they are eating. The two suddenly looked serious and hurriedly poured tea for Yuzei. "Please have some tea." The person next to him took the money from Yuzei flatteringly. The person pouring tea had a trembling eyelid, slapped him hard on the back of his hand, and snatched the money away. The other person looked a little dissatisfied. Yuzei calmly took out another copy and pushed it on the table. "If you have any questions, just ask us brothers. There is no news in this city that we don't know." The man put away the money with shining eyes, patted his chest and pointed at the person next to him. They looked like the best in the world. Yuzei pulled the corner of his mouth, a little speechless. "The evil ghost you just mentioned. You mean this?" The man swallowed his saliva, a little scared. "The directors of the martial arts schools in our city have suffered in the past few days." The other person nodded his head. "They were all eaten by evil ghosts." "How do you know they were eaten?" "Maybe it was a revenge." The two looked at each other, and one of them said tremblingly, "The gym is full of blood, and there are large pieces of minced meat and internal organs. What else can it be but a ghost?" Yuzei narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 49. Yuzei asked, "Did you see it with your own eyes?" The two brothers looked at each other, a little embarrassed. "No, but it's spread all over the city, so it shouldn't be false." "Yuzei, I just heard you say that 3 people died. Are you referring to the 3 people who died in the Shinto martial arts school?" The two waved their hands. No, 5 or 6 died. 3 directors died. And 2 apprentices." It can be heard that the two really heard it from hearsay. But the general direction is still correct. Inquiry is originally a means of collecting information. Information that may be useless to others may be very useful to another person. 3 directors. Yuzei's mind sank slightly. Does it mean that there are other martial arts school directors who have also been harmed? Yes. It's only been a few days? The 3 martial arts school directors in the city are all dead. Another person added, 4 days. Basically one died every day. Did they all die at night? When Yuko asked this question, the two looked at him like he was mentally retarded. But since he was the sponsor, they didn't dare to say it out loud. They all died at night, and they were all beaten to death in the gym's training ground. Everyone says that Ghost was a battle maniac when he was alive. It kind of fits, her perception of the Juosa. Her perception of the Juosa came from the clips of the flame pillar, with a pink buzz cut, blue-black tattoos, bare hands and feet, and the aura of a practical martial artist. It was only after living here for hundreds of years that she realized that the tattoo was a symbol of a sinner, representing what crime he must have committed when he was alive. Are there any witnesses? The two brothers looked at each other blankly. Okay, just assume that she asked for nothing. Just as Yuko was about to get up and leave, one of them asked his companion uncertainly. It seems that the daughter of the director of the Shinto-ryu Kendo gym is still alive. Yes, yes, yes. The director's daughter is still alive. That girl is also very beautiful. Yuzi raised her hand speechlessly to interrupt. Which way is the Shintoryu Kendo gym? That way. The two pointed to the side in unison. Yuzi took a deep breath. Thank you. It's a loss. Even if she doesn't need the money, she still feels that she has lost money. Following the direction of the two people's fingers, Yuzi asked all the way and successfully arrived at the entrance of the Shintoryu Kendo gym. The passers-by she asked were all taboo about this and didn't want to say a few more words to her. The better ones just pointed her the way. The entrance of the Shintoryu Kendo gym was wide open, empty, but no one could be seen. There was a little smell of blood in the air, and Yuzi followed the smell of blood to the gym's martial arts training ground. Before she got close, she heard a faint sound coming from the martial arts training ground. After hesitating for a moment, Yuzi stepped into it. On the wide field, a petite figure was half crouching on the ground wiping something. Yuzi glanced around, and the deep red blood had just stagnated for a while, pouring out in large pieces like a slaughterhouse, and the floor was broken in several places, breaking into deep pits. Apparently, an amazing fight took place here yesterday. Unless the body was intentionally dismembered, it would be impossible to achieve such a large amount of blood. But this kind of destruction doesn't seem like a one-sided massacre. It's a fight. Only a war between two sides could make such a big noise. Noticing the movement behind her, the petite figure turned around. It was a girl about 15 or 16 years old, looking at Yuzi expressionlessly, her eyes full of sadness. Yuzi stepped into the dojo. Hello. Just as she greeted him, the girl turned back silently and continued to wipe the floor. Yuzi walked slowly to her. Although it's too much to ask this question. Excuse me, have you seen the appearance of that evil ghost? Under Yuzi's gaze, the girl took a deep breath in her lungs, but the next moment she released it heavily from her nose and continued to wipe the floor with her head down. This meant that she was very angry, but she suppressed her anger and did not choose to release this malice to her. The girl's voice sounded, neither happy nor angry. What if you saw it? What if you didn't see it? Can you help me get revenge? Yuzi stared at the girl's body with her wine-red pupils, pink buzz cut, sinner tattoo. The girl's heart tightened. Yuzi's eyes narrowed slightly, she actually knew. This girl is not strong. Although it can be seen that she has probably learned some self-defense skills, there is no doubt that she will never be able to defeat a man of normal physique, let alone avoid the attack of the evil spirit. You know he. The girl looked up suddenly, holding Yuzi's collar with both hands. Tears could not stop flowing from her eyes, and the anger on her face was out of control. Where is it? Where is that monster? Yuzi's wine-red pupils reflected in her eyes, and the girl was stunned for a moment. Yuzi slowly pressed down her hands and replied with her previous words, even if you know, so what? Can you kill him? The girl's tense body slowly relaxed. Yes, even if you know, so what? The heart that was just beating hotly suddenly calmed down again. The girl said coldly, you are not from the Demon Slayer Corps. Have they come to you? Yes. No. Don't you ask what they ask.